just spare change, right? But what if you saved that spare change every time you bought a coffee? Or every time you bought something to eat? Or something to wear? And what if all that money was invested into the stock market, where it can potentially grow over time? And what if the Raise app did this for you automatically in the background of life? Round up and start investing your everyday purchases. Download the Raise app today.
It's just spare change, right? Well, what if you saved that spare change every time you made a purchase? Every coffee, every meal, every book you'll definitely read. And what if all that money was invested into the stock market, where it can potentially grow over time? And what if the Raise app did this for you, automatically in the background of life? Round up and start investing your everyday purchases. Download the Raise app today.
Hello and welcome to day 2 of the 2024 New South Wales Touch Football State Cup, live from Port Macquarie on KO. And also, of course, exclusive and on demand. James Preston and Jason standing with you for all the action for day 2. But Jace, let's start off with a little bit of a wrap of day 1. Some surprising results across the board. I think we found a bit more out about the men's open division in particular. We knew that Dawson, Central Coast and Parramatta were going to be thereabouts, but there's a few new contenders that have arrived.
Yeah, I think so. The men's division was particularly interesting because we did see some upsets, and then we also saw some of the stronger teams bounce back. Certainly, Dawson stamped their put their stamp on the competition by that very big victory against Central Coast to finish day 1. But certainly Newcastle sort of stood up and said, "Hey, we're here as well." They were runners-up in the country champs, probably a little bit underperformed in last year's event. So the big story on day 1 is probably, hey, Newcastle are here and they're going to be one of the top 3 by the looks of it.
Yeah, well, undefeated after day 1 and certainly looking to continue that momentum here on day 2. Were you a little bit surprised with, I suppose, the lacklustre performance of the Dolphins in that grand final rematch?
Yeah, I think they were flat, and I think it's going to be a bit of a challenge for them. I think we're talking live during the commentary that I don't know whether a team's been beaten like that on Friday and come back and won it. So they're going to have to reverse history a little bit. So it's a little bit of a challenge for the Dolphins boys. I did pick them to win last year, so they know I'm a big supporter of the club. But yesterday I felt like there were definitely some dark clouds surrounding that performance, and you're probably only one tick off, putting a line through them, because they were a fair way off the pace once Dawson went to that next level.
And they certainly did go the next level. They were probably a little bit sluggish earlier on in the day. Bankstown nearly snuck up on them, for example, and got the victory. But just on the point of Bankstown, they've been a bit of a dark horse on day 1.
Yeah, Bankstown showed some little, some sections of really good performance. So did West. West and Bankstown were those 2 teams that I thought could come through. Same with Northern Beaches. They all showed that they can match it, but probably one rung off Parramatta and Dawson. So that'll be something to see coming into day 2, which of those teams can make those adjustments. Because if you have the ability to match it, for example, with a Dawson or a Parramatta in little 5-minute segments, you've only got to link a few of them together and then you're good enough to beat them. So I think the men's division particularly is still probably the best we've ever had it at State Cup. 8 teams, any of the 8 can win.
Yes.
Can win it. And it's just a case of, that makes day 2 so exciting for me as well. Who were able to look at the video last night, which teams were able to make the adjustments. So we're set up for a really big day 2 in the men's division.
And I like how you mentioned as well both West and Bankstown, who have got a lot of players that have come back from the World Cup, especially in that bronze medal winning Lebanese side. And I think they've just grown in stature. They've gone to the next level. And we'll be catching up with Michael Abramovitz a little bit later from Federation of International Touch as well in our pre-game show. But, it is interesting just to carry that form into a tournament like this. It really places you quite well.
Yeah, very much so. And we also see that in the women's division, some of the players that do quite well at World Cup, especially, the high performers, like you mentioned the Lebanon team with some of those players from West and Bankstown. There was also Luke Mansell from Parramatta, where he used the World Cup as a springboard to sort of say, hey, I'm probably one of the best wingers in the world here. And then when they come back in an event like this, they bring that confidence. It's almost infectious for the rest of the team. So we've definitely seen Western Bankstown with a big jump in their level. And also, as I said, with Parramatta, with Luke Mansell on wide, he dominates that half of the field, so an amazing player.
We mentioned the women's as well. Shortly we'll be catching up with Rachel Jeffs, but let's focus on that division now, because once more, we're still sort of seeing some of those teams that have been thereabouts for the last few years. Newcastle starting very well across both the men's and the women's for that matter, but maybe a little bit of a surprise was Manly. So, had somewhat of a shock loss to start the day and then gradually got back into their gears, but it's not quite as fluent as we've seen at the Borden Cup, for example, from them so far.
Yeah, very much so. One of the things that's a little bit different with State Cup is you are playing the 2 or 3 games a day, 30-minute without any halftime break. You're generally in the middle of the hot conditions. A little bit different from the Friday night footy, and sometimes the squads are a bit different because you've got that fitness level, the fatigue, all these things come into play. So one of the things we've seen for the women's is Newcastle and East really stepping up in the division.
Of course, East currently leading overall in that pool there, and Newcastle in Pool B, they're on top for that too. Outside of that, the Dogs, pretty good start from them as well. Northern Beach is also looking pretty good. They're always thereabouts. And just quickly, we'll touch on the mixed opens before we have a chat with Rachel Jeffs. This, to me, is still quite open.
Yeah, I don't have a read on the mix because the stronger teams in each pool are being dominant, but how they're going to match up coming into tomorrow is still a bit of an unknown. So I think day 2 is going to be lots more learning, especially with some of the games scheduled for midday today in the mixed division. Still fair to say East and Wollongong thereabouts, though? I think so. I think it'd be hard to go past East and Wollongong at this point until we see a little bit more. But I do think there's a few smokies in the regional teams that, as we sort of hit our straps later today, they're going to sort of poke up and we're going to go, oh, the mix is not a 2-horse race. Well, Stano, thanks for your time. We'll hear your vocals up in the booth a little bit later on. We'll take a quick break here on KO Sports, and up next we chat with Rachel Jeffs.
Get out the way, my feet wanna go dancing.
Please explain.
You beauty.
Change, right? Well, what if you saved that spare change every time you made a purchase? Every coffee, every meal, every book you'll definitely read. And what if all that money was invested into the stock market, where it can potentially grow over time? And what if the Raise app did this for you, automatically in the background of life? Round up and start investing your everyday purchases. Download the Raise app today.
Mufasa, you know we finally here, right?
Well,
It's Friday then, it's Saturday, Sunday, what? It's Friday then, it's Saturday, Sunday, what? It's Friday again, it's Saturday, Sunday. Go.
Welcome back to KO here for the 2024 New South Wales State Cup, live from Port Macquarie. Here with Rachel Jeffs, a very, very excited Rachel Jeffs as well, after a great day one for your team, the Newcastle City Knights. It's an undefeated start for you lot.
Yeah, 3 from 3. The girls did really well. We always try and put our best foot forward on day one, so we make a statement and then hopefully follow that through in the next couple of days.
And how's the feeling in camp? Do you think the preparation leading up to this tournament has been spot on?
Yeah, definitely. I think we've got one of the best teams, just like friendship-wise and just how close we are on and off the field. I think, you know, that trust and that bond really is really good, and I think it flows onto our game as well because we know we're there for each other and we back each other each and every step of the way, so that's always good.
And look, on a personal level, it's been a massive year for you as well, heading over to Nottingham, competing in the Touch World Cup alongside teammate. I know she's playing in the mixed opens, but travelling over there as well with Jess Potts. But how does that experience set you up for a big tournament like this?
Yeah, travelling with my best friend, like that's always been a dream of mine. She's an amazing player, not only mixed but women's. She's an incredible woman and she's just so good at playing touch. But I think, you know, since we live like 2 minutes from each other, so, you know, training with her and even going to the World Cup in preparation, like it's massive. I think, you know, just being with all different girls, learning from them, the Queensland girls and especially New South Wales girls like Danny and Hannah, girls like that, they really bring the best out of you, and that's always a really good prep and really good learning curve for when you come into tournaments like this. So I think, yeah, credit to them. I think Danny's playing Manly and obviously Hannah and all that, so it's been really good learning from them and putting it onto the field this year.
Rachel, just before I let you go, obviously it's been a really good start for Newcastle, but where do you see your biggest threat coming from?
I think every team in the women's opens, like it's gotten really, really big this year, and everyone's been amazing. East have been going really well. They just beat Manly yesterday, but Manly's still been that top team for the last, 10 or so years. So Canterbury, all those girls, like we're hoping to finish the job that we haven't done for the past 2 years. But yeah, I think every team is just really exceptional, and it's going to be really tough for us. But we're just going to run hard, run direct, and hopefully do our best.
Rachel, thank you for your time and best of luck.
Thank you.
We'll have Michael Abramovitz up next.
Move, get out the way, my feet wanna go dancing.
Please explain.
You beauty.
Welcome back to the Day 2 preview for the New South Wales State Cup 2024. I'm here with Michael Abramovitz from the Federation of International Touch, one of the board directors there. You've just released your schedule for the next few years. Take us through it.
Yeah, James, really excited to get a schedule out. We've, took a long time to come out through COVID, get ourselves together. We had a lot of input from our membership about getting more events going. We've just announced next year's events and up to 2028, up to the Touch World Cup. So really excited to have, especially for the juniors, we've got the Atlantic Youth Cup coming out in Limerick and Ireland. Then we've got the Asia Pacific Youth Cup happening here in Australia, probably down in Brisbane area. So really excited about that. Along with that, we've got a couple of other European events that are happening, a couple of Asian Cups leading to 2026 Euros, European Championships, and then hopefully we're going to get a few more international competitions coming through leading into the Touch World Cup, which is really excited to be in New Zealand in 2028.
It's a jam-packed calendar. You mentioned 2028 there. I know what else is happening in 2028. How's the Olympic aspirations looking for this sport?
Well, James, I mean, you know our sport. It's the perfect sport to fit in with all the Olympic ambitions, all the goals that the Olympics have, the inclusivity, the gender equality, the natural fast-paced ability, which leads to a perfect natural sport to be a spectator sport. So we've had initial conversations with the IOC. We sent a delegation out to Sport Accord in April, which was held in Birmingham, and we've had some good conversations initially with the IOC. We'll be carrying on those conversations because as our sport is perfectly made for Olympics, we see it as something that we'd like to target in 2032.
Absolutely. It's a very exciting time for the sport, Michael. Short and sweet. Thank you so much for your time, though, and best of luck moving forward.
Thanks, James.
That'll do us here for the pre-game show. Our next match is just around the corner. Can't wait to join you for all the coverage.
You know we finally here, right? Well, it's Friday then, it's Saturday, Sunday, what? It's Friday then, it's Saturday, Sunday, what? It's Friday, it's Saturday, Sunday. Let's go.
A very good morning and welcome to the first match of the day here on day 2. Women's Open Division, and this is an absolute cracker. It's the top 2 of Pool A. East taking on Canterbury. James Preston and Gab Rose to bring you all the action. First use of the ball here, Gab, for Canterbury.
Yeah, it's going to be a belter of a game, James. These two top of the table clash in their pool as we see Tandek go straight through from their phase ball there, James. It looks like it's going to be a fast start to today's action.
Yeah, Law was excellent on the first day along with Tandek, so the old firm getting back together once more. Out here now for Sailor Parrott. Parrott drops it down here on the last, and there's a penalty.
Yeah, so you can see there they're going to get a repeat set on the line here, and as you said, James, there's so many stars of our game right across the field here as we see Tandek take the ball in. Working with Law, they'll be manufacturing something. She's playing for offside, but ref's caught her on. But they've still got about 4 touches up their sleeve here, and obviously Tandek will be one to watch. Andy Law, and then if you look to the Roosters side, you've obviously got young Bella Slatter who'll be leading the charges for them.
Law once more receives from Tandek. Quick release out to that right-hand side. There was a good opportunity there for Crawford, but it goes to ground under no real pressure either, it must be said.
No, she'll be disappointed with that one, Crawford. And you can see here already Canterbury are rushing up in defence, trying to make the Roosters getting to their box a little bit disjointed, James.
Good meters now on the drive, though, from the Chooks. Up over halfway. Oh, that looked to be a forward pass, but it's let go here. Parrott comes in for the touch once more. They're really treading a fine line in terms of those forward passes. I think they will come back for this one, though. And, yeah, it had to happen on that occasion.
It definitely had to happen there. And Roosters are coming in. They've had 3 wins on day 1, James. And Canterbury had 2 wins and a loss. So, as we said, it's 1v2 in their pool. So they'll both be wanting to get rights for the top of the pool coming into tomorrow.
So charging forward now, the Dogs looking to strike first. Still the early stages of this match inside the first 2 minutes as Cummins now takes off. Steps back towards the middle, quick release. Oh, sloppy play the ball, but certainly there was a little bit of extra attention there from Halliwell Quinn. And as a result, there's an extra set for the Dogs to work with now. Phillips heads out to this left-hand side, rolling it back quickly. Nice release there from Kirk up towards the middle. Hopping in once more. Couldn't take full advantage of that strike dump. As Fearnett turns it back now for Tallulah Kirk. Drops it down about 10 metres away. They're all wrapping around to that right-hand side. Didn't see it immediately, though, and that sort of just slowed the momentum a touch. Now a chance here for Cummins, playing out the back for Fearnett. A little bit sloppy the last few plays there from the Dogs.
Yeah, they've had half opportunities where they've dropped the ball a couple of times, so they'll be looking to consolidate and, complete their sets and get repeat sets down on the line against the Roosters.
So once more, the Roosters with a very, very flat pass. They're really trying to get up over that advantage line, so that's become a bit of a feature of their play across the first day or so. Little bobble there, and I think it did contact a teammate. Yes, it did. So there is the knock-on called. Officials all over it.
They sure are, and we saw that yesterday. The referees are doing a great job. So in hot conditions again today, James.
Yeah, very warm. Of course, it was about 28 degrees yesterday and a fair bit of humidity floating about. Even hotter today, and I believe there are some storms forecast for tomorrow. We might get away with another beautiful day here, but what's the age-old adage, Gabrose? Wherever a major touch tournament goes, typically the rain follows. Exactly.
Yep, sure does. There's been another penalty there, so I don't think, James, we've actually seen a complete set. And it's just that nerves, day 2, big clash, stadium game. So they just probably need to settle into their processes and try to get at the other end of the field.
Well, I'm sure both these teams would have been looking at the ladder and circling this game at the end of day 1, saying, well, this is a great test for us as Slattery. Now, heads across field, good movement here, but really good touch from Sailor Perrott. If there's one player you're not going to beat with speed, it is Sailor Perrott.
That's right. It's a good matchup, isn't it, there? Slattery versus Perrott as we see her off the right and look to see if she can find a gap out there.
And good footwork once again from Slattery. Last one now for the Roosters. Out here for Slattery. Floating the ball over the top. Well marked up from the Dogs. A good slide. They'll try and keep it alive. Or was there the touch in time? I think so. It was done by Neve Balzen. She only just got there in time, though.
Yeah, she looked like she was going to sneak down the blind side there. Summer Halliwell-Quinn, but a try-saving touch there by Balzen. We see, he's called play on. Could have been pushing the touch, bringing up to the 7. They'll get to reset and go again. Yeah,
good pressure there from Slattery, who then almost hopped back into a fullback type of role momentarily.
Yeah, they do that sometimes. So they do like a wave defence. So 3 will come up and the other 3 will fold behind and then give themselves an opportunity to race up for the next touch.
Just shy of that halfway line. Good pick up out of acting half, but they've gone into touch with the roll ball. So there's a bit of a coach killer, that error.
Yeah, and speaking of coaches, both teams have obviously got experienced campaigners in their boxes. So we've got Pete Forrester over in the Bulldogs side, and then I can see here a man that's coached me, Simon Bassett, at the senior level, and he is a very intelligent and calm character in terms of coaching.
Well, Slattery just popped a little pass late in the piece, but they're under pressure there through the work of Bolzen, and as a result, there's the turnover. And yeah, the nerves just seem to be continuing here for both these sides. They certainly have not settled into a groove as now Kirk hops out of acting half, finds Tandek up over that 10-metre threshold into enemy territory. Tandek again scooping out of acting half. That's where she's most dangerous. And yet again, we're seeing an incomplete set here. So I think you're right, Gab. I don't think we've actually seen a completed set yet, except maybe one down this end from the Roosters.
Yeah, and it's hard in a round game because you don't actually want to show all your cards, James. So you're trying to play and obviously win the game, but you don't want to give all the tricks up your sleeve out in the round games.
Good metres here from Halliwell-Quinn, who marches forward up through the centre. Now Sylvester, just slowing things down a touch. Scooped up yet again here from Tomasiu. Tomasiu bounding across that left-hand side, drops it down. They lost track of the touch count, though.
But they completed the set. So that is good. And they're down on the 7-metre line, so they'll be looking for a push defence here. You can see Summer Halliwell-Quinn, although they've given a penalty away for throwing the ball. Experienced campaigner in Tandek there, just had a little chat to the ref and got the penalty.
Now, speaking about it yesterday with Mitch Walkinen, that sometimes when you do question those 50-50 calls, you can actually get a better result, whether it be someone being sat down, forced subbed, or even marched a little bit. So whilst you've, of course, got to respect the referee's decision, if you have that little conversation with them, you can sometimes get a little bit of an extra rub of the green. As now Phillips comes forward. Last one here for the Dogs. It's an option there for Law. They had to hit her a little bit earlier, though. Dug right into the line, but I think Law had a bit of space heading out towards that left link.
Yeah, she definitely did. It was a good touch there by Halliwell-Quinn. Came in and like a sniper and snuffed out any chance that they may have had.
So short little pass now. Oh, that one once more was quite flat from Sylvester. Let go here from the officials as now Irons brings it up over halfway. Slattery back on deck now. Starts to pick up the pace with a nice carry. Rolls it back quickly. Great strike dump. Slattery taking off again. Drawing them in. Yet again the strike dump comes here. Slattery looking dangerous. Finds a pass. Oh, had she gone long, they were unmarked on the wing.
Yeah, it was definitely on long there. Hard pass to go. She was coming this way and would have had to throw it back over the top. But that was a better set by Roosters. It was their Slattery working with NRLW campaigner Maddie Studden.
And there's another penalty here for the Dogs. And yeah, it is a star-studded lineup. Maddie Studden in there as well. Of course, we've seen Clay Studden for the Mixed Opens Division State of Origin a few years ago. That was the match overall that won the Shield for New South Wales. So very, very impressive sporting family. Maddie, of course, has done some great work, not only with NRLW, but also the Harvey Norman Women's Premiership. Been floating around for a while now, but unfortunately for the Dogs, that one's floating all over the deck, and there's the turnover.
So here we go. Speaking of Studden, she's straight up the field. She's quite fit at the moment, so plenty of running in those legs, and I'm sure we'll see her working with Slattery over the course of this game.
So now Watchman brings it towards the middle. Back out there comes Tyneese Bowry. So Bowry and Slattery, those are the two architects here in this Rooster side. Look at the footwork there from Bowry. Once more they take off. Now Morton sending it long. Chance here. Oh, great footwork back on the inside from Angel Barber. But they'll come back here for a touch pass, I think it is.
Yeah, they're starting to warm into the contest now, the Roosters. And as you said, Barry is definitely one to watch. I've coached her the last few years at New South Wales Catholic schools, and close to the line, she's lethal.
So now meters up through the middle for Alex Chung. Perrott out there as well. They'll send it a little bit wider here for Crawford. Perrott drops it down once more. Can they unleash her speed? That's the big question here, the Dogs. She has also developed a passing game for this year, so that's a bit of a new addition for Sailor Perrott. As now Tandek sends it out to that right-hand side. Last play now, staggered defensive line, takes off. Chance here to do a quick little run around. Oh, Tandek with some beautiful work. Great covering in the end. It was Ruby Tomasiu who makes the touch, but that is the wires and the guile of Claire Tandek.
Yeah, you can't take your eyes off. And there's a little short side wrap there with Keely Silver, another one who's been in this team for a while. And we see a ball away there, and this is probably the best opportunity that Canterbury are going to have with Tandek on the field. Perrott out wide. Be interesting to see what they do, James.
And Phillips there as well. And Fiernett. In fact, Phillips will now have a little break, but Fiernett still out there as Steph Cummins also joins the action. Now Tandek having a little look at them, diving from distance. What a leap that is from Claire Tandek. And often she's leaps and bounds ahead of her opponents, and you're seeing it right there in the flesh.
That's right. She's always often putting other people into gaps, but this morning's open the scoreboard. Thumbs up by Claire. Takes it on the 7, off the left, and a beautiful dive about 2 or 3 metres out. That is so good to watch.
It was interesting as well, Gab, on day one. We didn't see too many even efforts, let alone tries of long-range dives on day one, which, you know, it strikes you as a little strange given that's a part of the game that, in particular for the women, has really come to the fore in the last few years.
Oh, it's definitely been a skill that's been progressive to see. Halliwell Quinn, speaking of long-range dives, they've struck straight back, East. 1-1.
Summer Halliwell Quinn going in now for the Roosters. We often see that once the floodgates open. They open for both sides, so to speak.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see on the replay here. So she literally just they pull out of the touch a little bit, and it's just that footwork and speed that gets Halliwell Quinn over the line there. She'll be happy with that one, Summer. Yeah, beautiful
no chance
dive
for Cummins to try and get there in time. Just too much pace from Halliwell Quinn. So all locked up once more. It's already gone along quite a rapid pace. We've had a third of this game already. 30-minute matches, no halftime breaks. As Law pops a little pass here for Millie Barnes, getting her first taste of the action. Crawford back for Law, sending it wide. Perfect pass from Law, but they just got there in time. Otherwise, Keely Silver was in for a second for the Dogs. Back to the 7 they go now. Chung down a short side. Very late release there for Law. Well marked up from the Roosters.
And they won't be disappointed with that finish. Obviously, there's a little chance there for Keely Silver out wide, but they finish it in the corner, and they'll be pushing up here in defence there. You can see Crawford trying not to let them get to their box before chewing up some touches.
So they'll head a little bit wider still, though, with Maddie Studden. And cycling the ball back towards the middle. Good subset here from the Roosters. The momentum continues up over halfway. Now Slattery joins the action. Easy pickings here for the Roosters. They start to tear them apart back through the middle. It was looking nice there for Davis. Slattery might still have a few tricks up her sleeve, though. Oh, she was looking for the winger, and in fairness, she should have been there, but the subset was still in action, and unfortunately for Abby Bonnick, she couldn't get there in time.
No, the hands are kind of up in the air, but I think maybe there was a confusion in the sub box, and she got there late, but as we said, when Bella Slattery's on, you've always got to be watching.
The Dogs here just trying to work it away from their own end. Roosters coming up with a high aggressive push, just trying to trap them down this end. Mutual infringement call there, so play on.
Yeah, and they've already chewed up 3. This will be coming into the 4th touch, James. So you can see now they've got a penalty, and that's reward for effort in the defence by the Roosters.
Well, the pressure mounts, and there is the turnover. So the Roosters with a really good chance now to go back-to-back in terms of those tries and poke their nose in front for the first time in this one. Slattery still on deck. Keep a close eye on the number 5. Here she is now. Popping a little pass here.
Oh, Tomasiu, she's gone straight through. Another dive.
Well, that was too easy in the end. It kind of just opened up out of nothing there because Slattery wasn't really putting the foot down, simply offloaded it, and then it was an easy passage for Tomasiu.
Yeah, you'll see on the replay here when it comes up that they were kind of concentrating on Bella, and then she just offloaded to the number 44, Davis, who was just a simple 3-on-2. Thomas Hugh hit the hole, and off she went. She won't score an easier try than that, James.
It's Sailor Parent who got a little bit too interested in Davis there, just jamming in. And it's probably one of those plays where she would go, well, look, I've got the speed. I can potentially cover both at once. But when you're hitting a line that well and at pace, good luck being even Usain Bolt and trying to chase them down. So now it's picked up here from Tandek, operating through the middle. Great strike dump there. I thought there might have been a little bit of extra pressure from Roosters as well. Yes, there is.
Yeah.
Cummins was just knocked to her feet a touch.
And I know Ruby Thomas, you'll be very happy you said she can outrun Usain Bolt as well. I'll let her know.
Well, I think 9.59, that's the mark she's got to beat. Cast your mind back a few years ago, Logan Flanagan, who typically plays with Canterbury, she certainly went the length of the field. So there is some form amongst the likes of Roosters and Dogs, and there's some great footwork there from Keely Silver, nearly getting to the line.
Yeah, she's nearly snuck through there, off the left and a dive, but up to the task there, the Roosters winger.
Cummins, draw and pass here for Perrott. Lovely catch and pass herself. And now there's a bit of space out wide here for Enright Bullock. Now play it quickly. Cummins for Perrott. Now Law. Phillips out there as well. Phillips rolls it down. Now Law once more. Oh, there was a lovely little late switch there with the angle change. And I think they confused everybody, including the Roosters, but themselves as well.
Yeah, I agree. There was one coming in, one going around the side. But again, last touch, so they might as well have a go. Finishing it in their corner. And you see here again this push defence. Now, Roosters need to be looking at getting this subset right, James.
So up towards halfway they go as we approach the halfway point in this match. Now floated out the Roosters from left to right. Now a bit of room to move on. There was a chance to just release that. You can hear the groans from the grandstand through the Atmos mic.
Yeah, I think they saw what we saw. But again, experienced campaigner Keely Silver, she kind of got up in the channel and made it difficult to throw the pass.
Now Cummins back for Law. It's a nice little war of attrition almost that's building here. It's just end-to-end stuff. So they keep cycling the footy here, the Dogs. Chung onto the field now. Crawford brings it forward, drops it down. Chung at first receiver. High press from the Roosters. Quick release from Chong, though. Now once more for Fearnet. Chung. Oh, and that was a tough one to throw there for Lauren Thorne. She was under pressure. Wanted to make sure the footy was staying alive, but sometimes you just need to take the touch.
Yeah, they still had one up their sleeve there. They were trying a little splitter play, potentially a little bit too far out, but then trying to dish on and find some numbers out wide.
The Roosters once more marching up towards halfway. Quick release here for Bonich. Now meters on offer for Slattery, taking off and then kneeing the ball forward. Well, that's one way to get there.
Yeah, it sure was. It took a diving touch there by Fearnet. But they're playing, looks like they're going to play the touch, James.
It must have come before that ball was loose out of the grip there of Slattery. It's the only way I could imagine the Roosters still holding on to it. Slattery is an option short or somehow finds a little gap there. There wasn't much doing, but that speed and footwork she possesses nearly created something.
Yeah, and it took again a diving touch from Lauren Thorne there to save another try for the Roosters. So they need a good set here, Canterbury. They need to work it off their line. They've already managed to get one sub off and another one on, so they're taking their time to get back to full complement of players, but they want to be driving it up the field. And if you're the Roosters team, you want to be really putting a lot of pressure on here as we see Thorne take the ball straight up the middle. Another one that's played plenty of games on the big stage.
And good meters there from Thorne, followed up by Crawford. So they keep driving up over halfway now. Roosters just backpedaling a touch in this set, so it's a pretty good driving one here from the Dogs as Tandek takes off. Good speed from Tandek. Caught in the end, though, from Davis. And just a reminder, of course, this is your Raise Invest Women's Game of the Day. If you want to make your money work harder, sign up with Raise, Australia's #1 investing app, and earn a $20 reward after your first investment. It's easy. Just download the app, link your account, and start investing today as the Roosters leave it behind. But, of course, don't miss out. Join Raise and start building your wealth now. Investing with Raise carries normal investment risk. Be sure to read the PDS and TMD to understand these risks and determine if Raise is right for you. We'll see if this possession is right for the Dogs here. Right for the picking, that Roosters defence. It's still 2-1. It's a tight contest as they head back towards the middle of the field now. Perrott was looking to link up, but they didn't come her way quite far enough. Law once more will track to that left-hand side. Good carry here from Law. But yet again, Enright Bullock, on probably both teams here, the wingers have been a little bit guilty of just being a bit late to the party.
Yeah, just then it looked like we saw that a couple of minutes ago where they're kind of one's coming in, but the space is probably outside, particularly when you've got Angie Law slicing her way through behind the line.
Another penalty here for the Roosters with 12 minutes remaining, 2-1. We haven't really seen too many big scores in the Women's Premier League so far at this edition of the State Cup. It's all been reasonably tight affairs.
Yeah, and I think what's happening is there's such a focus on defence now that they know exactly what each other are going to do in their plays. As we see we'll call it a slippery hand, and it's just popped out of the hands there for the Roosters players. So that's a win for the Canterbury team. They're now getting the ball on halfway. They'll get some fresh legs on and march it up towards the line.
Good metres here from Perrott. Comes in with a late dummy, and now back towards the middle here for Fearnett. Fearnett, first receiver yet again. Cummins was there on a hip. Instead hops in an acting half. Cummins now looking for that strike dump. Gets it as well. Quick release here. Or Fearnett catch and dive in the one motion. Also had an opportunity there to just tip it on a little wider still. They'll get the penalty though, the Dogs.
Yeah, they'll get the penalty, and no doubt they'll bring on some of their strike play, see what they can manufacture. But something I've been impressed yesterday and today is the fact the teams are doing the phase play. So they're having a crack, but they're getting the ball down close to the line and just passing off the ground, James, and creating overlap once the defence is shut down. So
Fearnett, yet again here, just slowing it towards the middle. Tandek out there once more. Fearnett popping it back for Tandek. Wanted that strike dump. I feel had she gone for it with the Roosters still up in the line, she may well have been rewarded with a penalty there.
Yeah, agree. So they've still got a couple of touches here, and no doubt it'll come off Claire Tandek. They're pulling it out a long way there,
That's
James.
the longest I think I've ever seen. It's about 10 metres in retreat. As now Tandek links up with Crawford. That certainly opened up a bit of space by doing so, but now they're back onto the same mark. It's almost like watching the tap in the NRL when they take it back an extra 10 metres just to hit it up in the same spot.
Yeah, that was a little bit what it felt like there. So there must have been some plan in place. Obviously, one of their favourite plays they wanted to run and needed a little bit more distance, as we see one of the Canterbury players fall over, which creates a bit of space for the Roosters.
So inside the final 10 minutes now, 2/3 of the game done. 2-1 the score. Davis brings it forward now for the Roosters. Chung is there to meet her. Davis keeps it alive with a nice cycle of the footy. Slattery, Davis, back once more here for Studden. Davis again. This is great movement here from the Chooks with ball in hand. They'll come back here with one final crack at the line. Slattery taking off the stutter step, comes out. She's dangerous. Back for Davis. Opens up the space. Studden for the try. Oh, what a great touch. That's the best try saver so far this tournament.
That was Fearnett then, and it was Fear Not. What a great touch. That was unbelievable because there was not much doing, but as we said, Bella Slattery jinked in, jinked out. Nice late switch. Comes across. Looked like Maddie Studden was going to score for all money, and Fearnett clipped the boot.
It must have been the lightest touch, like a feather on the heel there of the boot. Here it is again, slowing down. Great shots thanks to Bar TV, and bang, right on the spot there. I think she just got maybe a fingernail onto the back of the heel.
That's all you have to get. She could have touched a hair on her leg as well. It counts. Anything in touch counts as long as you make contact. As we see an error there from Canterbury. So Roosters will get another go at the line here. We see those same three girls on. We've got Slatter, and she'll be working well with Studden.
She's the full complement. Bella Slattery has the footwork, has the pass, and certainly has the speed, as now Bowery gets involved as well. Rolls it back here for Leo. Back towards the centre they come once more here. Morton dropping it down. All that looked to be forward from Morton. That's let go. Geez, there's been a few that have favoured the Roosters so far.
They sure have, but the referees, no, they've got it. So, but yeah, there definitely have been a few flat passes, we will call them. And, yeah, it's play on here now. Canterbury have got the ball, and they're taking it up the field with Cummins, and she only knows one way, straight up the field. Speaking of flat passes, James.
Yeah, and they have picked up on that one. I must say, I think the Dogs have been a little bit more harshly done by with these forward pass calls. I think the Roosters have probably gotten away with about 5 compared to the Dogs doing 1 there and getting pinged for it straight away. Sometimes you get the rub of the green, though.
That's right. That's what happens. That's sport. We see there Bowery. Now, as I said, you just got to watch for her. She'll jink one way, and she will do a long-range dive close to the line. She'll be working with Ruby Thomasu here.
It's Bowery once more, finding Tomassiu. Hops in at acting half. Back to Bowery. Having a little look here. Wider still they go. They'll operate down a short side. Not too much doing there, though. The Dogs had 3 numbers up against the 2.
No, they'll be disappointed with this set. Unless they can get something here on the last touch, I think they'll be disappointed with this set. East, when they look back at it, they just probably didn't move the defence enough. And it was just easy pickings for Canterbury on each of those touches. They need to probably get the defence, pull wider and then come back and see what they can find up through the middle.
It's an interesting period in the game because the Dogs haven't really had a look at the line now for probably 5 or 6 minutes. We've only got 7 remaining, so if they are to try and tie this one up, I dare say it's got to be rather sooner than later. I think East are still looking perhaps a bit more likely when they do get down the other end of the field. This will help, though.
Yeah, that's just experience all day. So Claire just ran straight at the girl that made the touch, looked up at the ref when she effected the touch, and the ref said, agree, you get another penalty. You cannot buy that experience, James.
So Fearnet now brings it forward. Tandek with that leading hand, as Gambros has pointed out. Passes it across here for Kirk. Pair it out there too, so they've got the speed mixed with the smarts here of Tandek. Tandek now brings it forward, right into the line. Drop down quickly. Tandek, lovely release. Fearnet passes it on. Beautifully worked here. I think it's Enright Bullock who gets the try, but the lead-up was sublime from Canterbury. Everybody playing their part. That's a cracking team try.
And that's the phase play we were speaking about before, James. He dumps it 2 metres out, off the ground. Defenders are in all sorts. It might actually be Keely Silva. Well done, young Keely. That's a great try, and you were definitely in the right spot there. But, again, it's that phase play.
It's Tandek, too, with body on the line, scooping it up in traffic. She copped a hit for her troubles as well. But it's a great effort here from the Dogs to tie things up. 2 tries apiece, and now Slattery wants to respond. Oh, heavy touch there as well.
What's the ref looking at? No. Yeah, it's going to just be play to touch. But it's given the Canterbury time to get their defensive structures correct, as we see Slattery off the right.
Slattery with a bit of footwork, and then bang, puts down the speed. Davis linking up as well. Well, the Roosters say, whatever you can do, Dogs, we can do it just as well.
Yeah, that was classic Bella Slattery here on the replay. Stops, starts, 3-on-2. Beautiful pass from Davis out to the winger.
I think it's Bella Cable out there who's gone in for the try. Here it is again. Davis shifting on the pass. No, in fact, it's Tyler Leo who's out there on the wing. It's the number 47.
Yeah, that didn't take long for East to get back in front there, but it took some Bella Slattery brilliance there. She kind of bent her back and it thought you had her, and then she was gone.
We talked about the Tyson v. Paul fight recently, but I'll tell you right now, it's Tandek v. Slattery out here. Those two are going blow for blow, leading their teams around the pitch here at Port Macquarie. As Tandek restarts it once more. Out for Crawford. Dropping it down yet again. Tandek floating it on now for Law. Law hops in an acting half. Flat once again here for Tandek. Turns it back on the inside. Law looking for that strike dump. Gets it now. Tandek hits flat. Had she gone to Crawford in that passive link position, there's a great chance there for the Dogs. Doesn't get it wrong too often, Tandek, but I think on that occasion would have liked that opportunity once more. As Law brings it forward, digs into the line. Easy pickings, though, for Davis.
Yeah, there was a stacked short side there. They'd made a few subs late in the set and tried their hand down in that left-hand side. But look at this defence here. They know they need to get the ball back, and they need it at this end of the field, James.
So 4 minutes remaining here at Port Macquarie Regional Stadium. Top of the table clash here in Pool A. East are undefeated. The Dogs 2 from 3 coming into this one. Good meters now. 4 Roosters up over halfway. They'll pop a little pass back on the inside. Recycling it here for Sylvester. Sylvester still an option there through the middle. Receives it now. Sending it wider still on the last. They'll simply try and kill it away from the Dogs' box, and that's not a particularly poor set overall.
No, it was a good sex. The first couple of touches are under pressure, but they managed to get to their process. So we see it could be a drop ball here. No, the ref's called play on. Oh, no, he has actually come back.
I think that's almost a crowd decision there. They were up in arms.
They sure were, but that's not what Canterbury needed at this stage of the game. Second touch, trying to come out of their line. 3 minutes to go and 1 point behind on the scoreboard. So Roosters will be in no rush to take the start here.
A crucial defensive set coming up for the Dogs. Cummins out to meet them very quickly. Bowery once more. Great footwork from her. Got away from 2 of them. Beats a third here. Toying with them at the moment. It's cat and mouse stuff.
Yeah, and that's what she can do. This is where she loves it at this end of the field. She'll work with Studden here. She might try a dive. No, well defended there. It looks like Steph Cummins.
Cummins nice and strong in the touch. Bowery once more heading out to that right-hand side for Studden. Quick release. Studden now picks it up out of acting half. Bouncing off the left foot. Trying to open up a bit of space. Well marked up, though, from Phillips. And very good defensive set there from Phillips.
Yeah, it sure was, but they're going to need that because they've now got to take the ball all the way down the other end of the field. They've got just over 2 minutes, so it's now or never for the Canterbury team. If they could manufacture a penalty, as we see one now, the Roosters a little bit too eager getting up in defence, and this is the chance that Canterbury needed.
Well, they'll probably only get one more chance with the ball after this set, maybe 3 or 4 touches in total. Fearnat drops it down, and now Tandek swirling back towards the middle. That one comes free. It was just good contact there from the Roosters.
Yeah, it was. It was definitely good contact there by the Roosters player. And now just shy of 2 minutes left of this game. So as you said, James, they might get one more opportunity. But their first assignment is to stop the Roosters from scoring here.
Might even get 2. They've actually gone through that set quite quickly. So too with the Roosters with about 90 seconds on the clock. So certainly one full set. Unless, of course, a penalty or a try comes here for the Roosters, and that would certainly put the nail in the coffin. Slattery takes off. Oh, great speed. Drawing past Slattery. Individual brilliance. Sets up the try for Abby Bonnick. But Slattery, take a bow.
Just sit back and watch this and put your hands together and give her a round of applause. That was just one-on-one brilliance by Bella Slattery. As we see here, she just skips off that right foot. Times the pass perfectly, and a really good put down by Abby Bonnick. 4-2 with less than a minute to go, James. I think that's all she wrote.
The only time I've seen a bigger stand-up than that is at a date where they don't show. That was outstanding from Slattery. Banging away she went.
Have you had that often?
No. I'll tell you what, he's got a good strike rate, this young man. So now they drop it down. Let's not talk about that personal life stuff, though. Back to the footy gap. Here they come for Crawford. Out to Chung now. Straightening things up. Picked up here for Crawford. Last chance saloon for the Dogs. Turned away. It's going to be a bridge too far, but they'd love to get one more on the board as a consolation try. Crawford popping a little pass, hits the deck, and that fizzles out quite quickly.
Yeah, and it was Bella Slattery. She set up the try, and then she's there line defending, making sure that Bulldog don't cross again either. They don't need to do anything silly here, the Roosters. They should just be taking it straight up the field, running the clock down, and be happy with the performance that they've put on. We see a penalty given away. They won't be happy with that final set of the game, but the hoot is about to blow in the background, so it won't cost them in the end.
It's quite funny there from the Roosters, just deciding to throw it around for the sake of it, it seemed like. And Perrott, following in pretty similar fashion there, throws it to the middle, just looking for the Hail Mary play, but nothing coming up there. 4-2 at full time, so the Roosters continue marching forward undefeated. That streak continues at the start of day 2, and for the Dogs, I think they'll take a little bit out of that and say, look, you know, we probably didn't get the rub of the green on many occasions, and we weren't too far off the ladder leaders.
Yeah, I agree. So they might meet again tomorrow, possibly deep into the tournament. But, yeah, good win by the Roosters, but Canterbury, definitely potential there to go all the way.
So terrific scenes there for our Women's Open Raise Invest Game of the Day. We'll catch up with Kylie Hearn in just a moment. But a short break now on KO Sports for the 2024 New South Wales State Cup.
Just spare change, right? But what if you saved that spare change every time you bought a coffee? Or every time you bought something to eat? Or something to wear? And what if all that money was invested into the stock market, where it can potentially grow over time? And what if the Raise app did this for you automatically in the background of life? Round up and start investing your everyday purchases. Download the Raise app today.
We've just watched a close encounter between Canterbury and East Women's Open in the Raise Invest Game of the Day. And speaking of Raise Invest, they are our major partner at State Cup this year, and I'm with Mariella. Mariella, tell the audience, what is it, Raise Invest, and what are you all about?
Thank you, Kylie. So excited to be part of this amazing touch football community. Raise Invest is Australia's #1 micro-investing platform that allows you to invest your virtual spare change into a diversified portfolio of ETFs. All you need to do to get started is download the app, link up your spending account, and we'll do the rest for you. Don't forget to use your $20 bonus code, and you may also be eligible for an additional $20 if you refer a friend. Refer as many as you like. T's and C's apply.
It's that simple. So download the app. You get a $20 bonus fee when you just put in $5. And you know what they say? Happy investing!
You know we finally here, right? It's Friday then, it's Saturday, Sunday, what? It's Friday then, it's Saturday, Sunday, what? It's Friday, it's Saturday, Sunday. Hey, 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 go, go. What? Go, go, go. What? 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 What?
Move, get out the way, my feet wanna go dancing.
Welcome back to the 2024 New South Wales State Cup, where we've got a Women's Open A clash between the North Sydney Bears and the Wallsend Wolves. My name's Gab Rose, and I'm joined here with Jason Stanton. What's shaping up to be another good women's clash, Jace?
Yeah, should be a good matchup. Very excited to be with you in the box here, Gab. This is an interesting one for Wallsend because they've sort of been a little bit, not at their best on day one. So this will be important for them to try and really, put their mark on the competition.
It sure will. They had a trifecta yesterday. They had a win, a draw and a loss. So they got one of each yesterday. The North Sydney Bears, they had 2 losses and 1 win. So they'll be looking to get another win on the scoreboard as well. You see North Sydney got the first touch of the ball. They tried to split a play there, Jace, but didn't quite have their running meters right. They're going to set up again. We're coming into the last touch. And they've switched it back late. See what they can create. Beautiful long ball out. And they nearly got across the line in that first set. Number 33, Georgina Hooper.
Yeah, Norths is very much a developing team, but they showed yesterday with their win, I think it was against Canberra, that they do have the ability to put together, good passages of play. So Wallsend will really have to be on guard to hold them out today.
Yeah, they sure will, and they're straight into their process, as you can see, straight up the field. Done their subset, they're coming on at speed, and they'll be looking for a little strike dump here, just to settle the nerves. Straight back inside. And unfortunately that last pass was forward. But they've gone pretty much coast to coast. North Sydney will have to go back here and play the ball. And I'm imagining, Jason, they'll be looking for a rush set in defence or the push press defence.
Yeah, that's very good. Sometimes when they get a bit fatigued, the players will get on their heels a bit and roll back. But the best case scenario is to be very active in pushing up, as you can see Wallsend do here, and try and cut the yards off.
Yep. And, Jace, it's important for North Sydney to start well, isn't it, in this game? So try and get the first try on the board, or at least as we see them take a little short side raid. They won't be too unhappy with that. They've finished. They'll be lucky enough to get a penalty for throwing the ball away. No, but it's just going to be a roll ball. But they'll want to finish their sets down in this corner of the field, won't they?
Yeah, very much so. They need to do that. The other thing, I think it's Ali Chippendale with Wallsend, who's been, one of the powerhouse performers. And when you're trying to cause that upset, one of the first things you need to be able to do is make sure that, the dominant ball player of the opposition's been handled. So every time I think Zali gets the ball, I think Norths are going to have to be really focused. Yeah, they're definitely going to have to watch. And the speed that she has, Zali Chippendale, you can know what she's going to do. That's step one. But the more difficult part of the equation is actually stopping her. Yeah, well, it needs a team performance, as you know, Gavin D. You don't really want to be one-on-one. She's almost unstoppable one-on-one, but you need all 6 defenders to work together, stay connected, and help each other out if you want to try and hold her or keep her at bay. Yeah, that's exactly right. If you see Michaela Hopper there, she's gone straight through at the offside defenders, and she's drawn her team a penalty. So they'll be happy with that, North. They get another set of 6, and they're coming into the line, and we'll see what type of plays they're going to run. I haven't seen North Sydney this weekend yet, so they look like they're setting up for a little sweeper play, Jace. Yeah, I think when they get good opportunities like this, they do have the ability to put together some set plays. You see the sweeper happening again here. She's pulled out of it. That's clever. So they do have the ability there. It'd be nice if they could get an early try and really set this contest alight.
Yeah, so it looks like the 18's coming around on the switch, Lily Schneitzer, and she's gone for the dive, and I think it might be ball down, Jace. First try, North Sydney Bears, well done.
Yeah, the referee's just communicating to both. I think it might have been the other middle that's come in and saved the day, because the touch-in player was called offside. You'll see there, the middle that made the touch has been called off, but I think that the other middle came across to help, and that's why the referee's gone back. I'm not sure. It's still probably a 50-50 because it still could have gone either way.
Yeah, it was beautiful play by North Sydney there. You saw they actually did the sweep as they're doing here again, rinse, wash, repeat. And now, he went behind the line there, the ref. I thought he was going to call offside and play through. He's on his toes there, the referee on the field. He's making sure he's up with the spot. This play, third time's a charm. Let's see how they go. They've gone the option.
Winger.
Yeah.
It's a shame. Very clever, that little sequencing. They've run the sweeper 3 times. And on the third one, Gab, is that your special? That's where you'd pump the sweeper and go the other way? Is that the Gabby Marr?
Well, I'll say that I would have done that, but yeah, there's no records to show either right or wrong there. But yeah, it was a good set by North Sydney Bears. They did a really good job there, as you said. They conditioned the defence. As we come back to the play and we see Chippendale. She might look to go straight through here. Yeah, somebody's fallen over. That's not going to help their cause. And a beautiful pass out to the wing, and it looks like Tyler Brown. Johnny on the spot, and as quick as you like, goes from going to be 1-0 to the North Sydney Bears, and straight away we see it's 1-0 to Wallsend, Jace.
Yeah, Chippendale showing the class there, just out of nothing, just pin the ears back straight through. Nice, beautiful pass. She made it look easy, but that's not that easy to do, to be able to run in flat chat that way and then poise yourself and then rip a nice long ball. So that was a pretty good exhibition of skill there from Chippendale, and unfortunately Norths weren't able to hold out the first real question they were asked from Zali.
Yeah, but as you said, it's hard to stop Zali Chippendale. Good work there by North Sydney Bears, and it was a good put down by Tyler Brown, because she actually threw it out in front of her, making Tyler Brown have to dive for the ball. So it was a good catch. As we see here, they're trying again, and she's ruled 6 to go. So Tyler Brown there obviously must have, while she touched the ball, she obviously must have touched the player at the same time. So North Sydney, they've had a good start to the game. We're 5 minutes in, and predominantly they've been the ones that have been line attacking and peppering the line.
Yeah, they've showed some good variety there. We're interested to see what sort of plays they come up with, because that's down and it's 1-1.
That's more than a play. That is a try, and as you said, we are all locked up in 1-1, and it's purely a weight of possession, Jace. You just cannot give repeat sets away on your line to any teams in this competition.
Yeah, very much so. This was a quick release play where she's split and they've given it quick, and then they've been able to chain pass or to go through the hands. Normally, that's one Wallsend will have to improve their D. They want to all come in together or they all stay out. So Norths have had the run of the game, less, that one Zali Chippendale effort. Norths have been dominating this so far, apart from that.
And there's another, and she's popped it back inside. That's a beautiful pass there. Tyler Brown back inside to her link, who had to be available to get that pass back. We'll grab her number in a moment. Her long hair plait is covering it at this point, but we'll go back in. It was a beautiful pass ripped from the middle out to the winger, and she realigned the link and dived over for a try.
Yeah, gee, that was superb, wasn't it? It was almost like the North Sydney try sparked a bit of Wallsend into gear. I think it was Richards out there.
Did.
We talk about good wing play and being able to finish a try, but now I think like the modern player, they have that ability to sort of catch, almost fake the dive, pop it inside. They're more holistic now, the wingers.
Yeah, so it was the number 7 there, Chloe Allen, that came up with the try. Another beautiful pass. Jeez, it's an entertaining game. We're 7 minutes in it. It looks like this corner is the one to be in. All the action's down in this bottom left corner, or from right to left from where we're standing, Jason, but some beautiful passes being ripped out.
I think so. They're putting on a show. I wasn't expecting Norths and Wallsend to be this strong. I think Wallsend did play the Vorden Cup final, but they didn't have a good day one. So to see them coming out and, Norths sort of challenge them and then respond, it's really entertaining. Great to see.
Yep, and they've got a couple of the Presswich sisters with them in Wallsend as well, so we've just seen him run right through the line there. Speaking of that was Caitlin Presswich, but she'll have to bring the ball back to the mark. Norths get the ball on the 7-metre line. It's going from end to end at the moment, and as we said, it's only 2-1 at the moment, Wallsend over North Sydney. And here we can see that defence there. They're really trying to put pressure on them now there. That was a good run, straightened up by Schneitzer. See the number 40, so a beautiful pass before. Visca. Looks they're pointing fingers. They're going to look for a strike dump here, the number 24. Chloe Thomas. Looks like she's going to phase it and try and go again here, Jace. There's Thomas, and she's
Got her.
through and try. Well done, Chloe Thomas. Put it on a platter for Melissa Visca. We are all drawn up at 2-2.
The North Sydney Bears, where was this on day one? Was it a different team yesterday? Maybe it was not North Sydney yesterday, because this is amazing play. We saw the sweeper. We saw the quick release. Now we're seeing the scoop gab. They're throwing everything at Wallsend.
They are. Well, they've got nothing to lose, do they?
Oh, very much so. And this is almost a different team to the North Sydney we saw on day one.
And good to see. We're all locked up at 2-2 as we see. We've got Chippendale back on the field. Let's see what... a little in and away, but a great touch there. That was Lucy Collard. Had to make it as well, or Chippendale was away. We see here she's coming through the middle. She's looking in, she's looking out. And we've got an intercept there by Schneitzer, and she's streaking away from them here, Jace. Is she going to go all the way? She's getting monstered by a couple of those Wallsend players.
Wow.
Great run. That try line just could not come quick enough for her.
We're off to the races. She almost got there. She got 63 metres. Almost there. What a run.
She might want to sub, but the ball's coming back away. Oh, and unfortunately for North Sydney Bears, they've dropped the ball there early on the touch, and so they're going to have to defend here. That woman in question, they're coming straight to her side, knowing that she would be fatigued after that amazing intercept run.
Yeah, well, the intercept was amazing, like in terms of the run, but what was as important or more important was she saved the try. Zali Chippendale had created the overlap, and she sort of snuffed out the try and then almost run the length. Great effort.
So they've had to knock the ball down there, so Wallsend have got a fresh set of 6 on the line. They're taking the first touch about 7 metres out, taking off from half, looking back inside. She had to affect that touch, and she did so. So we're 2 touches in. What do you reckon Wallsend will throw at him here, Jace?
I think they were setting up for like a middle dump, maybe with the link maybe coming charging on. They're actually running a quick release, so they proved me wrong on that occasion. But I think when they run into the line, they looked a bit better. That's where Zali looked good earlier, so almost like maybe a bump and run or, a play running into the line.
Yeah,
I think is where they probably look good.
So North have done a really good job there. They've defended. So these players that are on at the minute, they will be wanting to get off as soon as they can if possible, but there's no chance of it here at the moment. They've already chewed into half the set, and that was a flat pass there by North Sydney, but it's play on. We'll go with the referee's call as we're straight on the halfway mark, coming into last touch. They just need to finish it in this corner. There we go. That's going to be a better end to the set. So whilst they didn't get it all the way down to the Wallsend line, they got it over halfway and completed the set, Jace.
Yeah, and this is that period we were talking about, I think, on day one, where we've got almost like the 3 segments in the game, and that first 10 minutes is out of the way. Now we'll get a little bit of fatigue. Yep. Maybe the nerves are out. Maybe the second wind kicks in. So sometimes the second 10 minutes can be very different to the first.
Yeah, and we'll see here the 2 Prestwich stitches working together there, and the number 88 and 99. That was Caitlin with the ball there. Rips it out. Nearly the ref got in the way, but Tyler Brown did a good job taking that pass. Refs are talking about something, but it's play on at this stage. Here we see Prestwich coming back on the sweep, and they might drop it back inside. And another great touch by North Sydney Bears. They are showing some really good pride in their line, Jace.
I think so. Those static type plays that Wallsend have been running, North Sydney seem to be handling quite well. So that's maybe something in the Wallsend box where they're looking at it saying, well, how did Zali set up, try 1? How was try number 2 scored? And maybe look for more of a running game. But North seem to have a good handle on those static plays, which is great work by them. Again, a big improvement in their defence from day 1 to day 2.
Yeah, it sure is. And we see them here marching up towards the line. We've got the number 24 there, and we saw her in action earlier on setting up a try, Chloe Thomas. So no doubt she'll be one to look for here. Working with Visca. And then we've got the 37. We've got Geordie Parsonage. Oh, and
away.
Speaking of intercepts, again, they're taking him from long range out. She's giving it to Stevie Botham, and she can run. This is going to be a great foot race. She's going to have to dive to get her, and she's done it. 6 to go. Yeah, still 6 to go. Great touch there.
What
Looks like Georgina Hopper. Stevie Botham, she was off for the money. She's come back to play the ball, giving her team time to set up. But, yeah, Georgina Hopper, what a touch. Saved your team a try there.
It's end-to-end, isn't it? We're using the full 70 metres. It's action aplenty here at the stadium field. What a game.
We sure are, as we see Chippendale in the action one-on-one. Speaking of that, just too much space, too much speed in the footwork, and easy does it for Zali Chippendale to give her team the lead.
Yeah, too classy there. The old stop-start there. It almost looked like there wasn't a lot on. Zali Chippendale walked the defender in towards the middle of the field, really opening up. And, you know, we spoke about, I think, right at the top of the game, Zali could be the difference. And if Norths can get a handle on, defending her, there'll be a good chance to stay in this one.
Yeah, it's very hard one-on-one with space with players of her ability. We saw it in the last game with Bella Slattery. Some of these young female stars of our game, Jace, like they're exciting to watch, aren't they? They've got all the skills.
And I think part of that, you know, trying to defend a really classy player as a team rather than one-on-one, that was a perfect example of where we've got the defender with a good, 15 metres trying to handle Zali, where all the 6 defenders could have been helping and doing it together.
Yep.
So that's a good example of that isolation or that one-on-one attack.
So they gave a penalty away there, North Sydney Bears, which meant that Wallsend Wolves were able to just march it up the field. So they're going to get some fresh legs on here. They've got 3 touches still up their sleeve. We'll be looking to see what play they're going to run here. Referees are talking about something in the side, but it's play on for the moment. They got their full complement. Yesterday, as we said, Jace, some teams had 7 on, some teams had 5, but both teams have got 6 on 6 here at the minute, and they've got an overlap out here, and she dummies to the overlap, goes straight through. It looked like the number 4, Ava Forster.
Yeah, again, we're seeing that running play coming into the line. That's where Wallsend is strong, and that's what they'll need to do more of to go deep in this competition. You'll see on the replay there, straight off the ground and running into it. So we've got those static plays where you have that quick release to the person that's been touched or the person that's dumping. Then we've got these sorts of running plays where you're giving it to someone on the run, and Wallsend definitely, I think that's their strength.
Yeah, and you called it a few minutes ago saying that the running game for a team that's young and fit and fast is always going to be a good option for them. And their coach over in the box there, Nat Little, very experienced campaigner. I'm sure she noticed that as well, and we'll probably see that over the next 10 minutes, Jace.
Yeah, so this is North's chance to try and get one back. Would you run the sweeper again now? You had a bit of success with it. What would you do here?
Well, I would, because it looks at the minute to be their best play. It looks like they're going to go back and look like they're going to go out, and they're coming back into the blind side. They tried that one earlier in the game, but yeah, I think that set where they tried to condition him a couple of times and then go back against the grain was probably where they had the most success.
I've got another runaway.
Yeah, it's Tyler Brown, and good luck catching her, because she is striding away the number 6 for the Wallsend Wolves. I've seen that plenty of time, and that's unfortunate. It was just a little trick play down the side, and you cannot afford to, a lapse in concentration for even a millisecond in this game, Jason.
Yeah, it sort of was out of nothing. It was, they made the turnover, and it was just going to be an easy one-up, and then the winger came in, and then, like you said, you just take your concentration off for a split second, and someone's running 70 metres for a try, but it's definitely end-to-end, isn't it?
It was an old buddy return down the wing off the first play. I've seen that for a while. Bring it back, I say.
We have seen some retro plays. This could be the year of the retro. I saw a couple of late switches yesterday. I think it's a little bit of 80s and 90s about this year.
Love it. We might be back out there before you know it, Jace.
Yeah, I might need to see if I can get the dust off the boots one more year.
As we return to the action, we've got the North Sydney Bears here again, getting a chance at line attack, and they've got that woman, Chloe Thomas, and she's the one to look for in this team. She's got the ball in hand now. She's going out, she's going in. A beautiful cutout. And it took a great touch from the winger, but unfortunately for the North Sydney Bears, it's been called forward. But she's been good, Chloe Thomas, and one to watch.
Yeah, there's a lot of talent coming through, and the thing that's changed a bit, Gab, is in sort of the past it would be, this person's one to watch over the next few years. It seems to be the transition's a lot quicker now. You see someone in 18s or 20s, then within like a 12-month period, they're on the big stage Premier League performing well. So seems to be a lot of a much faster transition, I guess, for our players coming through.
As we see a fly play there from Wallsend Wolves, it's been run perfectly. Stevie Botham there had to sidestep the ref, but just play on. And we got out here, they got 3 on 2, but well defended there over by the link for North Sydney. Oh, and another great diving touch. So they're still in the game here, North Sydney Bears. We've got about 12 minutes to go. Score is 5-2. They'll want to be next to score, and you can see here Wallsend are turning the screws, aren't they? They're trying to keep them in their own half. Yeah,
Wallsend have got to really go another step from what we saw on day one, and this is where they'll be looking to do it. If they can get maybe 2 or 3 late tries and finish this one 8-2, that would be a good springboard into the rest of the event. Yeah. From the North's point of view, they've got to stick with them. They've got to hang in there, because it's a much improved performance by them.
Yeah, they've got to get over there on their bike. There was short of numbers over there, North Sydney, but they managed to snuff out any opportunity. As we see here, Chippendale back in the action. She's got the ball in hand now, and we spoke about it before. She's got space. It might be that late switch you were just talking about, Jace, but she's dummied to the switcher, which was Botham, and ball in hand back now. Working well. They're trying to get 2 defenders up. Here we see the wrap, and again we've got space and a beautiful cutout. Might have come off the hands of the North Sydney person and skewed out the side, but that's that running game again, Jason.
Yeah, that's when they look strong. So I think it's going to be interesting. Wallsend, I'd like to see coming into tomorrow, into the quarterfinal, whether they're able to make those adjustments and run their higher percentage plays.
Got a little basketball over the top there by Fitzpatrick. Over to Chippendale. Have to go back to the 7 to play the ball. We've got Fitzpatrick working with Chippendale. They're coming for a blindside sweep. I dare say they'll go back to the open. And that's the pass she was looking for before. And you just...
Blue ribbon, wasn't it? Classy.
Just clap your hands on that one. That's just too good by Zali Chippendale and the Wallsend Wolves.
Yeah, they definitely executed that very well. And these extra 2 or 3 tries they need. On that occasion, it was actually the static quick release. But look at that pass. And just so flat, Gab, it's a hard thing to do. Like, she's running full pace in. She's really got to rip that and rotate the hips around to get that to stay backwards. So
yeah,
she's making a very complicated skill look very easy.
Yeah, and it was Heidi Richards that stood her ground out wide, and all she had to do was catch it and put it down. She won't get an easier one than that. But yeah, an excellent constructed try there by Wallsend. See North Sydney coming on the sweep here. We've got Michaela Hopper working through it. Took a good touch by Wallsend. Wolves there. And caught with dummy half. So Wallsend will get the ball here. They'll be in no rush. They'll set their line and take it up the field. But they're peppering the line, North Sydney Bears, Jason, giving themselves some opportunity to score.
Yeah, I'd like to. If you can, if you're at home, you can watch that back on replay a bit later. But when you run that sweeper play and you're going to dummy and go the other way, you want to be doing it towards the centre of the field or towards the top of the screen. We'll come back to that. We've got another try.
She might be dummy half there. She's passed it back in. We'll have a look at that on the replay. But another easy try up on the other side this time. So we'll see if it was a little trick play with their box or it was just a matter of numbering up wrong for the North Sydney Bears. No, she was acting half straight through. Another old trick play.
Yeah, I think so. We've seen lots of open footy, so it is very entertaining. And Wallsend, they've got those 2 extras we spoke about. They'll be looking for 1 more. They're really trying to finish the game with the wind in their sail, so to speak.
Yeah, you called it. It might be an 8-2, and you're still in with a chance here, Jace. We've got 9 minutes to go, 7-2 to Wallsend at this point. There we see Thomas driving it in on the sweep play for Schneitzer, and I think he might call ball down, is he?
I don't think the defender got back to the line, so good call from the referee.
Well done. And that's that sweep play. That's the one where they've had success, Jace, you see on the replay.
That's the one. So you'll see how the dumps in the middle or towards the top of the screen to open up the bottom.
Yep.
So what I was trying to refer to before was when they ran the sweeper and they dummied, it was a really tight blind side. So generally, these sorts of sweep plays, you want to sort of be almost dead centre in the field, or push it to one side. So I think that space is important, and that was a really good reward for North because they have peppered the line you've mentioned a few times. So good reward for them.
Yeah, and she's got a good dive, Lily. So the number 18 for the North Sydney Bears. So it's been a good reward for her and for the effort they're doing. As we see Chippendale off that right again. Beautiful pass at Stevie Botham. They run that J line and they just hit straight back. Beautiful try.
Yeah, Zali Chippendale, I think lots of superlatives to try and sort of describe her game because she definitely has the complete game, scooping, passing. We're seeing this occasion she's running onto it. That's their strongest play by far. Yep. If you have the dump without Zali in it, then her coming onto it like that, that's where I think Wallsend are at their strongest. Nice little skip step and the long ball, that's the full repertoire of skills, isn't it?
Yep, and I love that she throws the ball in front of the player, so they have to run onto the ball over the line to catch it and score. So, as you said before, Jace, it's not an easy skill, but she makes it look very simple.
Yeah. So for the younger players watching, what Gab's talking about there is when you scoop and you're trying to hit the winger, instinctively you'll look at your player and throw the ball to them. That's generally how you play footy. As you come up and you get into the reps and the game gets faster, you need to throw it in front to get the try. So it's a bit of an advanced skill there, so something you can work on. We're away again.
Yeah, that looks like Tyler Brown down that left wing this time. She switched sides and still come up with the same result. So they're clocking up their steps and the points on the scoreboard at the moment, Wallsend. And again, it was Zali Chippendale just dished off to the winger into space. And they've got such speed out wide, Jace, you'll see on the replay.
Yeah, it's just speed. Here it's nice and easy, drawing the winger to come in and then down the sideliner. Can we get some sort of GPS tracking on the referees? Because it's 70 metres, it's end to end, it's in. These referees are, what are they on now? 7Ks, 8Ks?
Yeah. they would clock up a lot of kilometres over the course of the day. And we've got to remember, a lot of that running is backwards as well. So the workload they do during a day, all our referees, is amazing.
Oh, they're working so hard. I'm getting tired watching. Can someone get me a bowl of water? This is hard work.
All right, so we've got Thomas at acting half there, working well. They might, well defended there.
That's a try, I think. No. Oh, sorry. I called off too early. I thought the defender might have left the line early.
Yeah. And the defender Prestwich, she's been called to come up off the line. The referee on the far side is telling her to move up. So we'll watch for that in a minute. Oh, and that's a basketball flip over the top and nearly with success there for Schneitzer. She scored a try earlier and looking to have a try assist there. But not to be, forward or late, take your pick.
Yeah, it was the right idea there. Lily's showing a really good sort of vision on the field, not so much just straight skill, which she's got, but she's also seems to have a good awareness of where the defenders are. So, yeah, definitely she's one that we'll have to keep our eyes on.
Yeah, she's had a good game and combining well with Chloe Thomas. Another blindside play between the sisters there. We've seen that one before. So, but yeah, as you called here in the box, Jace, forward pass. So North Sydney will get the ball about 7 or 8 metres into the Wallsend half, and they'll be looking to see what they can create down this end of the field. And we've still got 5.5 minutes left. The score's 9-3 currently.
Yeah, so I think that there's East Canterbury and Manly would be the three obvious ones in this division, but I think Wallsend. Oh, look at this. We'll come back to that. Look at that. Great hands.
Talking about Lily there, she's just given an offload there to her winger, who all she had to do was catch and put the ball down. She's done that perfectly in another try with a big smile on the face as she runs towards the sideline for North Sydney.
And this is a really good play here. We've seen that the play coming onto that middle dump, the link charging onto it, then really good hands. Like that try was made again by Lily's quick hands because the winger was coming in to defend it. You'll see the winger coming into screen to save it, but just the hands were too quick, and again a good reward for North. But in this women's division, Gab, there's Wallsend and maybe Northern Beaches, which are sort of on the fringe that we're sort of thinking, oh, could they, sort of cause some issues? Because you've got Newcastle, Manly, East Canterbury were the obvious ones, but Wallsend will be looking to upset them tomorrow.
They sure would, and anything can happen when you got Zali Chippendale in your team. She's got the ball in hand now, and the try scorer for Northern Suburbs was Georgina Hopper, and that was the same lady that saved the try down the other end off the intercept. So we see a step back inside, well defended there, the number 25. We had Michaela Hopper, and now her team gets the ball back. But you're right, Jace, there's definitely, 3 or 4 teams that would probably be considered the favourites in this tournament, but those ones that just behind, they might have called that forward. No, they've called play on. That one would have been forward if she'd passed that, so luckily it was a dummy there to Schneitzer, and then she's moving in here. Looks like she's working with Thomas again. Here they go. She might go for the strike dump. Moving on here. This is a good set for North Sydney here. They've still got one touch up their sleeve. Probably need to strike dump there, Jace.
Yeah, they wanted to try and do something on the back of the run, but with the Newcastle club, what's a bit of a challenge that I'd sort of want to put down to them is that the men's and women's have definitely come out on day one and said, yeah, we're here to play, we can play.
Yep.
What I want to challenge them with is whether we can transit that through to day 2, day 3, because that's what we didn't see in previous tournaments. So I think they've showed some really exciting play on day 1, and I'd love to see them, even go another level again and be contesting the finals come Sunday.
And that's the beauty of State Cup. It is a 3-day tournament. And you don't win it on day 1, but you can certainly lose it. But as you said, they've both put themselves in good positions in the Newcastle club. But it's day 2 and day 3 when the legs are tired and the competition heats up that, you've got to bring your A game every single time.
I think so. Well, in Newcastle, both men's and women's, I'd have them in both divisions top 2 if you assess day 1.
Yep.
And now let's see whether they can go another level, which I'd love to see. Sort of the club's been performing so well. I'd love to see them go that next step.
Yeah, so back to the action here. We've got North Sydney Bears just couldn't complete their set there. They got a little confused coming on and off the field. So Wallsend have got the ball. Botham there was at acting half, working. It looks like it's going to be straight through there. Nope, it's going to be 6 to go. First touch, so not too much damage there by North Sydney. We had Estelle Nicholas working here at acting half. She's working with Prestwich. Dishing off to her sister. We'll see what play. They may not want to show too much here, Wallsend. There's a couple of minutes to go. And, of course, teams will go back onto the KO freebies and be watching these games and see what they can pick up, any tips as to what they can do playing these teams. We go back towards the blind side, little Boyle trail play, and, yeah, you can watch that all you like, but you still got to be tied in. That was Kaya Little there, getting an easy try to take the score out to 10-4.
You just said don't show too much. They just showed another play.
Yep.
I think that's one they probably should have kept for Sunday, but you'll see that a beautiful trail line there. Again, it's the running play, so... Yep. I know I'm sort of labouring the point too much, but they just look so strong, Gab, when they do these running plays into the line as opposed to statics.
Yeah.
And it's 10-4 now, but I think, to be fair to Norths, 3 or 4 of those tries from Zali that she put on, if they were able to contain her, this game's fairly evenly matched. Yeah.
Here we see Schleitzer again, and it's play on, and she's thrown the cutout. She's got all the skills, Lily. She's going to actually get a penalty there for being offside, for somebody from Wallsend being offside. So, whilst it's not a try, they're going to get another set of 6 here, and they'll be definitely wanting to try and get another try with about a minute left on the clock. Are you calling the sweep play?
Well, I would run it. I'd run it for sure. Here it comes. Lily around the back.
Yeah, here we go. Oh, they've got caught up in the ruck there. She's come back to the blind side. They've still got time. They've got about, a bit shy of a minute, about 45 seconds left. A few fingers pointing. Oh, it might be a little rooster play through.
Oh, winger. Next time.
Yeah, 6 to go.
Yeah, so definitely lots of encouraging signs there from the northern suburbs. I like what I'm seeing here today. And Wallsend definitely have taken that step forward that they needed to do after yesterday's loss to the Northern Renegades. Long ball.
Yeah, you've caught it.
Forward maybe, bad luck.
Come on, Rex. That looked beautiful. But you've called it correctly. It was forward, but it was that sweep player again, and they definitely should be going back to the well in the remaining games this afternoon, Jace.
I think so. North's are definitely showing some improvement. If they keep improving each game, it's a long tournament. It's a little bit scary to think where you might end up. So, good contest.
Yeah, we hear the hooter in the background there. So we've got a convincing win to Wallsend, and as you said, they're definitely a team to watch. But North Sydney or Northern Suburbs, great effort today on the main stadium, and no doubt you'll be in action later on today. So stay with the action on KO Freebie. Coming up after the break. NC's clash between Mudgee and Bankstown.
You know we finally here, right? Well, it's Friday then, it's Saturday, Sunday, what? It's Friday then, it's Saturday, Sunday, what? It's Friday again, it's Saturday,
Please explain.
Yeah, beauty.
Get out the way, my feet wanna go dancing.
Boss, you know we finally here, right? Well, it's Friday then, it's Saturday, Sunday, what? It's Friday then, it's Saturday, Sunday, what? It's Friday again, it's Saturday,
And here we are back at Port Macquarie for the New South Wales State Cup. We've got a fixture in the men's seniors division between Mudgee and Bankstown. Gabro's here with my partner in crime and good friend Carly Banks. How are you going today, Carly?
Yeah, going well, Gab. What a wonderful day again. Port Macquarie's turned on for us.
They sure have, and it'll be an interesting clash, this one, the men's seniors. We watched a few of these yesterday on the main stadium, and they were always very entertaining. So it looks like Bankstown are going to start with the ball, and we just noticed a familiar name in the Bankstown team that's been in the commentary box this weekend already in the number 34 for Bankstown, Nathan Loveday.
Yeah, caught up with him yesterday afternoon as I was leaving the stadium, Gab, and he's really enjoying his touch, and yeah, he says he's got the boys primed and ready to go, so we'll see what they can produce.
See if he can back it up, Carly, hey? He's out in the action here, so he's going to get the ball now. He's number 34 there, Loveday, and they're just taking it straight down the field, and be interesting to see how this one goes and who strikes first, Carly. There we see Loveday. They're coming back a short side. He might get the opening try. They've gone behind the line, Mudgee there, but late pass called by the referee, so they've survived the first set, Mudgee, and that looks like they'll be bringing it straight back to their box, Carly.
Yeah, definitely, and nice exit to begin the game here for Mudgee. Nice safe three. They're over halfway, and yeah, looking at that latch, and really disciplined start for the Mudgee Mudcrabs.
Yeah, and sometimes in that opening sets, Carly, as we see here, the number 17, Matthew Traynor. Oh, lovely little flick pass. He's created an overlap, another little out the back, and it's could be 6 to go here. And what an enterprising end to that first set.
Yeah, really good. We had a little bit of everything there, a lot of discipline in the first three, getting the ball to the box safely, running the ball out well, nice little flick pass, and yeah, really enterprising start here from Mudgee.
Yeah, well done, Mudgee. They're coming into the line here, so played the ball right on the 7, and that's Traynor. We spoke about him before, and he's got skill and he's fast on his feet, and they've got another 6 to go. So whilst the defence is good from Bankstown, Mudgee won't be too disappointed in this first 2 minutes.
Yeah, he looks like a likely customer, doesn't he, the number 17. He's bobbing up everywhere. He's good on his feet, got good ball skills, and yeah, we expect him to feature pretty prominently here, Gab.
Yeah, ball in hand again there for Traynor. He's working with the number 7 out. Laurie coming through out the back, and he's going to go long, he's going to go short, and that man we just spoke about, Carly, Matthew Traynor, you have scored the first try for your team. 1-0 to Mudgee. Run us through that one.
Yeah, really liked the way that Mudgee used that repeat set. You know, they check the ball back and forwards, and the ball play goes right to the line here, the number 4. Nice, subtle little play in behind the defence, and that's not easy to do, Gab, and that's the real trait of someone who's a quality ball player. So well done to number 4, Paul Bryant, going to the line on that one, and yeah, good to see Traynor get a try for all his industry earlier on in the set.
Yeah, sure is. So it's 1-0. We're 3 minutes into the game, and it's Mudgee over Bankstown 1-0. Bankstown will get a first crack at the line down here. So we've got Patrick Mackay working there, the number 4 for Bankstown. They've got to get back behind him, or they can't pass the ball to them. So they're going backwards to go forwards here, Carly. See him behind the line, Mudgee again. Little flick pass. We've already seen about 3 flick passes in the first 4 minutes.
Yeah, we generally see that in the men's seniors, Gab. Throw back to our era, I suppose, when there were a lot more ball players who sort of threw the ball around with a bit of abandon. So nice to see that type of subtlety and skill in the game.
They must have heard us talking before the coverage there, Carly. We were talking about your own, I was going to say infamous, but I'll say famous flick pass. One of the many skills of Carly Banks was a very good ball skills and flick passes. We return to the action here. on the main stadium. Bankstown have got a penalty here, so they'll get the ball about 7 or 8 metres shy of halfway. And they need a good set here. Oh, great step there by Mackay. Well handled there in the end. He's just going to drive the ball up, and there's a good little 2-on-1 situation, but pointing fingers, seeing which way he wants his outside players to go. And he looks like a man to watch here, Patrick Mackay for Bankstown.
Yeah, I think Bankstown have got to be a little bit more decisive, with the ball in here. They're sort of catching the ball and then making a decision about what they're doing. They're slowing it up, and I have a feeling that that's playing into the hands of Mudgee very well, because they can set their defensive line and be ready for what's coming.
That's that man we were talking about for Mackay. Was working there with the number 2, Ben Hodgson, but a long pass, but it didn't find its recipient on that occasion, as we see drop it back.
Yep, and conversely we see Mudgee wanting to get on with it, getting over the ball fast. Their transitions are good, they're inch perfect to the sideline. They're a very well disciplined side here. They're creating a lot of back end flow, and they obtain the penalty there for and in the ruck there from Mudgee, from Bankstown. So if I'm over in that Bankstown box, I'm probably wanting the guys to play a little bit more up tempo when they have the footy in their hands, so that that field position battle doesn't get away from them.
Yeah, as you said, they just feel like they're in a higher gear at the moment, Mudgee. They're running hard, they're running straight at the defenders and drawing penalties, as we see there. That's Thomas Barlesley working it in there. He's working with Andrew Laurie. Laurie's got the ball. He's dished off to Paul Bryant. We saw him earlier with some good ball skills, so we've seen it looks like Trainer coming in. So it's the 3 again. They're working. They're going behind the line. He's going to call a late pass, or are we going to give a penalty for offside?
Yeah.
He was very patient there, Paul Bryant, wasn't he?
Yeah,
Trying to find the correct runner, and he's got a penalty for his team.
Yeah, you're very right there, Gab. He seems like a very composed customer, takes his time and sort of sums things up really well, doesn't panic. You see him directing the play out there. He's, obviously, a real orchestrator with this attack.
Yeah, and these are the 3 to watch that are on now. So we've got Laurie, and we've got Trainer, and they're working with Brian. As we're going to see a little, they're looking for a short side, a punish as we call it, but the link was up to the task there. He's very strong in the pre-touch, Carly.
Yep, definitely. And see, the key for Mudgee is not to get too frustrated. Nice play.
Done it again. Rinse, wash, repeat, but this time with Andrew Laurie. So it's definitely Paul Bryant with the slick ball skills here.
Yeah, he's got some subtle ball playing ability about him, doesn't he, Gab? And, he orchestrated that set. The only thing that could put Mudgee off the game is this sort of stop-start style that sort of Bankstown are playing. It's sort of helping them a little bit to hold them up on the line, but eventually you just get that feeling that, when they're set, they can hit the go button. And, I'm still of the opinion, I think Bankstown need to play up tempo. I know it's hot and it's hard and it's very easy for us here in the commentary box.
It is.
I think that's going to be something that they'll need to do if they're going to be able to, rattle the cage here with this Mudgee side that's very composed.
And that was Nathan Loveday there for Bankstown. But as you said, first 6 minutes in this game, I've been extremely impressed with Mudgee and their composure and their speed of play. So, but you're right, there's another 24, 25 minutes to go. It is hard to keep up for the entire time. And as Bankstown, they don't want to get rattled. There's plenty of time on the clock as we see Loveday look to nearly headbutt his way through, and he's gone down there.
Hopefully he's okay there.
He might have just copped an accidental...
Yeah, he's just going off the back there.
It looked like it might be in his throat. He's touching his head there, Nathan, but it was all accident. The defender just came in to make the touch, and they just got caught up awkwardly. We'll see here, we're going back. They're trying, you can see here now, they're trying to get some momentum with their defence, Bankstown, Carly.
That's better from them, and they've worked it out. If they can just make these touches a little bit more in front, try and be a little bit cleaner through that ruck, they'll give themselves a chance. And,
looks like Luke Heckendorf down on the sideline here, and the Mudgee, they're showing some good concern for him. It looks like he's
all these
copped a knock in the jaw there.
Yeah, one of our preeminent referees, Luke Heckendorf, and it looks like our former touch employees are copying it. Maybe some of these players have got a bit of an axe to grind, Gab. No.
Possibly.
No, all jokes. Two of the nicest guys in the game that you'll ever see, Luke Heckendorf and Nathan. So hopefully both of them will be okay. We'll keep an eye on them and we'll get back to you viewers.
We will. So Nathan's back in his sub box, and Luke's still out here on the left wing, but he is still holding his jaw, so let's hope that he is okay. But returning back to the action, we've got Bunchy with the ball. Coming up to the line, we've got the number 6, Jeremy Doherty, in a beautiful pass. He's called it forward, yep. Otherwise, Jacob Parslow was in for a try, but very enterprising, but forward there.
Yeah, another nice play. Like, they won't be too unhappy, will they, Gab? I mean, it was the right play. It was just the execution was a little off. And this is better from Bankstown, trucking the ball to the box. They're there on 2. Let's see if they get over halfway on 3, and here comes the latch.
Yeah, this is definitely the best set we've seen from them in the first 8 minutes of this clash, and it's going to give themselves an opportunity. I thought they were going to run a little fly play there, but they've gone for the strike dump.
Here we go.
Oh, and he's sliced straight through.
No, he's acting half.
Yeah, he's definitely acting half if they go to award that try. Now, the referee on here, it was Ben Hodge, and he shot out like a rocket. And
yeah, really well picked up here by the referee on the far sideline. Just gave his on-field referee a little bit of a cue up there, and got the right result in the end.
So you can see, Carly, just probably in the last 30, 40 seconds, this game has really gone to the next level. So as we see there, we've got Laurie working with Trainer. He's called play on.
Wow.
And we've seen Thomas Barrasley. And again, that same group of people, they're getting on. The ref called play through there, and you'll be able to run our viewers at home through it, Carly, on what's happened here.
Yeah, I think Bankstown will feel a little bit hard done by, but I think that's Ant Smith out there who's refereeing. No, it isn't. He's made the call. He's just sort of done a bit of a play on there. Like didn't say he made 7, and that's probably fair. The first offender was offside, and good listening from Mudgee with the play on, and and a try there. And Bankstown need to just stay in this. Now, Gab, because that call probably could have gone either way. They have to keep their spirits up here, and they have to keep running. This is the thing, they keep slowing it up. It's just allowing Mudgee to get themselves composed and control these strike dump touches 10 and 12 metres out, which is money for GM for this Mudgee side that's quite agile for a men's senior team. They
certainly are. They're quick on their feet, so I think playing this static game is just going to play into the hands of Mudgee. As we see, Nathan Loveday is back on viewers, so that is some good news for Bankstown. Here we see this. They're going for a punish here.
He's offside. Ooh.
I think the winger was onside there, Jacob
No,
Parslow.
this is another great call from the referee on the side. Oh, I thought he was going, it looked like he was offside, and I thought he was going to go the play on the try. And, it's really good the way that the referees consult all the time these days, Gab, particularly on these stadium games, because we can mic them up and stuff, and they can speak to each other, which makes a big difference. Everyone doesn't mind if there's a little momentary sort of delay while they get the call right.
Yeah, you want to get the decision right at the end of the day. As we see here going, speaking of that running game, he's nearly run the ref straight over there. Lost his whistle. We don't want that.
He probably needs
sometimes
that.
We do. Not here. They're doing a great job here, the refs. But that was probably one of the most enterprising plays for Bankstown when they did that running game and tried a little punish out on the link. Speaking of enterprising, they're going here down the sideline. Bang on halfway.
And that's a nice start to their set. They wrapped and released, and they made the extra number, and that's definitely a way of being able to, breach this Mudgee defence that's been watertight up to this point.
Yeah, so we've got McMurray out here for Bankstown in the left link, and they're pointing out here. Loveday's pointing left, pointing right, passing right. He's got something planned here. As we see, he's got speed, that good. Patrick Mackay is the one that ran through from acting half before. And that's going to be a try. He didn't put the ball down there. He passed it off to his support, and well done, Patrick Mackay. He is fast.
Yeah, he's really good. What I love about him, nice direct lines. He's threatened on a number of occasions, but watch him out of half here, straight between the two middles, ran the right line, just arced around, knew he was acting half, shopped around, waiting for the right support player to come through, evades his player, and nice work from Bankstown. But put that down to the wrap and release set that led to that field position, Gab. So they're on the right, track there in terms of, getting out of their end. They've found a way to be able to breach this Mudgee midfield. So let's see if that trend continues.
Yeah, you're right there. And as we said, Patrick Mackay, he just did that beautifully there. But his support player that scored the try, Damien Brady, he was in front of him and then had to twist his way back to get behind and get the try. So it's good to see them on the board. We see here there, Bryant working with... They're just everywhere, some of these Mudgee players.
Yeah, definitely. But Bankstown have lifted their intensity with this line D. They're turning up. They started the game a little bit flat defensively, but now they're stepping up a lot better.
Will he go long? Yes, he will. Bryant out to his winger. He couldn't quite get it there, but as Paul Bryant, he's got all the skills. He faded short and then went long there, and we've seen his skill in this first 13 minutes. But for Bankstown, as you said, Carly, there's plenty of time on the clock. They don't need to panic yet.
It's a nice work there. They're on touch 2, and they'll get to this box on 3. They've just got to come up with a nice back end, and it could have been forward, and the referee's got that one, and that's unfortunate, for them, because every time they look like they get on a bit of a roll, Gab, a little unforced error like that puts them back under the pump.
Yeah, if they can complete their sets, this could be a different ball game. So my reckoning on the score is we've got 3-1 to Mudgee over to Bankstown. As we see there, we've got Matthew Traynor taking it up the field. He's going to get some fresh people on, working there with Thomas Barsley. As we know, he's already got a try today. Coming in, it looks like he's going to try and go straight through. Beautiful long pass, and this time...
Brilliant.
Yep.
It's unlucky. I think he's going to call it forward. Yep. Yeah. That's probably the third one. Just through execution and stuff, but they won't stop pressing the button on that one because it's the right play. Yeah, he tried really hard to get it. I think he was a little bit hard done by there. Thought it was a pretty decent pass, but the referee's in a much better position than us, so we'll run with that. But when Mudgee play this running style, Bankstown are finding it hard to go with them. It's when they get frustrated into slowing it up and doing, playing into the hands of Bankstown that they let them back into the contest.
Yeah, we see the number 8 from there, Bankstown, Aaron Pollard. He was setting up for that, but the Mudgee defence came across well there in Tyler Lawson. Yeah,
I do like the way that Bankstown have readjusted their game the last 5 minutes or so, Gab. They're really starting to come up in defence, as you noted earlier, and their rucking is showing a little bit more variation because they know that this midfield's very, very keen, from Mudgee, and the only way to breach it is to come up with something a little bit different, and it shows a lot of thought.
Yeah, I agree. So they've really held him here. We've got the last touch. So they've done a really good job there, Bankstown, and sometimes it takes that momentum.
And there's the frustration error. Yeah. He's throwing the ball away, and this is what I was saying, is that often when you play a team that's stylistically diametrically opposed to what you do, you can get sucked into sort of, them controlling the tempo of the game and stuff, and this is what Bankstown do. Traditionally, whether it's their men's, open or thing, they'll check the ball around a lot. They'll look to frustrate you into error. And, they just wait for their option. And, again, option was right. Execution's off from both teams in terms of that. So, they're both firing a lot of good salvos at each other. It's just whether, they can get their execution right.
Yeah, that's right. And it could be a matter that they, fire them long, look like they're going long and then drop one in short and see if they can come up with an easy try. So, but definitely you can see the intensity from Bankstown in their defence has lifted, and they've caused another error. That's probably 3 sets in a row, Carly. They've got an opportunity out wide, Bankstown, if they shifted early.
And again, it's this thing, Mudgee are getting sucked into playing the way that Bankstown want them to play. So if I'm in that coaching box at Mudgee, it's like, get back to our A game. Yep. We can still control those types of choices we make, with our exit sets, etc. So it'll be interesting to see what happens from here on in.
Yeah, so we've got the number working it through the middle of the field here, Bankstown, just seeing if they can get 2 defenders come up. We've got Loveday, and he's passed it back inside, and he's going to call a ball down there.
Forward pass at the ruck.
And I think it was forward off the ruck. If we do get a replay of that, it looked like the pass from Loveday to his number 2, who we don't have on our sheet at this point. But, it looked like it was a forward pass from off the ruck. Sorry, Nathan. That was forward. But that was better play. They looked that was a try. Otherwise, that hadn't go. As you see, step round there, number 7 for Mudgee. This will be a better set. They want to complete here because they haven't been able to do so. There's Bryant, man with the hot hands at the moment.
Yeah, it's still working with clunky. Trainer. They're still making the metres, but it's clunky. So again, get back to your A game.
Could have nearly dished off there, but decided to do the safe play.
And I love the referee didn't get sort of sucked into awarding a penalty there, and a nice little pop-out play, and he's going to street away.
Number 8, the little goosey, Smith. I like to see that on replay. He'll want to see that on replay, actually. So he skipped out, little goosey, and off he went, put the ball down.
Yeah, sort of come out of nothing really, Gab. Just a little smart pop-out play. Nathan tried to chase, and the winger chucked his hand out in a big despairing dive. Yeah, but unfortunately, couldn't get there, and they extend their lead out again now, Mudgee.
Yeah, so they've skipped out to a little lead. They've got just over 12 minutes to go. Bankstown will want to be next to score here. Now get an opportunity, so they take the ball up towards. They're going straight up the middle here, Carly. We've got Damien Brady working with the number 2, and again it's that's stopping the play.
And it is a Bankstown trait, so they'll be looking there to check and implicate defenders. I'd rather see them run, Gab, on with you, because that's a long way out to be running a sweeping play with the team nice and composed and sort of there. Though they did create a number.
We've got another injury there. It looks... he's potentially winded. But you're right, that play looked really good. So they went one way, came back and ran kind of the passive play out the back. We've just got to hold in play at the moment. while he gets back to his feet. And they'll be in no rush, Mudgee, will they?
No, they'll be quite happy to see that it's another really warm day. I suppose it's very difficult for our viewers at home to sort of get a feel on sort of how the temperature gauge is here, but I can tell you it's a very, very warm day here in Port, and the players are doing well to be able to run with the purpose that they are at the moment.
Yeah, and that's not going to. He's pointed to one of the Bankstown players. It was too hard in the touch, so Mudgee will get another set here, and they need this as a little bit of a settler, Mudgee, so they'll take the ball 10 metres out of halfway. We see there Bryant, happy to take it up the field, be working with his partners in crime here out as they get closer to the line. And there he is. There we've got Laurie working with Trainer, and it's a formidable combination, Carly.
Yeah, it is. They're just biding their time and waiting to get here down to this 7 metres and try and put a bit on him. And yeah, he wasn't acting half. I think the referees had a bit of a brain snap there, and yeah, he's just calling in just get a bit of backup. He wasn't acting half.
No, he wasn't acting half. He looked like he was trying to run at the offside player and see what he could manifest
if he could procure a penalty or a playthrough.
No, and they've called dummy acting half in the end. So unfortunately, based on what we thought but it's play on here. The referees and everyone seems quite happy with the decision now. They've moved on. So Bankstown have got the ball and they're taking up the field, trying a little blindside play, and they definitely need to. There's about 10 minutes to go here, but they've got to get themselves further down the field. Yeah, it's a bit clunky, Gab, and if they could get down there, that strike dump, is like 15 out, not 25 metres out, where then they're just throwing the Hail Marys and hoping for something. So, I'm sure, and we said this yesterday, that, you get an opportunity, to get on the stadium and see the way your team's playing. You can definitely point out a lot of things that are good and bad and stuff. And, we had a video session early this morning, around our games and stuff, and it's always good when you have an opportunity to do that, because a lot of things you think are going okay probably aren't, and some things you thought, you didn't do, you're doing quite badly, and, maybe aren't as bad as you thought they were. So it's a wonderful education tool, isn't it? I think a video session with you, Carly, would definitely be an educational tool. So, and we do have, obviously, with these replays we can watch, it's the beauty of hindsight, and you can fix things up in live time to go into the next round. So as we move back here to the action, we've got Bankstown have got a penalty. There's a bit of a hold up there. The ref was speaking to one of the players, as we see there. We see Luke take the ball up. And he's working, I think most likely for Bankstown is their number 4, the man with the speed, Patrick Mackay. They need to look to him a little bit more and work with Aaron Pollard, which we've got both of them on the field at the moment. Yeah, he's a class act, isn't he? Yep. A little bit of basketball play here, seeing if they can get 2 defenders up. But again, this static play, Mudgee are just eating it up, the Mudgee Crabs. And didn't play it. There are a few things going wrong there, weren't there? There was didn't play it between the legs and forward pass and a bit going on there. But yeah, I think that'd be better suited instead of all this static stuff. And it's not, and far be it from me, it might be part of the whole game plan. But when you're playing a team that's athletically gifted and they're able to go with you, agility wise, that type of play, there's not a lot of future in it, and you've got to be 100% good in your execution if you're going to breach them. Yeah, they've defended well, they've recovered well there, although they've been given away a penalty, but it was going to be a try otherwise, and it was a really good run in that set by Jonathan George, the 11 for Mudgee. He straightened up for his team, and then they went straight through and got a penalty. So now they've earned a repeat set on their line, and we've got Tyler Lawson working there, and he's working with George. The number 8, we've got Smith, man we saw in action earlier. He's dropped back inside, he's gone in, he's gone out. He's been touched a couple of times. He was selling it to me. Yeah, they procured the penalty there, but felt like there was a little forward pass at that ruck there, Gab. So it's these ones are so hard down on the 7, but they're the ones that I really feel like the referees really, need to concentrate on, because on the 7, all the advantages. Oh, here we go. Oh, he's light on his feet, but probably released the ball a little bit early there, or it could have slipped out of the hands. But he's got a nice step there, Corin Smith. Yeah, well, as I was saying about that, those strike dumps on the 7, when you get a dump there and you've got a sweeper or you've got a quickie player having a crack, they've got enough advantages as it is. You don't want to give them one with forward passes at the ruck, and I feel like it's one of those areas in our game that we've really got to pay a lot of attention to. That's a good drive up through the middle of the field there for Bankstown. They've given them an opportunity there. So that was the number 9, Andrew McRae, and that man has the ball. McRae's looking in. Couldn't find his assignment there. So Mudgee have got a penalty here for a forward pass.
Yeah, and with 7 minutes to go, like, this game is still here, you know, for the taking. I know, you know, Mudgee have looked comfortable and they've been in front, but Bankstown, if they can really string together, and there we go, they forced an error that was a really good physical touch.
Yep.
They've got a turnover, but it's really important now that they keep their heads on here. They get down the other end as quick as they can get down the other end, and you know, have a few cracks at them close to that 7 metres.
And you can see Mudgee really trying to push up in defence here, Carly, and that's not going to help their cause, unfortunately. So one was going off, then the person passing thought he was staying on. So they're just going to take their time, get to the ball here, Mudgee.
Yeah,
work their way up the field.
Yeah, quite unfortunate there, you know, for Bankstown, because that would have been the time. And now Mudgee have a chance to put an exclamation mark on this game and probably, you know, put to sleep Bankstown chances of getting back in here.
Yeah, so you can see here they've got 2 up. They might go for the punish there out in the length, but...
And not square.
Yeah. They could see what they wanted to do. They just couldn't quite execute it properly there, but that was looking good for Mudgee. So Bankstown led off the hook and no damage done, and they really need to get on their skates, Carly, and get it down the other end of the field.
Yeah, and that's a good first 3, you know, almost at halfway, and really be good if they can keep going with some flow here in this back end and not pull it up, and that's better. And here's our man, number
Mackay.
4.
He's straight through, and as called earlier, he is lethal from
that's fantastic.
Acting half.
Yeah.
And it's going to be given the all clear, and they're back in the game, Bankstown, but it's that man we spoke of earlier, Mackay, Patrick Mackay.
Yeah, he's fantastic. As I said, his direct lines, can't fault him. It's a carbon copy of the one that he went through, you know, earlier in the half. Just ran between the 2 middles, beautiful direct line, great scoop, got speed, acceleration, one-hander, picked it up and went, and just shopped around. You know, knew that he had to find someone, got himself clear, and no trouble with the put down, and that's a great response from Bankstown. And you know, that's a simple play, Gab. They got 3 nice plays, got the ball to the box, came on, ran a good latch. They didn't slow it up.
And that's good coaching.
Yep.
Because obviously they've seen that that's been what's been working well for them with Patrick Mackay racing through. We see the touch there by the Bankstown player. But, yeah, excellent coaching from the Bankstown box, and he came on at speed and knew exactly what he wanted, and it resulted in a try, and they're definitely back in this ball game. 5 minutes to go. It's 4-2. We've got the orchestrators here for Mudgee. We've got Bryant with the ball, looking to work with Trainer.
Yeah, and
no
this
doubt
is the critical
Laurie
set
there.
right here.
And there's that little pass again.
Yeah, and this is the referee's just checking. I think he's saying that he's made the touch, but they're going to take it back, and yeah, he was offside. So here we go.
So Bryant thought he was off that they'd score, but he's back on the field here. He'll be looking to see what he can get. They've got a fresh set of 6. Bankstown need to somehow come up with a stop here, Carly.
Yeah, definitely. This is the critical set of the game, Gav.
So we've got Laurie with the ball, working with Trainer, and then we've got Bryant here back, and his phase play here. That's excellent plays, giving a 2-on-1 out to the wing, but I feel like that might be a forward pass.
It is. And
he was probably
too
flat.
No.
Oh, he's ruled it. No. One's calling a try, one's... I don't know. What's happening here, Carly? Oh, it's a try. He's been awarded. He's overruled.
Yeah, there's a little bit of disruption here.
There's probably been a word of dissent, I would dare say, as he's calling him up to the referee. And he's been given time, and that's for either something that's been said or the kicking away of the ball after the try has been awarded. And Bankstown are questioning the referee's decision here, but it's been awarded. It's on the board. It's 5-2 to Bankstown. We'll look at the replay. It was a great dump with face play. And we see out there...
and the referee's taken up the position there that it's a forward pass, and you know, it's tough because you know, the referees are trying to get their communications right, and you can understand the frustration from the players because they're looking at the reaction of one referee and something else happens. It's a tough job for the referees. We all acknowledge that, but yeah, it's very tough for the players to keep their heads on in these types of conditions, and in a situation, you know, like that where the game is, you know, is still in the balance, and it's a critical call. But you get on with it, Gab. You know, you can go from hero to zero, and
you do,
zero to hero.
Yeah. So when you're at the end of the field, it's unfortunately not helping your team. So they're with 5 now for the next few minutes, and they'll be doing well to try and manufacture a try from there. And for Bankstown, they'll just walk their way to the ball. They'll try and chew a little bit of time up on the clock. It's been a great effort by them, and as you said, they were right up into the game, Bankstown. But it could be a mountain too high to climb with just over 2 minutes to go.
It could be, Gab, but the thing is it's a great learning opportunity, as we said. Like, you know, there's still plenty of footy to be played this weekend, and it's just, you know, working out the kinks in your game and getting yourself where you need to be, for the rest of the competition. So there'll be things they'll look back on this video and know they can do a lot better, but they've still done a lot of good things as well. So it's just about building towards the next game.
Yeah, they're going to have to do some good defence here because it's 6-on-5. Mudgee have got the advantage in terms of players, and we see there we've got Tyson Maitland working well with the ball. He's working with Matthew Miles. And they're retreating back a little bit here, Bankstown. They won't want to give away a penalty. We see a nice pass there, and they've got away with it. It was probably a little bit too hard, the pass back to him. He knew where it wanted to go, but, probably a little too many wheat bix for Brecky for that man. Yeah, and kudos to Bankstown in the way that they handled the 6-on-5 situation there. They pressed, their links on either side, and they were trying to sort of, make sure that they, that they had a bit of a plan to, to defend the 6-on-5. And there's still an opportunity here, but 6 touch was called. I think they still thought they had one more touch. And they're just going to bring it over to the sideline with just over a minute to play. Mudgee will just try and complete the set, Carly, and they don't need to do anything silly at this point. Yeah, no, they're just trying to track the ball down the other end and just play for time. With under a minute to go, they're pretty comfortable here, and they'll just be looking to play out their set and leave it in a corner probably. But with Bryant with the big step, he's going to phase plays going down to trainer, and we know anything can happen, but it was an incorrect play the ball or a swipe around, so Bankstown are probably not lucky there, but they've got out of that well with an error from Mudgee, and it's a shake of the head by Bryant. He knew what he wanted to do, so they come back here. They've still got another set, and there's Patrick Mackay. We know he's got wheels, and they're still offloading the ball out here, Carly. Yeah, and they've been the referees have been quite big on not playing the ball square, playing the ball aside. This is a good cue up for both teams coming into, the business end of the competition tomorrow. That sort of stuff, the referees are tightening up in that area, so it's a bit of a cue for you to get it right. So, if I'm either one of these coaches, I'm not unhappy by, I guess, the amount of times the referees have used their whistle because they're just preparing you for what's to come later on. As we hear the hooter in the background, although they've been given a penalty, Mudgee, so they'll have to take the tap. I think both teams would be happy not to take the tap, so players have had to come back on the sideline, but they will take the tap. I wonder if he'll run it up. He might even just drop the ball. Oh, no. Back to the mark. So there's still a little bit of delay. I'd say there's not much left to be played in this game, Carly. This is good. They're just going up, shaking hands, and that's it. The boys are happy to call an end to it. Yeah, so that was a good win by Mudgee. They came out of the blocks firing, and that proved to be the difference. Bankstown, they were in the game well up into, the last 5 minutes of the game, but a 5-2 victory to Mudgee in the men's seniors division, and Carly, Mudgee, a team to watch. Yeah, definitely. Really impressed with the way that they started the game. I'd say to them, just keep going with your A game. Don't sort of be influenced by the way the other team's playing. Bankstown, there's lots to like in parts about what they're doing. Their ticket, I reckon, is to make sure they play a little bit more up-tempo and, make use of that number 4. He's a fantastic line runner, and what a great game he's seen. Yeah, so don't go anywhere here on your KO freebies, because coming up after the break, we've got a men's 20s clash between Singleton and Hills Hornets.
It's just spare change, right? Well, what if you saved that spare change every time you made a purchase? Every coffee, every meal, every book you'll definitely read. And what if all that money was invested into the stock market, where it can potentially grow over time? And what if the Raise app did this for you, automatically in the background of life? Round up and start investing your everyday purchases. Download the Raise app today.
You know we finally here, right? Well, it's Friday then, it's Saturday, Sunday, what? It's Friday then, it's Saturday, Sunday, what? It's Friday again, it's Saturday, Sunday. Hey!
Please explain.
You beauty.
We're here at Port Macquarie on the main stadium for a men's Masters clash between Maitland and Newcastle. And from our reckoning, Carly Banks, I'm Gab Rose. We've got Newcastle second in the pool against Maitland fifth in the pool, but things can change on a dime.
Absolutely, they can. Across all the divisions, it's pretty interesting, and it's going to be interesting to see what happens here in this clash. And Newcastle started well, but unfortunately that last pass goes astray, but enterprising play to begin the game.
Yeah, it was looking likely, and we're just waiting for the team sheets to come up to us here. So we'll call numbers and do as best we can, but we'll hopefully have some team sheets with the players' names in the next couple of minutes. But as we get back to the action, we've got the Maitland bringing it up towards the box, and it'll be interesting to see what their subsets are like, Carly, in these first few minutes.
Yeah, definitely, and really nice defence coming forward there from Newcastle, but Maitland looking to use the ball and sort of get a bit of a 4-on-3 platform here. It's a little bit bounce ball there.
And just talking on Newcastle, they're definitely, I know they're from, around your area, but they're definitely a club on the rise in a lot of the Opens divisions and these seniors divisions.
Oh, they've done really, really well, Gab, over, the last few years. They were champion affiliate last year at State Cup, and, they're doing well with their juniors and their seniors, and, a lot of years of hard work, and it's nice to see them getting the rewards.
Yeah, and we see a sweet play there and a beautiful pass from the 15 to the number 9, and you'll be able to run us through this. It's like bread and butter going together here, Carly. It was a beautiful slick try for Newcastle to open the account.
Yeah, nice little setup there from the boys, a little sweeper play. It was outside, that 7-metre area, just a nice run pass and a great link hole, and, great way for the Knights to kick us off here, in this clash.
So in the 30-minute format for those at home, so it's there's no half-time, so after every try we turn around. So you'll see here both teams have changed direction as Maitland, they're getting their first look at the ball, and they'll be trying to get it down to that 7 to give them a few opportunities close to the line. But it's good pushing defence here by Newcastle. They're coming up, and they could be game 4 or 5 for these men's Masters already in the tournament. They're doing a good job of still having a lot of fuel in the legs, Carly.
Yeah, definitely. And Maitland just trying to sort of chance their arm there and sort of, I'd like to see that Rooster early release play probably just, if they could get it on the 7, they probably would have asked, a more pressing question there of the Knights' defence.
Yeah, so they've held well there, Newcastle, but as you said, it was an opportunity there for Maitland, and we'll see them coming up straight through the middle here. He's taking it out wide, the number 1 for Newcastle. Getting it to the box. So we're already on play 3, and they're coming on, and they look like they're setting up for something here, Carly. That's a great latch.
Yeah, it is. It's a really disciplined play. Looking for the fly here, and really, really well done there. From the Knights, enterprising first couple of sets from them, like showing really good strength through their sort of midfield area. So if Maitland don't match the intensity, it might be a long game for them. Yeah,
and just speaking of the fly play, Carly, what's your thoughts on that? If the defence isn't, eyes aren't open to it. It's one that can work, a really simple play that can work effectively.
Yeah, it's a very effective play, used at every level, and genre of the game, whether it's men's, women's, mixed, but it's there's lots of things that you can do with it. You can make the numbers. Anytime you've got your winger going to half and you create the 4-on-3, you're always an option. But you've got the opportunity, if it's not that, to run them out and get a 4-on-3 platform coming back the other way. It's a very versatile play, and one that can be used very, very effectively by teams.
Yeah, so we see here Newcastle, they're about 5 metres into the Maitland half. They've got a couple of touches still to go here. Might drop it back inside. No, he's looked like he was going to. He's fooled everyone.
And unfortunately over the mark there, but he sort of out-clevered everyone. He did well to get between the two middles, but just a little step over the mark. But really, really well played. And, they won't be too upset with that because they've done a good job. And unfortunately, a drop ball in primary real estate here for the Knights, and they don't need much of an invitation, Gab.
No, and the number 20 is going again. Dropped it back inside to that number 8 we spoke about before. And there's one Maitland player down on the ground. He's just gone straight through and behind, and there's not much they could do there. It became 6-on-5 due to a bit of confusion in the ruck, and it's 2-0 to Newcastle Knights.
Yeah, and that's just clinical from the Knights. They pounced on, that error from Maitland coming out of their own end, and just really, really nice play. And this Newcastle Knights team looked very, very fit and sort of ready to run and stuff. So, hopefully Maitland can, just lift their energy and their attitude so that they can stay with them.
And it came from that error coming off their own line. They gave, as you said, really prime real estate for Newcastle. And I venture a guess, Carly, being it's Newcastle and Maitland, it's obviously a bit of a local derby here. These men would have played with each other and probably against each other for probably over a long period of time.
Yeah, absolutely. And, the Hornets region very, very strong in the senior divisions, and a long history in the sport at rep level.
We see a nice pass there, and he stepped back on the inside, but the wingers come in and done a good job there for Newcastle. So they've defended the set after the try. They'll be looking to come straight down the middle, and they're all very sun-safe out here, which is excellent. They've all got the white hats covering the heads up. It is, as we said, it is a hot day here in Port Macquarie, and for many of these men, it'd be their 4th or 5th game of the day. And that's, again, they're going really good on that latch play and getting their team direct, Carly.
Yeah, he just needed to get that down nice and clean. It's given Maitland a chance to just reset and get a bit of a reprieve here. What a touch. Good work. Fantastic determination there, from the Maitland middle. He didn't want to give that up and let him back into the game. And, this is really good from Maitland because they need to show this sort of resolve if they're going to stick with Newcastle, in the opening stanza here.
Yeah, you're right. And as we said, Newcastle had a good first day. They're second in their pool, and Maitland will be looking to try and get, higher up in their pool and get some games on Sundays. We see them coming out of their box now. We've got the number 13. He's gone lead lateral, but he's straightened up now, but I think the 11 was toying with him there, just trying to let him to get on the outside and use those long arms to affect the touch. We see that's a better play. He's gone out. He's gone long. If he hits that short hole, he's an opportunity.
Yeah, I do recognise a player out there, number 11 for the Newcastle Knights, Benji Watts. He's in the Australian men's 35s back in Malaysia. I had him in my team in the middle there when we won the World Cup against New Zealand. He's a very fit player, and he just goes all day. So, if that's the calibre of players that Newcastle got out there, they've got a pretty well-drilled team.
Yeah, well, that's good to see. And as we said, Malaysia, obviously successful tournament for Australia and again in Nottingham last year. So as we see them straight on right in the middle of the field, and he's come out like a cannon. Ref's called, I think he's called that he may have touched him. Or is he given a penalty?
Yeah, he's given the penalty, and this is a really good decision by the referee. They, hadn't made the 7. He tried to play the advantage. There wasn't any. Took it back and gave it, and great refereeing.
Yeah, I think that's a really good decision because in the end there was no advantage to Newcastle, Carly.
Absolutely.
So we're coming up here. They're about 10 metres out. They've got a fresh set of 6, and you see here they're using the ball wide, and they've created some space here because both the links are standing quite wide. They're coming if there, giving that little reverse, and he's giving to a man with speed. And another great touch from Maitland, and they're going to need to do that because, as you said, there's plenty of talent across the park with Newcastle, and so you're going to be getting some grazes and some skin off the legs if you are going to be playing this game these days.
Yeah, they're turning up, Maitland, and it's really good to see them making every effort they can to try and repel this potent Newcastle attack.
Yeah, so he nearly dummied his way through there, the number 23 for Newcastle. We're on the last touch, so they've done a really good job. You've got to move up on that last touch. They've done a late switch and then offloaded. But well done. So they get a quick play the ball, and you can see they're straight onto it, the Maitland team, and looking to take it up the middle. So it's a good quality game so far. We're 2-0, Newcastle over Maitland in this men's Masters division. 9 minutes in, and Carly, we'll just turn our action, have a quick discussion about the men's Open division. That when does that kick off today?
Yeah, first games are around 3 p.m. the Savo Gab. So it's pretty interesting, the format. Yesterday the men's Open teams had 3 games between 3 o'clock and sort of 6:30. So it was pretty helter-skelter pace and stuff, and it's just getting into that sort of rhythm, and it's a similar thing today. All the men's Open teams have got 2 games today. Yep. It'll be interesting to see in a bit of a case of sort of moving day to day to find out where everyone's sitting.
Yeah, and one injury or somebody not recovering so well can make a difference. As we see a forward pass there from Newcastle Knights. He tried to pop it back inside, which was on. He would have got another 10 metres for his team, but unfortunately it was a little bit forward, and the referees were right there. And as we've said, the referees all day, they're running kilometres and kilometres as well. So it's a very big effort.
Yeah. I like the way that Maitland have worked their way back into this one, Gab. Early on looked like Newcastle were definitely coming out full of running, but Maitland, have decided to, really dig in and stick at it. And there's a little bit of space out here.
Yeah, there was a lot of space out here. They took the ball far onto the right side of the field the way we're watching the game, and opened it back up. But again, as you said before, Carly, this Newcastle team look quite fit and agile, and they're fast moving. So we're already 10 minutes in, and they're still running hard, as we see a forward pass there off the ruck. So again, another opportunity, and you're right, Maitland are creeping their way back into this game, minute by minute, moment by moment.
And that's exactly the way you've got to play your footy at the State Cup, Gab. It's one of those things that, you're only as good as your last set of 6. So it's really important to set those little goals about winning each set, winning your moments, doing those things. I mean, people think it's a bit cliche, but it certainly is not. It's the backbone of sort of everything that you're trying to do, and you can't get ahead of yourself, and you've got to just keep working. You can't get too down when things don't go your way. You just got to keep, sticking in and sort of persisting, and Maitland have done a great job of doing that.
Yeah, they sure have, and you can't change the moment that just happened. You just got to look to fix what happened and move forward to the next one, because there'll be plenty of moments in the game.
Great footy.
Speaking of moments, we've got a ball down there, and they're more than back in the game now. It's 2-1. Newcastle leading Maitland, and we'll see that on the replay, Carly, but it's just persistence for effort.
Yeah, absolutely, that's reward for effort. It's everything we've just said there, Gab. Like, Maitland weathered the early storm. They've just got themselves back into the game. A nice squid out of acting half, went to the line. They were a little bit, sort of disjointed in terms of the straight line coming up there, and a beautiful, gap hit right between the 2 defenders and put that down. And, that's a well-deserved try there for Maitland.
Yeah, and timed the pass perfectly. He held it up, and right when he hit the hole, his mate, he dished off the ball. So we're back in the ball game here, Maitland. It's 2-1. Newcastle still with a narrow lead. We're about 12 minutes into this clash, and we see here straight away Newcastle creating some space, Carly, with they have their link runners right out wide, and looks like they're going to go a sweep play back. Now they're coming back the short side here, pointing where they want it. They want to affect that touch on the 7. Maitland doing a good job here of holding him out. Got a couple of touches to stay strong. Dumps right on the 7. We're coming up to the last touch. He's feigned short, gone long, and that's beautiful.
Yeah, that's a fantastic piece of play, and that's, the class of Newcastle in terms of playing their process. They had a couple of, early quickies, tested them out a little bit, and then just when they sensed that they were bunched and, shutting in on that short side, it was just an easy as you like play, money for jam. Just eyes up. Summed it up perfectly, just a little left to right over the top, and a nice finish in the corner, and the Knights kick out again, 3-1.
Yeah, it was good play there, as you said. So he engaged the winger by, I think, looking at him in the eye, and then he just threw it over his head and gave it to his winger. So Maitland here, we've changed ends again, so it's Newcastle 3, Maitland 1. But as we said, that can change in any moment, because Maitland have got some... they've got a lot of skillful players here. They just cannot get it down to the 7. Look at this defence from Newcastle, Carly.
Yeah, it's relentless. They're pressing and they're trying to get their line up, and that's a really, really good piece of play there from the Knights. They've just been relentless. And it is rather warm out there, Gab, and Maitland have to stay in the fight here. They did a great job to claw their way back in. It's really important now that they don't turn it up and allow, the Knights to put another one on them, because then, they just keep getting more and more confident. And this is good midfield. They're stepping up and trying to meet them there, and that's really well done from Maitland.
Yeah, so we're coming in here for the strike dump. We've got fourth touch, so they get another opportunity, but he's very quick, that number 8. Late switch, brought it back in. Good defence. That's still last touch.
Really good call from the referee, for sure.
So let's see what they do. If they're happy, they're going to have a crack. Oh, and he's got 6 to go again.
And the head through back, you know what that feels like. It's it feels like it's about 40 degrees out there, and you just really want to get off the field, get the ball back, but chuck the hand out, and it's 6 to go.
Yeah, so they'll do well to hold them out here, the Maitland teams. They've got a fresh set of 6, and they've got speed to burn.
Looking for a little quarterback play there. Lucky to get away with that one. Looks a little bit forward from the ruck, but yeah, they're trying it again.
We'll see how we go. Good defence there. They've still got a few touches to try and get through. And here we see Newcastle. They're pulling it back out.
Yeah, they're right on the 7 with their strike done. Let's see what they can do.
Oh, a little trick play. He went in and then he went back out.
And they're going to get the penalty. They never made the line, so this spells danger here for Maitland. They're really going to have to dig in here, Gab, and try and see, you know, if they can repel this relentless Newcastle attack.
Yeah, they've done a really good job so far, but as you said, if you're having 2-3, so this is the third set on the line now for them, and they've won. They've chewed one up. They probably want to play a bit more of a running game here in Newcastle, try and run them off their feet. Coming through here, there's a little bit of confusion. As you said, it is hot. Middle of the day, it's, you know, just clicked over 12 o'clock here at Port Macquarie, and a beautiful day. There's not much breeze to speak of there. We see the outball and the man with good speed popped it back inside, and that's what they had to do, Carly. Number 23 in for the try, but instigated by the speed of number 8 for Newcastle Knights.
Yeah, he's been outstanding for the Knights. Yeah, we apologise for viewers at home, family and friends. We don't have the player list, but they're on their way up soon. But yeah, he's been outstanding, really patient, orchestrating everything you know, that the Knights have been doing. He's been in it up to his ears, and fantastic piece of play there, you know, from Newcastle. And Maitland have to do their best to try and stick with them.
Yeah, okay. So here we see we've got the player list now, so we're back on trend, and as we see 4-1 Newcastle Knights over Maitland, and we're about halfway through this clash. But yeah, it's been the number 8 for Newcastle, Andrew Tommins. He's shown some great foot speed. But Maitland back to the action. They've run a little play here, and he might have gone straight under him. No, the referee's caught a touch. He was right on the spot there, the referee, but it was one of those 50-50s where it could have gone either way.
Yeah, unfortunate end there, but great question asked from Maitland. Great work from the number 9, Andrew Hedges.
So they want to get the ball straight to their box here, Newcastle. As we said, we're about 15 minutes into the game. And number 7, little trick play, but the play was going off. So Maitland, there's a little win. You've got a turnover into Newcastle's end of the half. And we'll see what you can get here. They're going straight across here, taking the link up. They'll try and get a play. They're coming forward here. Just slowing the play up a little bit, Carly, trying to get fresh legs on. It's given the Newcastle defence a chance to rush up on them.
Yeah, really good defence there from the number 1, Pete Atkins.
We've seen an in and away, and out we go. And unfortunately, he couldn't go to hand there, the number 12, Adam Perkins. But that was looking likely.
Yeah, no, really, really good work there from Maitland. It's good. They sort of go through these little stages, Gab, where they sort of fall off the back of the game and they get back in it. And, you know, that's really, really good from them. And, you know, they're fighting hard here against, you know, a very slick and well-drilled Newcastle team.
Yeah, and speaking of slick, there we've got the number 8, Andrew Tommins, working here straight forward. He knows no other way. He's going a little round. Oh, and a very solid hit by the Maitland winger there, but no damage done. Nathan Shoesmith, you stopped to try there. So well done. That was good wing defence.
And it's Tomlins again. And what a great touch. Yep.
Great touch there. Damien Dooley. Well done. That was a try saver. So Maitland quick on the ball. We're about 17 minutes into this clash, 13 minutes remaining in this Men Masters game between Newcastle and Maitland, with Newcastle currently leading 4-1, but Maitland doing a really good job staying with them. They've got to try and get into the box and out of the box. We see some fresh legs on there with the number 14 in Paul Cousins. That's trading his team up a little bit and giving him a chance at the back end.
Yeah, that's really good defence. Like, Maitland is just frustrated by this great flatlining that the Knights are doing. They're really being very vigilant after the latch touch. They're coming forward in numbers, and they're making it very difficult for Maitland to breach, that sort of flatline defence. So full marks to Newcastle in terms of their ruck defence, but just keep being persistent, Maitland, because eventually, sometime, somewhere, someone doesn't turn up and misses an assignment, and you get back in.
That's right. It only takes a second or a step, and you are through before they realise as we speak. The fly play, and he's gone straight through the number 4 for Newcastle. We've got Brett Ewer, and we spoke about the fly play before, and it's worked perfectly for them then, and the defence had to hold off, or they did hold off there, and he just went straight through the middle. Yeah, and that's a really, really nice piece of play, by the Knights. They, shape for that play, as you said earlier in the, in the game, Gab, and, they've got a lot of attacking arsenal, up their sleeve. They can, they can flip between their styles. They can go middle and be direct. They can run their flies. They can look for their 4-on-3 platforms. It's I guess, dare to say, it's a very typical sort of Hornets regional sort of team that play those types of platforms and sort of give themselves every chance to be able to play against any style of opposition. And that's a good dump there. We're going there to an opportunity. 4-on-3 platform. He sliced straight through. He just needs to find. And there we see a try there. We've got the number 5 for Maitland has scored. That is Steve Nichols. Yeah, and that's a fantastic piece of play. Great response there from Maitland. And, they definitely, deserve that try. They've done really, really well to slice through from half, shop around, and that's a really good try there, from Nichols, and that gives them a little bit of heart and hope, coming back in and sort of doing that. So really, really well done. So good from Steve Nichols. His son Reg Nichols, very prominent young New South Wales emerging Blues player, and there you go. Son, I've showed you how it's done, so we'll see if Reggie can match him in the try-scoring stakes. They never listen to their parents. But Dad's got one up. Dad's got one up at the moment, so we'll see how that goes later in the tournament. But it came from a really nice dump out on that far, and it opened up the space coming back for Maitland. As we see, similar here, we've got a sweep play here. He couldn't hold on to it. Neil had to grubber kick the ball through there, number 15, Daniel Lee. So Maitland, where they're back in this game, it's 5-2. We're about 2/3 of the way through. They want to get on with it, Maitland. They want to try and get some more tries on the board and claw back this deficit with 10 minutes to go. And, one by one, piece by piece is how they've got to look at it and get the ball up the other end of the field, Carly. Yeah, and we talked before about how good Newcastle go, as an affiliate. Maitland's another one of those affiliates that's made great strides at the recent New South Wales Awards, picked up a lot of awards and stuff for a lot of the programs they're running and stuff. So it's really nice, Gab. I always say that if touch is strong in the country areas, it means it's strong overall, and it's great that we've got all corners of our state covered, and great to see the game going ahead in leaps and bounds. Yeah, and at all ages, we go, from our Junior State Cup all the way through to the men's 60s here at our Senior State Cup, and it's a game for all. And you spoke about father and son and the family connections we have, so it really is a game for everyone. Touch, as we see going through there, and that possibly it was a drop ball in the end, but possibly a little bit more than flat anyway, I'd say, Carly. Yeah, flying onto the ball, Pete Atkins and his son Matthew Atkins, another prominent Hornets men's open player, New South Wales mixed open player. It's everywhere, and very prominent touch family, the Atkins family in the Newcastle Knights affiliate. So there's a penalty there for off the mark by Maitland, and the head goes up in the air, a little bit of frustration in the heat. So Newcastle, they're on the ball. They're taking the ball up. They're about 10 metres into the Maitland half. And there's that number 8 that we spoke about earlier. We've got Andrew Tomlins. He's working well as they come back in. Setting up good here. Some good shape here, Carly. We'll see what they're looking to run. He's coming in. He's taking it on an out ball, but well defended there by Maitland. They've seen what he does, and they're not going to make it easy for him. He's taken off here. Tomlin straight through. Beautiful. But rocketed at the face of his Lincoln out there. Yeah, wake up there if you're a little bit asleep. That's certainly sort of livened up him. Hopefully he's not sunburnt, because that would have hurt on the nose. So here we go here, and you can see there's 7 minutes to go, and that rushing defence by Newcastle. So the fitness and speed of these men is on show today in Newcastle at the for Newcastle at the stadium game.
Yeah, these guys have worked really, really hard, and as I said to you, like the key for these guys is in midfield. They're really pressing hard and putting a lot of, pressure on this sort of Maitland attack. That against a lesser opposition would probably, have scored a lot more tries because, it's just the control that, Newcastle have managed to exert in the midfield.
Yeah, so we've got about 7 minutes to go in this clash. Local derbies we spoke about between Newcastle and Maitland in the men's Masters division, and again they're still coming on at speed. They all know their processes, and they're making it hard for Maitland because they're on the back foot, driving it in, dropping it back in. We see the number 9. We're coming around. This has been a really good setup this set. Beautiful pass, and that's a well-deserved try.
Yeah, pinpoint. And again, that was the angle that Pete Atkins was searching for on the play before when the pass went forward. But then he throws a beautiful pinpoint right to left, and the winger in the corner. Great finish out there, and well done by the number 14, Jared Wynn, to put that one to dot that one down in the corner. Watch it, just pinpoint. Great J-line and pinpoint. Well done, Newcastle.
Yeah, and it wasn't an easy one. There's a few players in. There's a lot of traffic there, and he's got the ball out, and he's got it down right on the line, Carly, which is perfect. That's all you need to do. If he'd run another couple of steps to try and put it down, he would have got touched.
Yeah, great wingers try, and that's a really nice one that Newcastle will be, pretty happy to take to the bank.
Yeah, so Newcastle have skipped out to a lead of 6-2 over Maitland. They're looking for a similar play here, Maitland, and they well defended. There's still one touch here. Got about 6 minutes to go, and Maitland, it's good to still see the effort as we see a little bobble. I think it might have kicked off the play, the ball's feet. Newcastle are straight onto it. They are definitely not putting the cue in the rack, Carly.
Yeah, no, and they're very disciplined in terms of what they're doing with their running. And yeah, Pete Atkins again searching for options in there and just kicking around, and he's still going.
Yeah, and they've come on behind him, and they've made an extra probably 7 or 8 metres there, and he's ruled a penalty there, which was one of those 50-50s. Could have gone either way, but this time it's gone to Newcastle, so they'll get another set of 6 here, and they're 10 metres into Maitland's half.
Yeah, a bit unfortunate there for Maitland, I felt, on that call, but really important here that they stick in the contest and they stay resolute.
So we've got Nick Kirk just driving it in, and the man we talked about before, Andrew Tomlin's
everywhere, he's got one himself.
He's got one himself, as you said. He's set a few up for other players, and this time dummy to go long, step back off the left, and try for Andrew Tomlin's.
Yeah, he's been the dominant force, hasn't he, Gab? He's been in everything, up to his ears in it for Newcastle. He's the chief architect, and he's the ball player, and he's the organiser, and he's the heartbeat of this team, and great to see him dot down and get one for himself.
Yeah, and they just didn't move up probably fast enough on him. They watched, and I understand why, because he's been orchestrating everything, as you're talking about, Carly, and there he went to orchestrate, and then he just slid straight underneath them. So 7-2, Newcastle over Maitland. We've got about 4.5 minutes left in this men's Masters clash. It's a beautiful day at Port Macquarie, and although it looks like there's a little bit of cloud cover for this last few minutes with this, which everybody on all the fields today will be happy with a little bit of cloud cover.
Yeah, we'd love them to close the roof, but yeah.
Maybe next year. Oh, he's gone straight through the middle there, the number 14 for Maitland. We had Paul Cousins, and he's had a good game. He runs direct and he runs hard, but didn't get through there. We might need the roof closed tomorrow. Hopefully the weather gods are kind to us, Carly, and we get through the tournament.
There's a bit of rain apparently on the way, Gab, so yeah.
I mean, shock me. It doesn't happen often at these touch tournaments, does it?
Never. Hey, but that's the beauty of State Cup, right?
You've got to play all conditions, all teams, and see who's still standing. Speaking of standing, he's nearly run straight through there, Brett Ewer. He's got to try himself, looking to set one up for somebody else, but well defended there by Maitland. 3.5 minutes left on the clock, and Maitland is going to drop the ball back in. They want to see, they might have a little trick play they can put on at the end here. Happy to take it up, and they're making good meters, Carly.
Yeah, they're working really hard to truck the ball to the box there. They've done really well to try and sort of get themselves there. And I've been impressed by the number 11, Greg Sharp, for Maitland. He's made a number of those great defensive plays, and he's gone close himself on a number of occasions. Score a couple of tries, and he's a really wholehearted performer. And he can hold his head up. He's had a really good game here for Maitland.
Yeah, they've done a really good job, Maitland, because as we said, Newcastle second in their pool currently, and they are... I don't think there was much in that. They just fell awkwardly.
definitely.
A good call again by the ref. They've just let him go back and play the ball. As we see that, Tomlins, he's the everywhere man. He's just been touched there. He thought he'd skipped around him, but up to the task there, the Maitland defender. They've dropped it back in. A couple of touches remaining. No, another good call by the referee.
Yeah, fantastic. Right on the spot. He was all over that one, wasn't he, Gab?
Yep. So we've got about 2.5 minutes left here, and Maitland have got the ball again, and they've had the ball a few times in this position. They've just got to try and, but again, it's that pressing defence from Newcastle.
Yeah, you'd love them to finish with a try, wouldn't you? It's almost deserving. Love them. Just keep running, mate.
That's better. That's better. And there's a little short side raid here, but the wingers unfortunately not able to get there for the offload. It's last touch here, and it looks like they're just going to try a little sneaky play down, but they're going to finish it there in that corner. So that's a good result for Maitland, because they're going to make sure Newcastle are going to take a couple of touches to get to their box.
Yeah, the Knights are loading up over there, for one last big attacking foray there. You see the four of them poised in the box to come on, and they're going to release off that latch. And let's see what they end up running.
Yeah, so they're over halfway. They've got there quite easily. Yeah, we've gone for the fly. We called it earlier. Yeah, good touch there, the number 14 from Maitland, Paul Cousins. And as I said earlier, he's had a good game for Maitland. But there's still some more attacking raids coming their way, so they're going to have to be up to the task. Oh, he's played through. Hat back. He's reliving his under-20s day, the number 23. And he looks like he might have set up a try, but the ref has just called the touch there.
Yeah, great work. Number 12, Adam Perkins, take a bow. Got there in the end, saved his team's bacon, and that's a really, really good play there from Maitland.
Yeah, because there was a good run through there by the 23, Luke Bouldery for Newcastle, and but equally well defended. So here again, they're just struggling this area again, back end of a game, a minute to go. It's super hot. They're doing a really good job. They might set up somebody to go direct and then maybe set up just for a strike dump, Carly.
Yeah, here they go. One last play here.
We've got Shoesmith making his way through. He's created a little opportunity.
Missed a touch count, yeah. And so with 45 seconds on the clock, see if Newcastle are just going to be content to just play it out, or they're going to have one big crack. They're going through the middle here, just almost walking these plays there, Gab. It's just shows you how warm it's been and how much effort the boys have put in to this contest down here on the stadium.
Yeah, and they've definitely obviously got some more games over the course of the weekend. Just when we think they're putting the cue in the rack, they are dropping a bat in. But look at the chase from Maitland.
Oh,
how good! And he's called the touch, has he? No.
Yeah, he's
saying he missed him.
Okay.
And they're just having a chat, which is what we want, the discussion between the referees. But the number 15 for Newcastle, Daniel Lee, has scored a try, and that is now going to be right on the hooter. It's going to be an 8-2 looking at the replay.
Yeah, they put an exclamation mark, on this win. Nice little sneaky. Saved that one, for the last play of the game. So that shows you the variety that they've got, in their kit bag. And, I think we'll see this Newcastle team advance a lot further forward in this competition, Gab, and interesting to see how far they can go.
Yeah, it sure will be seeing the Newcastle teams as they head into Sunday with a momentum behind them. But as we go up next after the break in this KO Freebies, we've got a men's 20s clash between Singleton and Hills Hornets.
Please explain.
You beauty.
James Preston here with Adrian Pereira, the head of Sri Lanka Touch Australia. Adrian, thanks for coming here to Port Macquarie for the State Cup. Tell us a little bit about Sri Lanka Touch in Australia.
Like any other team starting touch footy, we're the newbies, I say. We have a pretty decent program for the last 12 months, especially with a very famous coach called Keith Rosario. Everybody knows him. And we have this program where we source all the players from all the states, bring them into Sydney. Sydney is the capital of touch footy, pretty much. State Cup is pretty much up there. So we want our players to learn the skills and hopefully get to the required skill sets required to compete in these kind of competitions.
And you mentioned Keith there, of course, his son Josh is playing for Hornsby in this State Cup. So a very, very long lineage of wonderful players coming through that Rosero system, if you will, and now you get all that wisdom imparted onto your team. What are the plans moving forward for 2025 for Sri Lanka Touch Australia?
Yeah, like I said, the skills development program that Keith is running, it's quite important. We want to source all the best players into that pool and see what we get out of it. We want to put these players into all the premier competitions in the States, especially New South Wales, like Wallsend Cup and the State Cup here, to get that experience. And hopefully we will get the players' mindset and also the commitment and the training that Keith puts in. Hopefully it will have positive impact.
And obviously that's in the training department, but if we take a look at potential competitions that you're going to be taking part in, obviously FIT has now released its schedule for the next few years. Is there anything you're targeting on that schedule?
Yeah, Asia Cup is on our list, and obviously the World Cup in New Zealand as well, which is next. That's on our list as well. So we're working hard as possible to reach those goals in those time frames.
And away from that schedule, anything in the pipeline? Is there a little something brewing, for example, up with Lebanon?
Yeah, definitely. We started a 2-nation, a 3-nation, and the last February we had a 4-nation, just a friendly. We want to grow that as well. Hopefully it'll be a 6-nation by probably next February, April. It all depends on we get the location and the venue, as well as countries who want to participate in that. So that's on our list as well. So that gives the players, the coaches, and the trainers a bit of testing ground to see how good they are when it comes to going out there for international comps.
Absolutely. Well, it's an exciting future for Sri Lanka Touch Australia. You've done a wonderful job in setting it up so far, and best of luck for the future.
Thank you very much, James. Cheers.
It's just spare change, right? Well, what if you saved that spare change every time you made a purchase? Every coffee, every meal, every book you'll definitely read. And what if all that money was invested into the stock market, where it can potentially grow over time? And what if the Raise app did this for you, automatically in the background of life? Round up and start investing your everyday purchases. Download the Raise app today.
You know we finally here, right?
Well,
it's Friday then, it's Saturday, Sunday, what? It's Friday then, it's Saturday, Sunday, what? It's Friday again, it's Saturday, Sunday.
Welcome back to Port Macquarie for the New South Wales State Cup for 2024. We're about to get underway here. High-octane action. James Preston and Jason Stanton. Adam Collins will be joining the booth very shortly. So they start to bring it forward here. Nice little movement. Ooh, big touch made there as well from Maxwell, really bouncing out.
Yeah, it's a men's 20s clash here, James. We've got Maxwell and Singleton. And I think James has just been punted for the sensational Adam Collins. Welcome to the call, Adam.
Yeah, thanks, mate. A little bit of technical difficulties here, but we are set to go. Here's Singleton, as you call it, against Maxwell in this men's 20s clash. Maxwell in the green. And they have the ball now on the 7-metre line. So here we are on the attack. Maxwell looks like they've scored first. Referee gives the all-clear signal. And they are across the stripe for the opening try there, Jason. And the early lead, we see it here on replay. Talk us through this one.
Yeah, well, it looked like it was going to be that quick release play, but he's dummied it and gone the other way. So pretty clever play there. And what was quite quite good here, Adam, is that the Lynx actually pushed up flat in the hole, so the defender didn't have a chance to recover. So pretty good execution there from the Falcons, 1-0.
And now we have Singleton on the attack. They drive it down to the 7-metre line. And quick play of the ball. Half goes into position. Looks short. Just put his support player under a lot of pressure there. There wasn't really an opening, but he had to get the ball away. It goes to ground, and now it is Maxwell on the attack once again. They roll up to the 10-metre line looking for the subs, so they're sticking down that sideline. And the defence is waiting for them, but they're not really taking any momentum here. They're not making the most of that distance. Now they look to change the speed through the middle, a split. They step off his left foot. He dives to the line. The wing came in, but not in time. That was touch and go.
What a run. Was it Harper, was it there, Adam? He come charging onto that. Everyone kept waiting for it to come towards the bottom of the screen with a big open play.
Here we see it. It's right through the middle, mate. So he splits through the middle, draws that link defender in, just turns him around. The winger came in. We'll see it here. This will bring us beautiful pictures from Bar TV. Look at that. He just off the left foot, turned the number 17 around. The winger came in, but just missed. And that is try number 2 to Maxwell. Early 2-0 lead here.
Pretty good for them to jump out of the blocks. There's no love lost between these two, Adam. Sometimes up here at State Cup we get that country versus city type clash, but whenever our two regional teams match up, it's on.
Country v country. You see the long ball, but the referee's already ducked his way back out to the 7-metre line. He's going to call that one. I think it was a late signal. A forward pass, just seeing there. So now the tap. 10 metres out from their own line. It's been all Maxwell so far. Let's see if they can continue as they roll up again down that sub-box sideline. Good extra metres there. The play was called offside. So now they spread out to the right. That pass well out in front. Yeah, I didn't think he took it. Good call from the referee. It was one of those lazy passes just thrown out in front of the player. And now it is Singleton who roll up this near sideline, again looking to get fresh legs on, and they earned themselves a penalty. It was a hard touch called by the referee. And now it is Singleton who make their way up to the 10-metre line. Good attacking opportunity here, probably their first real attacking opportunity of the game, Jason.
Yeah, they haven't really settled in. I think they've been a bit off balance or a little bit flustered because Maxwell's come out so hard. So I wouldn't mind seeing Singleton try and settle a bit more into it, maybe get a try and make this a bit more of a contest, because Maxwell has definitely got the better of the start.
Yeah, they give away a penalty there, and so attacking the line, and it gives Maxwell a relieving opportunity to roll down that far sub-box again from where we're situated here in the grandstand, Port Macquarie. Cloud cover starting to come over. It's still very warm out there, so these boys will be out on the field for a short period, and they'll be looking to get to the sub-box as quick as possible as they roll it on the 7-metre line. A dive over. I think he got that one down, Jason. Let's have a look at it here. Referee drops back and awards a try. And again, they're more clinical as they approach the line. They had the sub changes. They came on, and then we see it again. That close quickie ball off the ground, and then a little show and go. And the outside middle just didn't collapse quick enough.
Yeah, it was a pretty good play there. I think it was it Wasson's there? What I liked about it, Adam, is he had the ball in two hands, and he looked like he was going to pass for all money, and then he got down so low quickly, didn't he? Made it tough for the defenders.
And for the kids watching at home, that ball in two hands is so important, isn't it, Jace? It holds up the defenders. You know, it looks like you're trying to create something, and then he got down low, as you said. Great try there, once again, for Maxwell to take that 3-0 lead. And it is.
And this one's quite significant too, Adam, in the men's 20s division. I was just having a quick scroll through. I think there's 19 teams overall, wow. 3 pools. So whether you're finishing, second, third, that can mean whether you get through to the finals day tomorrow. And both these teams with a couple wins each, they're well poised to try and grab that second or third spot in the pool. So this game has quite a lot of significance.
Yeah. And State Cup is just one of those tournaments, isn't it? With so many teams and different ways you can make it through to the final series, but these matches are crucial. So Maxwell with the domination so far, but Singleton keeping cracking, and they just give away. This is a penalty for 7 on. Wow, that's the coach killer. It was their best attacking opportunity they've had after we saw Maxwell give away a penalty. Now on the halfway line, they get another chance. They move the ball straight to their sub-box for those fresh legs. And here come the troops. Spreading it out now to the left. Just not much doing again. Both teams just feeling each other out here, moving the ball side to side. There's not that forward momentum that we're used to seeing in the men's and women's opens, these 20s. It's more that speed and just relying on, as we see there, another penalty. It's, again, that when you play it so slow, those penalties tend to come in.
Yeah, you mentioned Singleton maybe rolling back, or they're a little bit passive and they're sort of like getting back to their line without really testing Maxwell. I think if they can compete a bit more in the middle.
Put pressure.
Maxwell's rolling into the line so easy, so Singleton's got to pick it up here.
Conversely there, as Maxwell rolled into the line, they did it at a pace as we see Singleton on the attack. The long ball over the top, he needed to hit the link on the short. Unfortunately, that one snuffed out. Still 3-0 on the scoreboard, but Singleton cracking.
That's a little bit better from them, wasn't it? A little bit more run, which was pretty good to see. You mentioned the 6 on, we had 7 on for the penalty. 14 players in the squad, Adam, 6 on at any one time, and they're rotating as often as they can to stay fresh. So it's easier to slip up and have 7 on if you get a bit excited and run on a bit early.
Excited. It needs to be a little bit more structured and organised. Is the box. We see a little short pass, ball down. See the hand motions of the co-commentator, Jason, getting excited there. Ball down, sir, helping out the on-field referee. And that is try number 4 for Maxwell. Let's have a look at it again. There's that split play through the middle. That looked forward for mine, but then the little ball back on the inside. And try time, Singleton. Let's see it here. Nice and close pitches.
I think it's Harper again. Was it coming onto it and they thought he was going to dive?
Laverty Connor is the man who gets it over the stripe. 4-0. And it is Singleton now on the attack, 7 metres out. Nice little step off the left foot there. And that is the first try for Singleton. So they're back in the game. Still 21 and a half minutes left on the scoreboard. So they're not out of it, Jace. They just need to keep cracking here. As we see, it's difficult to read the numbers, but it might be Jai Davies.
Yeah,
it was it here close.
It was nice. I didn't mind that nice little skip there from the number 6 there. What was, you're right, it was Davies, but what was really good is that they dumped right on the 7, Adam. So the referees, all the defenders have to hit the try line.
Yep.
And that really, saying the same thing, dump it on the 7, they've all got to hit the line. So that was good from, pretty good play from Singleton. Hopefully that settles them a bit, because they are,
Penalty, I thought that was good defence there. Look, I thought he made the line. The referee said he didn't get both feet behind. So a penalty given to Maxwell again on the 7-metre line, as you called it. You thought he was offside there, but the referee had called him on. So we'll play it here on the 7 metres. A little dive over from number 1, Wilson Bade. And looks like that is another try for Maxwell.
Yeah, pretty sharp on those quick release plays. So you'll see that on the replay. What they're trying to do is to dump on the 7 and then trying to run straight back at the player that's made the touch, because they're offside till they hit the score line.
Referee got that 100% right too. That's a great call. We see the man who broke short had his back to him and then tried to get there in time, and that other middle defender hadn't engaged quick enough. The dive underneath was a great skill to get the ball down as quickly as possible, and that's something you do see in the 20s. They have that, hand-to-ground transition speed pretty much right at the top of their wish list, and they got the try down.
Yeah, the actual speed when they run a play, Adam, is almost the same as the men's Premier League. What the main difference is in this part of the field, controlling the ball, punching it down. That's where it's a little bit different. You'll see Singleton here rolling back on their heels a bit more. They've got to be up and active.
Nice release there. Numbers now, 3 on 2, but good cover came from the inside. In the shape, I think it might have been number 24, Hayden Davidson it was. Good defensive read that time. Now Maxwell, 2 metres out, intercept taken. Can he go coast to coast? It's a foot race, and I'm going to say, call it early. He's going to get there. He'll go all the way. We love seeing an intercept because we love the contest when the boys were chasing from both sides, but he was all over it. Taking in the big breast now. You can see it there. Hands on their head. It is hot and steamy here in Port Macquarie. And that's a tough run, but he did it so well.
Yeah, 2-try turnaround. If he doesn't take it, it's a try on the other end, but he's got it there, pinned his ears back. He's gone all the way to the corner, so that might have been like an 80-metre intercept. Can we say it's 80?
We'll call it 80.
It's a great run.
But now it is Maxwell back on the attack. Again, it's so difficult to see these numbers. I'm going to try and pick him out. Number 11 it was for Singleton, so shout out for Ryan Jerkins, who went coast to coast. We see one of the Maxwell boys flat on his back, a little low pass. Didn't quite get his fingers to it in time. Slips catch. A few of the Aussies playing the cricket down there in Adelaide, the day-night test. But stick around here on KO Freebies for all the touch action. And you can wrap up your evening with the Australians hopefully bat on. This is a nice pick-up. He gets through behind the line. Danger signs. Ball back inside. Almost looked like he tried to grab the ponytail there. Yeah. Woo up here.
Was that Davies? Certainly there's some real talent on show there. The Davies, the number 6 for Singleton. Then on the Maxwell side, I think you mentioned Laverty and Harper, but gee, there's some skill out there on show. Look at Davies.
Yeah, we see Maxwell, they continually work to that sub-box, knowing that they need to get fresh feet out there. They're up to the 10-metre line inside Singleton territory. This will be the last touch, a good pick up and scoop. Little left foot step. Now he's in behind the line. He's the half. He can't score. Has to find support. There's plenty of people there. Can he find one? He does. In the shape of, who is it? Kai Garzoli. There was men in motion everywhere there.
It was mayhem, but he was very patient. As you mentioned, dummy half can't score. You'll see on the replay, got in the in goal. And this is where sometimes you get in a bit of a panic because you know you can't score, but the number 1 there was patient and just waiting. And I think you mentioned, was it?
Let's have a look at here.
Garzoli. Number 2?
Yeah, Garzoli comes from behind. He was in a tussle, and then you'll see him appear here in the screen. Wow. He actually comes from behind him.
He earned it, didn't he? He come a long way to get the prize. Great work, Garzoli.
Took the high road. We see Singleton again on the attack, a dive over, but great shutdown defence that time from Cohen Welsh. This has been frenetic. End-to-end touch football. Long ball over the top. Singleton get another one. No, the referee going to call that one forward.
Yeah, well, they might have to check the replay. 50-50, maybe a bit unlucky on that occasion. It was a nice play. Good to see Singleton showing that they can throw the long balls too. You'll see he's run into the line. And it was probably a bit unlucky not to get that. But anyway, it was good to see that long ball, Adam, because we've seen lots of little quick plays.
Haven't they?
Yeah, so that was good to see.
So now it is Maxwell back on the attack, up over the halfway line. Here's the troops on again. This will be a quick dump. No, he just runs away, gets extra metres. Now he's in behind. This is where they split through the middle. The referee said they were onside, and it'll be a changeover. He thought he might have gotten through there. Oh, Singleton, just a little fumble. Tried to catch it with his knees, couldn't do so. So here, Maxwell will attack from the 7 metres. Little split to the right, dive over. Yeah, I think he got there in time.
Yeah, nice and clean there. Number 9, I think it was. Was that Bade?
Yeah, it's just a way to present.
Bade, how do you say it? Teach me. But it was nice there. You see the quick release there, Adam, they're running at the offside player. So the player that makes a touch, you've got to get backwards 7 metres, hit the line, and then try and save the try. So you've got a lot of work to do. And it's pretty good isolation.
Slight shift of the body, isn't it? If you're not aligned correctly, you get caught on the wrong foot to get to the ground quickly. If your outside defender doesn't engage with you as well. So communication important. And here it is. Singleton now 7-2 down, 5 try deficit. And 10 metres out. Trying to set it up, but so far
a bit of a
Maxwell
statement.
defence is held strong.
Yeah, Maxwell a bit of a statement. He's 7-2 against a team that was looking to be playing finals footy tomorrow. So I wonder where this, with the for and against and everything, the way this matches up. But Maxwell should be featuring there in the quarterfinal tomorrow. So this is a pretty good display, pretty good springboard into finals.
Absolutely, mate. We're late here on day 2, and these are the matches that really count, as you called earlier. So far it is Maxwell who have the ascendancy in this one. I think they're going well enough to keep it. That young fella with the ball in hand has been dangerous for Maxfield. The 0, Jai Wassons. He's my pick of the green team so far. As we see Singleton still cracking, still going ahead. Young fella there's done a ton of work. Small in stature, but he's big in heart. Look at him just drive the ball down through the middle, trying to find a way through, but he can't.
Yeah, just waiting on the sevens. It's Davies, I think, again. He's going to be hard
Big
to stop
ball
here
off the
again.
ground. Long ball over the top. That's a ripper.
That's classy. That's
Yeah.
classy. Blue ribbon stuff there, Adam.
Nice little setup in the middle. That 3 rolls there, that just the same 2 players. Everyone else held their lines, held their channels. The defence compressed a little bit and enough to draw this long ball. Have a look at that. You see the link. Had to split in on the guy that stuck out to the left, and then the long ball over the top. Great try.
Yeah, Jai Davies, he's already showed us that he can dive. He showed us the scoop, and now right there on display, Stadium Field, he said, I can throw a long one as well. Great work.
High five for the try scorer, and well they made. That was an outstanding effort by the young fellas from Singleton. 7-3. Still 12 and a half minutes left on the clock as we see a dive over from Maxville. That is number 9, Miller Bade. How do I call it, Bade? Apologies if it's not correct. But that is another try. Looks like we've got a couple of the Bades in there. Wilson and Miller. That time Miller gets his name in the scorebook. And now Singleton roll on once again up over the 10-metre line. Good defensive pressure from brother Wilson there. Now they roll into the 7 metres, but a little bit slow. There's no real speed in that roll ball. Ball on the ground a little bit too long. Little pop up, short ball back inside, but again, 6 more must have been touched as Wilson Bade came in again, got his fingertips to it. So a full set of 6 here for Singleton as they push it out to the right, just trying to draw defenders up. They have 2 up off the line, but 2 slow again. Plenty of time for Maxville to get back on side. Now they go to the left to dive over. I don't know that Wilson got there. The referee said he did. It was a nice dive from the Singleton player. He brings it back. Powerful mullet.
Yeah, that's always worth a bit of extra, isn't it? The bonus, the mullet. Let's see if they can get
Set
it
up
in.
again. He goes to the right this time. Short, goes
It's
to
down,
the ground
it's
again.
down.
I reckon it was.
Great play.
Number 12, Riley Maitland.
Well, they've got the ability, haven't they, to put on tries. It's just sort of having that all-round game, Singleton. Here we see a dump on the 7, the quick release, the big dummy, and getting the ball down just before the
I think
defender
maybe
got
even
in.
the defender made the touch, but he had 1 foot in front of the line. The referee could have called him off. You'll see it there. There was 1 foot in front, 1 foot behind.
Yeah, good call.
And the ball was down in time. So 8-4. They're right in it. Still 10 minutes to go. So Maxwell don't want to shut up shop here. And that's good defensive pressure that time from the Singleton boys. There's Wassons with the ball in hand. Keep an eye on him. That was a nice release. That split through the middle. Oh, that's beautiful. Passive out the back. Long ball to the winger. And try time. Number 12, Riley Maitland. Sorry, that's the other team. Oscar Nimmo it is.
Yeah, classy. That's the one from the training session. That's Dawson Dragons written all over it. It was almost looked like Dylan Thompson throwing that. A beautiful pass out the back, and Maxville. I think the for and against. You know, if you're watching at home, maybe pull up the fixtures. I think every try here is significant in terms of whether they get through to tomorrow and all the crossovers, as you mentioned. 19-20 teams, 3 pools. Every try is important here for Maxville.
9-4. Maxville leading Singleton here. And it is Maxville on the attack again, up to the halfway line after a penalty. Now they look to shift the ball across to their sub-box, trying to get the fast feed on. And here they come in numbers now. Full line out here to the left. They keep it tight to that sideline. Now they'll look to spread it. Hopefully engage those middle defenders. They do. The short dump, the split in the middle again. Hands and numbers, and the ball was down. Defence came in, but not in time. The young fella from Singleton claps his hands together. He thought he'd gotten there. The referee was right on the spot. That was beautifully done again. They love that play through the middle, Jace, to split at half. We see it there. Back inside, and then the shift to the right. The link compressed quickly, but couldn't get his hands down in time.
Yeah, there's just too many dumps. If you're on the team Singleton, there's just too many dumps exactly on the 7 with guys charging onto it, putting a lot of pressure on the defence. You've got to try and take a step outside the 7 or take a step off the line if you're the ones coming in to save. Yeah. And they're just allowing that platform.
Tully Holland was and Jai Davies that tried to engage there in defence. They did it nicely, but the execution of the try scorer was right up there. As now they go on the attack, and it's that man once again from Singleton just trolling hard. Riley Maitland on the 7 metres. That's him again with the ball. This time he goes long. That's a nice pass, but the referee's called it back for a penalty right in the middle of the field. Forward pass.
Yeah, so I mean these are the things that we've been seeing, in terms of like controlling the ball, doing the little things right, Adam. And both these teams have shown with good ball they can attack the line really well. So I think the key areas are probably the other parts of the field is where they need to if they want to go to the next level. But certainly there's a lot of talent, and a lot of impressive plays when they do get to the line.
Yeah, they love this middle play. And that one broke down a little bit, but they'll just reset. There's a forward pass. Play on is the call. Split again through the middle. Looks to go left short. Yeah, too easy. You see one of the Singleton defenders calling it touch, but he was clearly not onside. And it's their bread and butter, that play to split through the middle. They've got options left and right then. This time it's just he goes himself and then gives a little pass. Draws that link defender in. You can see him claiming the touch, but the ball was away. And it's really opened up here now.
I think it was Harper there coming through the middle of the play that did the dump. Sometimes it's maybe called a splitter or a drifter, but that link, rather than staying wide, comes right through the middle of the ruck. And maybe Maxwell just need to be on the stadium. Adam, I don't think they've played as good as this over 2 days. So
they've certainly,
if they're on the stadium, they're good.
Certainly put their best foot forward in this one. And they're out to an 11-4 lead here with 6 minutes remaining. So this could blow out. Singleton need to stay in touch. They can't take the foot off the pedal. So as you said, for and against as Jai Wassons drives into the line. There's that split again. They go to the right, little passive out the back. It worked for them last time. That time it was a great read from the Singleton defence. I think that was Jai Davies that got across in cover that time and shut it down. And now they'll roll it off their 7-metre line. Straightens up. A good run here. Oh, just a diving touch. He tried to flick his feet away but couldn't get through. Davies, he has been a powerhouse for the Singleton team. Even though they're behind on the scoreboard, he has been tireless as Maitland gets it down once again. He looks to be the go-to man in the middle. Riley Maitland. There he is with the ball.
Oh,
there was a deflection there, so it'll be 6 more.
It was like anyone catch it for a try.
There was a couple of options, wasn't it? The link hit the line hard. He did well. Then it deflected off one of the Maxwell players. We see it here. It was a beautiful flat pass. Fingertips up to it. And just for the viewers at home, when it's touched by an opposition defender, it doesn't matter if the Maxwell team, the Singleton team had another play at it and dropped it. It's the first knock that the 6 again goes to. That's good meters again up the sideline from Wassons. Now they come out to the left. They've got a full line on the 7 metres. Little dummy holds it up, ball over the top, basketball style. And the referee's going to call that one forward, I believe. Yep.
Right.
So they're pushing things now, but I guess at 11-4 they can probably afford to try a few things.
So Maxwell appear to be one of those teams. Like if you look at, I think this is their game number 6, I think it is, 5 or 6, where they look to have got better each game. When you look at their results, had a couple of losses early.
That was a nice ball.
Then they got better. So, I mean, what does this mean for the 20s? I don't know if I'd want to match up against Maxwell tomorrow in the quarters.
Yeah, as they're building, absolutely. And you know, we've talked about it previously with different commentators. The State Cup is a strange beast, isn't it, in that respect? Teams build. Funnily enough, when I got out of the car this morning, I heard one of the fellas say, "We're going pretty good." we haven't lost the game, but we do that. We win all our games and then choke in the finals. Oh, that's a great way to look at it.
Self-aware, I like that.
It's a great way to look at how you're moving through the tournament.
Yeah. No, it doesn't always sort of work out that way, but I mean, after I think it's like 30-odd years of this event, there are lots of stories about teams, building throughout it. Oh, we didn't think we could win on Friday, got a bit better on Saturday. And wow, Sunday was fun. So that's
Something
why this
clicks.
Maxwell team, that's why the fact that they're put on a bit of a show here, I wonder what that means. Does that sort of give them a bit of boosting confidence of what they need to sort of maybe take on some of the more fancied city teams tomorrow?
They'd love to take on the city teams as we see Nemo get us back underway. That one's with Wilson Bay there. Again, they just go straight to that sub-box. They've gone, 50 metres across the field and 7 metres forward in that one play. Now they set up probably 12 metres out from the Singleton line. Ball back over the top. That one is let go. Sweeper play goes around.
Better press there from Singleton, like sort of getting up, being a bit more active. Don't let Maxwell have it their own way all the time.
But this is where Singleton have been more dangerous. This broken play on the 7 metres. This time they get away from half again. Numbers out to the right, and try time. No split that time. It was just pure pace. Pick up and run from acting half. And that's their danger space, isn't it?
Yeah. They get that done. They have so many options, whether it be the scoop, the quick release. On this occasion, it was a scoop. Straight through, isolating the player. Bit of a shout out to whoever's running the scoreboard, because it went to 12-4 before the referee even got over there. So someone was confident.
Miller bait it wasn't got away from half, and then the big fella, he gets the ball over the line. That winger, he's been out there. I think he's been out there a lot. The winger. I don't know whether they have a wing rotation, but he's certainly held his own out there on that far wing. So we see Singleton attack on the 7, a sweep around play, a little dummy and a dive. You can see the defender was caught flat-footed. Max Thompson, it was caught flat-footed, like he had nails in the bottom of his shoes.
Was that Jai Davies again, the number 6? Wow.
He's a class player in this
He
beat
just
lineup.
come on, and look at this dummy. We all look to the top of the screen. I'm going to send him my physio bill for my sore neck. I was looking up at the winger, and then while he was putting it down, look at this dummy.
There's a little juggle. I don't know how much that held up, but again, ball in front, 2 hands.
Jai Davies, not bad. I think he's fooled the couple thousand fans here in the stadium and definitely given me a sore neck. What a performance, Jai Davies.
Maxwell on the attack again, the split, little ball over the top. That'll be a late pass. Referee was right there, good call. Referees have been on fire. And now it's Singleton. Less than a minute remains here. Can they get another one on the board? I'd love to see it. They've worked hard, they deserve it. But no, we're going to have a penalty against the attacking side. Been a forward pass from the ruck. And it will be, you'd imagine, Jason, it'll be Maxfield that'll close this one out. If they can just maintain possession here, they might even get another one on the board.
It's not often you score 5 tries and you're walking home with a little bit down in the dumps. Normally 5 tries is pretty good, but unfortunately they've let in 12. So I think they know where they need to work on. We don't need to highlight it anymore. A lot of talent there.
He's been tireless again for the Singleton team. Ollie Maitland. As the siren sounds in the background, a ball over the top, touched in flight. But that's all she wrote here in this men's 20s game. Maxville defeating Singleton, the country challenge, 12 tries to 5. But as you talked about, Jace, it's one of those divisions, so many teams in it, lots of different ways to make your way through the final series, but that scoreline has to be impressive for Maxville with the for and against.
I think so. 12 tries. The +7 is going to be a big boost, so I guess all the mathematicians can dive into the ladders and the tables to check out the crossovers. But if Maxville, I'm pretty sure they sneak through to the finals now with that performance, and as you mentioned, I wouldn't want to run into them. That was impressive attack there. Throughout the whole 30 minutes. Great performance.
Let's wait and see what happens. We hope you've enjoyed that game. There's plenty of action here from the State Cup 2024 at Port Macquarie. KO Freebies. We'll see you around, and take a quick break and come back for all the action here from Port Macquarie.
my feet wanna go dancing.
Please explain. You beauty.
I'm losing it.
You know we finally here, right?
Well,
it's Friday then, there's Saturday, Sunday, what? It's Friday then, there's Saturday, Sunday, what? It's Friday again, there's Saturday, Sunday. Hey, 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 go, go. What? Go, go, go. What?
Welcome back to Port Macquarie for the New South Wales State Cup 2024. James Preston and Gab Rose to bring you all the action between two of the heavyweights here. Eastern Suburbs taking on Western Suburbs. It's an old school battle. It's been raging since pretty much Sydney was established. And in touch footy terms, certainly the Roosters are crowing early on. They've had a great start to this tournament, Gab.
They sure have. 4 from 4. They beat another highly fancy team this morning on the stadium game in Canterbury. They beat them 4-2. And this morning, Western Suburbs also had a win against Penrith 3-2. So as you said, it seems like low scores are the order of the day in the Women's Open at the moment. Let's see what conspires here.
Well, get first use of the ball here, West, and it's probably been a tournament that they would have liked a little bit more out of so far. Just the one win, of course. We know there's some quality across the team, but it's about putting it all together on the big stage, and so far, East certainly have done that. Undefeated, of course, coming into this one as West getting inside the 7 out. Turned away is Filippo. She'll play it back here once more. Mia Rogers getting involved as well. Rogers now cut out. Oh, they're looking for that long pass. Goes into the arms of the Roosters, and now away they go for the prize. The chase is on. They are gaining ground, though. Great run here from the work of Rebecca Cartier. She got there just in time.
Yeah, it was a good run. Intercept run there. Got about 50 metres, Emily Irons, and no doubt should be looking to the box to get a sub and get some fresh legs on after that effort. We see Ruby Thomas out straight into the play.
That was beautifully worked there. She could have gone early, decided to hold on to it and made it a surety, although they've made the touch here, West. So right at the death, that's 2 try savers in the one set. Frantic start for them as it comes out here for Davis. Now for Bowery. Drops it down. Bowery once more having a little look. Oh, Davis was looming. Easy touch in the end, though, for West.
And it's those moments, James, isn't it? Those 2 try-saving moments in the first minute of the game that can make the difference.
Well, it sets the tone. Studden now scoops it up and threatens to go long. Now finally does deliver, and then crabbing across and shutting it down was Yusuf. So that's 3 try-savers in this one set. It's been a very long set, for that matter.
Yeah, sure it has. Started with the intercept, and now they've had a few little sneaky peeks down that left-hand side, and coming into the last touch now.
Studden, quick release. All that was played out there from West on the last 2. I don't think they needed to make a play there. They look to have had the numbers.
No, the last touch knocked down. It's heads always go up in the air if you're defending, and you're going to have to come up against here. Obviously, Maddie Studden looks going to be the orchestrator with Bowery here.
Bowery, once more. Oh, good fingertip control. Turns it back on the inside for Studden. Good touch is made, though, once more. This time from Simone Rogers. So the two Rogers girls have had a pretty good start here for West.
Yeah, and Mia Rogers definitely one to watch. She's only a young player, about 19 or 20, but she's already quite established in her career.
Oh, decent dive here from Halliwell Quinn. And once more, they shut it down. In fact, no, they will call this one through. I think there may have been an issue about getting back to the line in time, but, you know, when you've got that much pressure, that much possession up on the line, eventually it has to tell.
Yeah, so just a little punish on the link, and she's got to get back to the line there, and it was a great dive. We saw that in the game earlier by Summer Halliwell Quinn, and they've opened up the scoreboard 1-0 East.
It was McMahon that just couldn't get back there in time. She got 1 foot back, but needed to get both planted. It's now West have a chance to hit back themselves. They haven't really had too much ball so far. Just the one set to begin the game. They've already had more than 3 minutes of play, so they've been starved of possession. They'll drop it about 6 metres away now. Oh, great dive from distance. That should get there. That's beautifully done from Colo Power.
1-1. She showed some good power there, didn't she, James? It was beautiful. She stepped off the left, dived through from a couple of metres out, and we're all tied up. So you see there, she comes around on the sweep. She still had a lot of work to do. A beautiful put down.
Yeah, a little bit deep there from Sylvester, just crapping behind the line. You can see there she was the person to make the touch. And perhaps that just made her think, well, I need to make sure I'm getting back in time. But she got a little bit too deep. It's now Studden. Looks to open them up for Davis. Little bobble. Did she get control of it? I got her in time regardless. So she has managed to hold on to the ball. But West converged upon her very quickly.
Yeah, they ran at speed then with Bella Slattery on the field. We've seen that before, that right foot step, taking them on one-on-one. Calling the touch.
Just an electric mover, Slattery. Certainly earlier today against Canterbury, she tore them to shreds with some of that footwork. It's now Davis. Returns once more for Slattery. There's that big right foot bounce once more. It's more of a bounce than a step, actually.
Yeah, very light on her feet, and she's got all the skills with long pass, short pass, and obviously can do it herself.
So West now working away from their own end. Cut out pass here onto the left-hand touchline. Picked up now from Kelly. Kelly once more working hard out of acting half. Up over halfway they come. 2-woman touch there, including Bonnick, who hopped in from the wing, is now Rogers. Sets sail through the middle of the field. Nice quick strike dumb. Now work off the back of it here, West. Putting the foot down, into the in-goal they go, and Rogers is there on the spot. Well, she's catapulted herself into the turf to try and get it down, and it nearly worked. It was like watching Ben Barber back in 2012.
It sure was. She nearly deserved a bonus point for that forward roll, but didn't get any points, so just saved there by the Roosters, and score still 1-1 as they take the ball up the field. They need a good defensive set here, West, try and keep them in their half.
I think they would get a lot of confidence out of this first 5 minutes here. The Roosters have had plenty of ball. They've only managed to crack West once, and on their very limited opportunities, they've also found a way through. So if they can continue that, that's probably an unlucky one there, I feel.
Yeah, both went in. They went down a little bit like 10 pins there, the two of them. But she better turn around here because it's Tyneese Bowery. She'll be at them all day.
Bowery just slowing it down here. Touch made by Kananji. She's had an unhappy 10 seconds there. She's given away the first penalty, now the second. So there's one inside the 7. Up she comes again. They're really working overtime here on Kanan, and it will provide a reward here for Bowery, who goes all the way through. Kanan just isolated in multiple plays there. They were just exhausting her.
Yeah, and you'll see with Tyneese, she just gets it on the 7, and she's got such a good dive that you're getting backwards, and while you're trying to get up, she's already across the line.
So 2-1 the score now. Lovely dive here, and yeah, look, there was a saving middle coming across in the form of Sonda, who was just trying to shut it down, knowing Kanan was in trouble. Just couldn't quite get there in time, so West once more find themselves behind. 2-1. Picked up again here from Mia Rogers. Just slowing things down a touch. Rogers in at acting half yet again. On for Collar Power. Now looking long. Playing short in the end, and Rogers had pulled out just a touch from that run. And as a result, it fell a little bit short of her arms.
Yeah, it looked like they had the 4-on-3 platform set up there. She looked long, and then by the time she looked to pass it, the gap had closed.
So Bowery now. Upfield, Rogers there giving her a little bit of a shove, so there was some decent contact in that one. As the reinforcements arrive now for the Roosters. Nice cycling of the footy, up over halfway they go. Still meters on offer here for Sylvester. Turns it back out towards that right-hand side. Trying to work over Duprat here. Still backpedaling on the follow-up. Touch made here, 7 away. Chance now for the Roosters out wide. Oh, not a great delivery, though. It was there for the taking.
No, the opportunity was there. It just kind of slipped out of the hands as she went to release the ball. But they won't be too disappointed there, Roosters. They've finished it down on the 7-metre line on their side of the box, and they will see this push defence again that's been prominent in their game all weekend so far. We see West now take it up. That's a good subset. They've come out of their box well, and they're coming on at speed, see what they can set up at the back end of this set.
The Roosters are responding, though. They were jamming up quite strongly. There it is again from them. So now they take off on the last here. Bashara sending it long. All right idea. Just a little bit too wide was the winger.
It's quite enterprising play from West. As you said, James, I think they'll be really happy with this first 8 minutes because they have created opportunities on the back end of their sets on multiple occasions.
Just got to stick to those policies and procedures. That's what we talk about in touch footy. You know the strategy. You know what your opposition is going to throw at you. It's one of those things where probably more than any other sport, there's a certain style of play to each team.
Yeah, each team, depending on the skill set. Speaking of skillful, we've got here Slattery working with Studden, and those two have been working together well yesterday and today.
Oh, Slattery, great ball. Catch and pass here. I think the touch came in time. Yeah, they'll come back on the spot. It was only marginal, but I think they're spot on there, the referees.
Yeah, they're definitely right there. It was either forward pass, he's caught it. Beautiful demonstration there by the ref, getting the thumbs up from the crowd. But I think they've called this last pass forward. But that was good play by Rooston, as you said. It was Studden and Slattery working well together.
Bonnick out there, waiting for her chance to shine. That try, of course, taken off her. It's now West bringing forward. Oh, and speaking of Bonnick, well, she won't shine. She might be covered in a bit of dirt after that one.
Yeah, she definitely got touched hard from the attacker there, and you can't do that in our game, and she's earned herself a penalty for her team. So now we see Roosters have now got another chance with some of their strike power on the field.
Davis with it now. Slattery waiting for her moment to pounce. Bouncing around off that right foot. Back to Davis, just trying to suck in the middles. Ooh, I think they're a little bit lucky to get there. I felt West were indeed pushing up.
Yeah, I would have thought the same, and that was probably a lucky one for Roosters. We said they kind of got a little bit of the rub of the green in the first game, and it's fortune favours them here so far as well. So we see Slattery with the ball.
Caught about 8 metres away. Receives it once more. Slattery. Oh, lovely feign for the dive, and then a pop-up pass for Davis, but they shut it well through the middle. It was the work there of Sonder, yet again, who's made a couple of try savers in this one. As Davis comes out to the right-hand side. Sonder once more making the touch. Slattery, wider still, receives it back now. Studden waiting for the opportunity. Just toying with them here a touch.
Yeah, they've got a few of them up here. They had 3 of them up, and then Slattery's looking to pounce.
Now they'll have a static start on the last, so West just frustrating their attack a little bit here. Slattery will come back this time with a passive beginning. Slattery now looking to create something out of nothing. Nearly did so as well. Opened up a bit of space there for Davis, but just couldn't get a handle on it.
Yeah, we saw that earlier today as well. It looked like nothing was going on, and then it just a really late switch to Davis, who plays her part well working with Bella Slattery, but couldn't connect there.
Oh, and another error coming out of trouble here for the Magpies. They're just inviting the Roosters back on the line time and time again. Davis still out there. Heads across now for Studden. Big right foot step. Oh, Studden again. Bouncing around, doing her best Isabel Slattery impersonation. As Bowery comes back on deck now. Drops it down. Once more, a chance looming here for Davis. They got there in time, though. Western Suburbs. Back to the 7-metre mark now.
And whilst they're inviting them with the not getting off their line, they're doing a really good job on their line defence at the moment, but you cannot give a team of this quality set after set on the line.
Studden floating not long now for Bonnick. He's caught here. Last one for the Roosters. Davis waiting at first receiver. Bowery goes that way. Nothing really doing. And now West with a high press. Will shut things down. So a very good defensive set there for the Magpies.
Yeah, it sure was. And they'll take great confidence of that. We're 12 minutes into this match. It's 2-1 down. Opportunities probably been about 50-50 both ways. And West, great confidence from your defence. They need to complete a set here, James.
Catch and pass. Nice little chain link movement down towards this touchline. Rogers goes navigating up over halfway. Nearly a forward pass thrown, but held it just in time. And I think that'll be called a touch pass there.
Yeah, that was a shame, because that was probably their best set they'd had. Oh, no, it was 7 on indeed, so they won't be happy with that call. Hands on hips in the coach's box, shake of the head and a little chat to the referee. But it's play on, and Roosters have the ball back.
Yeah, I think they could have got done for either one just then.
Yep.
So either way, referee's on the spot. As Halliwell Quinn brings it forward.
Yeah,
now, there's no reinforcements here for the Roosters either.
There's not. They're coming on now. You can see at speed, but they probably had to hold the ball up for a touch or two. See what they've got. As we said, West seem confident in their line defence, and they're doing a good job thus far. See one coming out the back.
Sylvester turns away from that extra woman lapping around the outside. Once more an opportunity through the middle. Oh, they've sucked them in beautifully. There was a golden chance there for Leo, but the ball comes free. Oh, she's in a bit of discomfort here too. That might be a dislocated finger, it looks like.
Yeah, I would say it's just kind of the edge of the ball has probably popped on one of her fingers, and she looks in a little bit of distress, holding the hand. We'll see the replay here. It was a good setup and a beautiful pass there. And I venture a guess it's probably just hit on the edge of the finger.
Straight away too. Well, that does hurt. It's a weird one. Usually you see, not when you're coming underneath the ball, but if you're trying to take an overhead pass or just flat. So, very unlucky there. It's now West head up over halfway with Rogers. Last one now, and Roosters have really suffocated them in that set. And they're definitely winning the field position battle in the last 5 minutes.
Yeah, they are, and that can happen in these games. So you can kind of stick with them for the first half of the game, and then the dominant teams or expected dominant teams get on top. They just stay in the grind, James.
Must be said as well, it's very hot out there now. In excess of 30 degrees, the sun just beaming down as Davis turns it back once more for Slattery. This is danger signs now for West. Oh, lovely pass back to Davis. She dropped it in flight, though. And again, it's probably a bit of an unlucky call there for West.
Yeah, we've seen that play a lot from Roosters over the course of the last 2 days, where Slattery skips out and then she just does the trail Davis. She couldn't catch it there, but you're right, they did get a penalty, and they'll have to defend again. The Western Suburbs will see Slattery, that left foot step.
It's the left, it's the right, straight up the guts. She's got everything at her disposal, including the long ball, which she hasn't really utilised too much so far.
No, and you can see here they've got two in the touch here in that link position.
Oh, Slattery, though, puts on the accelerator straight through the middle. We were talking about danger signs when she has ball in hand, and she is the epitome of danger on a touch field.
She sure is. So, can you see here, James, they've got 2 or 3 players up on the 7, and she just sees that gap and goes straight for it, and nobody's going to stop her there 7 metres out.
Well, that's what we talk about with the great players of our game. It's the ability to identify when these issues are starting to emerge. And Slattery doesn't even look outside, goes, no, I can see there's 2 or 3 of you struggling to get back. I'm going to put the foot down.
Yeah.
And I remember a couple of years ago, it might have been, Scotty Prince, who was playing for the Roosters, and he took off right through the middle with a couple of dummies, saw the exact same situation, backpedaling. Doesn't really matter that he's been retired from the NRL for, more than a decade at this point. He's still got the class, has enough speed, but it's more about that situational awareness.
That's right. They've got really good game awareness, as we call it. And, Scott Prince obviously still playing our game and still excelling in the mixed open division.
Of course, they're also doing very well in that division east. So it's the women's, the mixed. Not so much in the men's, of course. So they drop it down now. Rogers once more. Floating long. Chance here. Well taken in the end defensively. Back to the 7 they go.
Yeah, and they're really looking for this hole through between the middle and the length. They're passing it long, so we might be surprised, might see him go short soon.
Oh, good footwork, drawing past. They try and slap it down, but that's beautifully worked from West. And Youssef goes in.
How good is that? That was a little in and away, one-on-one, gave herself some space and just offloaded there to the winger, and Youssef come up with an easy try, but important try for her team. So they go back the blind side. She's come in, she's gone out, Vanessa Duprat. That is beautiful to watch.
And Halliwell Quinn is a very agile customer, so if you can put that kind of footwork on there, look at that. Nearly falls over in the process there off the work of Duprat. They got a slight touch there from Bonnick, but wasn't enough to take it off its line. And 3-2, they're still in this one.
They sure are. We see here Studham with the ball, speaking of skipping and stepping.
Good touch made there from Kananal. That looks to be a very flat pass. Play on for now. They try and squeeze all the way through now. Rogers is claiming the touch. Referee agrees. Back to the 7 they go. Last one. And that's a really good touch here because it'll set up a static play on the last.
Yes, light on her feet as well, Mia Rogers. She's very agile. Customers, we see the long bomb thrown by Maddie Studden out to her wing. I'm pretty sure she knew there wasn't too much of an opportunity, but just finishing the ball in the corner, so smart play by her.
Now Rogers off the right foot. East stepping up, applying all sorts of pressure here. 2 plays and they've only gone about 2 metres. That's a little bit better from Canaan, but the ball wasn't. Bounced up significantly. It's been a tough afternoon here so far for Canaan in this one.
Yeah, it sure has, and we're going to nearly see straight through the middle there, and West have just got to fix that midfield getting to their box. I'm going to say we've seen probably 4 times already in this first 16, 17 minutes that they've lost the ball in an early touch, inviting the Roosters to their line.
So 12 and a half to go. Roosters once more applying plenty of pressure here to the Western Suburbs line.
And James, the longer they can hold them out with this strong line defence, the more frustrated the Roosters will become, because they've definitely had the majority of the game down in line attack.
Popping a little pass now for Sylvester, who heads towards the middle. Picked up from Studden. Once more out wide they go. Looking for Irons to try and create something. Shut down very quickly. Once more. Last play here for the Roosters. Studden turns it on the inside. Irons floating it over the top, but into the waiting arms of West. We play on for now. Touch finally comes. That will be a 0 touch, of course, was the turnover. Now, something's just been flung into the in-goal there. I thought it might have been a boot from one of the Roosters, but looks to be some sort of bandaging.
Yeah, I don't know what it is, but as we can see here, the Roosters, that press defence, they're making it really hard. We see a good direct line. She needs to get it down. Excellent work there by Roosters.
It's unfortunately Canaan again. She's really having a tough afternoon here.
So they're going to push up here in defence, West. They need to get that ball back and get some field position down at the opposition try line. That's better defence out there. We've got the number 14 for West. We've got McMahon, and she is a good defender.
So up over halfway now come the Chooks on the charge. Canaan making the touch. Backpedaling the entire West team. Slattery looking dangerous. Draw and pass for Davis. It's popped up into the arms there of Filippo.
Yeah,
Had it come down a little bit quicker, she might well have got away from them.
Yeah, she was very calm. Maybe she looked up and saw it was about 50 metres to the try line and thought, I'll just catch it and wait to be touched.
It's up towards halfway come West now. They've survived that most recent onslaught from the Roosters. Plenty of time down the other end of the field. If they can score again here, it'll give them the world of confidence. 2 Rogers girls are out there. Mia popping it on now for Simone. Simone trying to get around the outside of Davis. Touch is made. There's the turnover, but at least they've gone down the other end and completed.
Yeah, we haven't seen him down that end of the field. As we look like that, looks like Halliwell Quinn making a charge up the field. First touch, and she's got some really good metres for her team. So you can see, James, Roosters are just making easy metres straight up the other end of the field. That's 3 touches and probably 30 metres already.
And that's probably the difference between the two teams. It's that quick cycling of the footy from the Roosters. They'll dig in, pop a late pass, but West, it's all about the straight drive at the moment.
Yeah.
It's now Roosters coming the attack. All heavy touch there. Play on is the call. Popping a little pass there was to Matthew. Now for Irons, who's running out of real estate. Or draw and pass and nearly created something.
But they're going to get another penalty again here, Roosters. So no wonder they're good at line defence, West, because they're getting a lot of practice at it, particularly in this game. But maybe that's the strategy. They'll back their defence in and dare Roosters to get around them.
They've certainly got some weapons out there who can conjure up a few opportunities. And that includes the likes of Tomasiu, who's floating out in this left wing position. Bouncing around, though, is Bowery. Back to the 7 she goes.
Yeah, so she'll be working with Morden here, the number 23, and obviously Ruby Thomas-Howe. They're looking to see what they can conspire here. It might be a little dive, I'd say, from Bowery.
Straight through the middle. Didn't even need to look wide. Straight up Main Street. And the Roosters have a 4th.
Yeah, and we've seen that twice already today, and I've seen that many a time from young Tyneese Bowery. Said a future superstar of our game, and on the 7, gets the dump, doesn't even look wide, just straight in. And it's forward runner, running at a backward runner with a long dive. She's going to win that race most times.
Good to see here as well for Mia Rogers. I remember a couple of years ago she was hanging on the wing for much of her time and a little bit of link positioning, but heading more towards the middle now, and that tends to be a typical progression,
yep.
State Cup to State Cup.
Yeah, it sure does, and she's got good ball skills, and as I said, light on her feet, a good step, so middle position's definitely the one for her.
Dropping down now. West on the attack here. Last play, just inside the 7, or popping a pass. It was well picked, but a brilliant read. I think that might have been Bonnick out wide, and there's an issue now as well.
It looks like Carly
West.
Sonder potentially going off with a calf or a knee issue.
Well, she's already strapped on that right leg, so that's the concern there, that potentially it's a recurrence of that injury. Here it is again, floating it over the top, takes it well. Just an awkward little twist there as she was falling.
Yeah, it was great attack and great defence, so they are peppering that Lincoln West. They've obviously seen something in the games they've watched from Roosters, but equally good defence by the winger there, Angel Barber.
So Davis now on the charge. Strong contact there from Canaan. There's now Slattery, takes off, finds a little pass now. Had Davis held that width in that link position, that was right on the money. She came searching for some support though.
Yeah, I think there for Davis, she normally plays in the middle channel of the field, but Studden had switched in and they just got a little bit confused as to where their lines were.
So 4-2 with 7.5 to go. West have pushed the Roosters here. They're certainly not out of it yet. Flat pass there from Mia Rogers. And our central referee had a little look out wide, thinking, well, was that forward? It was called to be play on. Rogers here. Short side raid. Up very quickly, though, with Slattery and shuts it down. Oh, so Davis with a little bobble as well.
So, again, they've finished it down the left-hand side of the field, and there's going to be an amazing take there by the number 15 for Roosters, Abby Bonnick. She did a really good job there because that could have spelled trouble for Roosters.
Popped up now again. Roosters once more with this lovely late cycling as they dig into the line. Hitters on offer here. They'll roll it back quickly. Nice strike dump. Tomasiu takes off. Oh, great speed from her. Finding support up through the middle. Absolute clockwork. And Bowery capitalises for the Roosters. And that might just do it here. 5-2.
Yeah, a couple of young guns in this Roosters team with Tomasiu straight through the middle and passes up to the ever-ready Tynese Bowery, who that's a hat-trick in this game for her.
It's been a great start to her tournament. And a really good performance here from her. And they've come in different varieties as well. We've had the dive over, we've had the little dummy, and now we've had the supporting run as well.
Yeah, and good listening there. The referee called both the people in the markers offside, so well done, Ruby. Straight through with Tynese following behind you. So the score skips out to 5-2 now. Roosters over West.
Now Duprat drops it about 8 metres away. Concerted approach here from West, but they'll get the extra set off the back of a penalty. Chance to build some more pressure here. Restarted now from Cashier. Cashier caught. Receives it once more. Having a little look. Oh, good late step. Nearly got around the outside of that middle defender. That was Bowery.
Yeah, there's about 5.5 minutes left. They definitely need to be next to score here, West. And they've got an opportunity. They've still got 4 or 5 touches on the line of the Roosters. See if they can condition the defence and then go back.
Duprat, once again, quick release. Pops it up once more. Out wide. It was building nicely there for West. Just a little bit away from the outstretched arms of Grace Kelly.
But here we see again it's going to be a penalty to West. I think he's called the winger offside. So, fortuitous for West. They're going to get another opportunity. And that's 2 penalties we see. And we'll see what they can manufacture here. They've put Mia Rogers back on, and she'll be the one they'll be looking to.
Canaan also back out there and now joining the action for pretty much the first time as Sullivan Fairhurst. So she's hanging off in that right wing position at the moment. Hasn't really had a taste of the footy so far. Rogers there in support. Receives it now. Brings it forward. Canaan with a quick release. Rogers once more on this right-hand side. She was thinking that Hallowell Quinn was offside and ran straight at her. Oh, there's an issue here for Canaan. Geez, she's really had a tough time in this game. They've targeted her defensively, a couple of errors, and now there's an injury for her too.
Yeah, I'm not sure what happened there because she offloaded the ball back to Mia Rogers from the acting half position, but they're showing a fair bit of concern for her.
Here it is again on the replay. So Canaan picks it up, pops a little pass.
It's that ankle.
Oh, yeah, it's hard to tell. I mean, she's already got the left knee heavily strapped. It's definitely on that leg. Here it is once more. It's innocuous, and for me, that's the bigger concern, that it's not something so blatant.
No. And as you said, she's got that left knee strapped, and it looked like it could have potentially just buckled a little bit when she changed direction to give the pass back to Rogers. So hopefully it's nothing too major, and she's just leaning into her coach there and definitely in a little bit of pain.
The last thing you want to see is a knee injury. If anything, you'd actually prefer it to be the ankle. So whatever it is, hopefully she's all right. As now West once more. Keep it alive here. Rogers trying to put on the afterburners. Good touch, though. May once more from Hallowell Quinn.
Yeah, she's hard to get past. You mentioned it before. She's fast and she's tall and she's got a long reach with that dive. As we see Tomasiu drive up the field, chasing by Mia Rogers, but I think she's away.
Tomasiu's off for the prize. Good luck catching her. Here comes a late effort from Cashier. Oh, Cashier might have done it. It's a terrific try saver. But now they're still stripped for numbers on this left-hand edge. Studden, can she identify it? Oh, they nearly were able to keep going, but great recovery here from West. Sylvester now slows it down. Studden, short ball back for them once more. And they're going to blow the penalty. Cashier is also blowing big time. She's just run a good 70 or 80 metres.
I think she's okay with the penalty there. She's got about 20 metres. As we see it on replay, she gets round Mia Rogers, looking for the try line. And what a great chase. And as you can see, she went straight for the corner. Cut her angle off. Must be a mathematician. So she's known which is the shortest distance to run to get her. And what a touch.
It's Pythagoras' theorem out here on Port Macquarie's Regional Stadium. Lovely ball over the top. And there's no mistake there for Angel Barber, who receives a heavenly pass, and the sideline official, he's right into it here.
Yeah, he's got all the moves, the sideline official there, in awarding that try, but you'll see here, they're just fatigued, and you see Studden throws a beautiful ball over the top. Not much the winger could do, and very good put down by Barber.
There it is. Oh, that's flamboyant. Get behind that, and he knows what he's doing too. He turned around. You know what he reminds me of? The Tree of Wisdom from the Wiggles at the moment that's going viral.
I've seen it.
Big shakedown. I can tell you now, I'm not pleased about this. I don't think I look anything like him. I've had multiple people sending it to me saying, James, this is you. You look like the bloke. You act like him. Calm down. I'm not that eccentric.
Not yet.
You reckon there's time?
Oh, you never know. There's not a lot of time in this game, though. There's only a minute and a half left to go, and Roosters up 6-2. They're diving for the line. There's going to be a discussion between the referees, and now it's going to be a penalty of the Roosters.
There's the turnover now for the Chook, 6-2, so the result beyond doubt. Studden floats past out wide, and geez, they really haven't gone into their shell here, but maybe they should have, because they're going to call that one forward. And there is the turnover now.
And West need to get on that ball quickly, see if they can get another try, because you never know at the end of the pool phase, for and against can play a factor. So whilst the Roosters have got away with this one today and a score of 6-2, they'd like to bridge the gap in that differential for sure in this last minute. Absolutely,
and I believe West are currently sitting in at 4th. So 5th, in fact. They're just behind Penrith on for and against. So -7 compared to -5. So you're very right. This has massive implications in terms of how things pan out as we head into the final day. So every try will count here for West. Little passes pop now. Philippou directing traffic. Nothing really doing here for West. It's all in slow motion at the moment. Out it comes for Collar Power. That's a set that really leaves a lot to be desired.
Yeah, that was fatigue there. You can see the Roosters were coming up on. They've obviously won this game, the Roosters, and they're going to finish top of their pool with 5 wins from 5 games, and they are not taking their foot off the pedal. They're putting a real statement out to the rest of the competition, James.
Yeah, Slattery in particular has looked terrific, as has Bowery, who's got a hat-trick here. They've floated over the top ball. Had they gone direct there to Angel Barber, she had acres of space, would have gone in without anyone near her. But as it stands, that one will finish at 6-2. So another dominant display from the Roosters. Gab, as you mentioned, it's an undefeated start to this tournament.
Yeah, they'll be happy with what they've produced over the first 2 days. But as we've spoken about, the tournament starts again on Sunday morning. They look like they've got all their players fresh and ready to go to tomorrow, and they're definitely a force to be reckoned with come Sunday.
Absolutely. All the action is right here in one place, live, exclusive and on demand on KO. Hope you're enjoying all the coverage. Up next is the men's seniors division as the Sharks take on Wallsend.
Move, get out the way, my feet wanna go dancing.
Mufasa, you know we finally here, right?
Well,
It's Friday then, there's Saturday, Sunday, what? It's Friday then, there's Saturday, Sunday, what? It's Friday again, there's Saturday, Sunday.
Let's go. I'm losing it.
Please explain.
You beauty.
Just spare change, right? But what if you saved that spare change every time you bought a coffee? Or every time you bought something to eat? Or something to wear? And what if all that money was invested into the stock market, where it can potentially grow over time? And what if the Raise app did this for you automatically in the background of life? Round up and start investing your everyday purchases. Download the Raise app today.
Welcome back to Port Macquarie. This men's seniors match here between Sharks and Wallsend. Adam Collins in commentary, joined by Mitch Walken. Mitch, what can we expect out here? Great talent littered through both teams. Plenty of experience, and this one should be a cracker.
Yeah, it's going to be an excellent game. There's a couple of names that the viewers will want to be looking out for. You've got Geordie Marshall-King in the 7 for the Sharks. Matthew Maitland in the 10. Our viewers will know who he is. Really looking forward to this game, mate.
Yeah, it should be a cracker, as we said. Plenty of experience in both lineups, but those names you mentioned in the Sharks, some touchful footballing royalty, and we see a great pass, but unfortunately for the Wallsend boys, that one was called forward.
He did very well, the winger there, Redmond, to bring it in, but it was a forward pass.
So we'll see what the Sharks can do as they come off their own line. There is Marshall King, brother of Jeremy and Benji, and a magnificent touch footballer. First time wearing the Sharks colours, generally wearing the blue and gold of the Parramatta Eels.
Yeah, played for Australian Men's Opens at the World Cup a couple of months back. So
over there in Nottingham with a busted shoulder. What a pass.
And a bat
little
on.
juggle. Can he get the ball? He does. On his hands and knees, crawled over the line.
Oh, this will look good on the replay. It was a fantastic right to left pass. The bat on.
Here it is.
Bat on.
I don't know if he meant to bat it on. I think he meant to take it, but it came off the fingertips.
That's so good.
The juggle, let's see it again. Yeah. Oh, was it 50-50, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Then the scramble.
Yeah, that's fantastic. What a good try.
Who was it? Number 13, Chase Stanley. Man who gets his name in the scorebook, but that was a great team try.
Yeah, that's a beauty.
Right to left pass was on the money. Now we see Wallsend up to the 7-metre line. They look short. I like what the link did there. He hit the line hard, kept the defence out a little bit.
Yeah, Cindy two-step where it went back against the grain. Just wasn't able to execute. But if they keep playing that move, I'm sure they'll have results.
Let's see Well, Sharks do again as they roll up to the halfway line now. Back into the middle. Here's Maitland skipping the ball forward. There he is again.
Oh, that's a late pass.
All the way. It was late. Very casual from Matty. Shakes his head.
Yeah.
Just back from a stint over there in England. Has wrapped up his rugby league career. Back on Australian soil now. And great to have him here at the State Cup. Representing Australia back in the juniors.
Yeah, oh, it's fantastic to see the rugby league players, past and present, back in the great game of touch footy, mate.
Always, as we see now, Wallsend up to the 7 metres. A nice pick-up. They come out to the left.
Oh.
Ball down quickly. I think he got there in time. The referee steps back to award. And that's a great strike back from Wallsend.
Yeah, that's a really good try too. I think it was Jordan Phillips who picked up and scooped. Metre out, bang off the right, throws a great ball. Winger had a bit of work to do, gets the ball down cleanly.
It was a great try. Let's see it here again, this Bar TV coverage. Second to none, ball down to the ground beautifully. Yeah. Number 61, Matt Redmond. You called him earlier on. He almost had his name in the books.
Yeah, he
right
gets
at the
one
opening
there.
of play.
Yeah, that's right, mate. Finally got one.
So 1-1. Half-hour games here. You've been watching, or if you're new to it, half-an-hour games. They turn around after each try. So it's the Sharks back on the attack. You see Maitland just off the edge here. That's him with the ball in hand. Outside him, Marshall King. What a combination. Back to Maitland. Maitland looks short, finds a line. Well done. Winger stayed out beautifully, so he had options.
Yeah.
He took the short option, and that's not the stature of the two players I'm pointing out as well. Just want to be clear on that. I'm not calling him short.
No.
You see him hit the link hole, beautiful.
Yeah.
And try time.
The Wallsend guys saw Geordie coming for the ML, so I think that they did the right thing to play away. The winger didn't know where the try line was and probably went a little bit too far. So all wingers got to know where that try line is, not go too far back.
Yeah, Dylan Takiri, Taikato Simpson is the try scorer.
Easy for you to say.
Yeah. I'm working on it. It's been a long day. When I'm not in here, I'm on the microphone. So, yeah, a lot of talking through a touch tournament. Sick of my own voice, so apologies to the viewers.
Only mucking around, mate.
It's all good, brother. As we move forward now, Sharks back on the attack up to the halfway line. Very condensed here, close to their sub-box, looking to get the fresh legs on, you'd imagine. Here come the troops now. Settle it up, 10 metres into Wallsend territory. There's 7 on. Referee hasn't... Yeah, now he spotted it. Yeah.
All over it, mate.
Just a little bit of confusion. It's frenetic there when they change.
Yeah, it is.
It really has to be controlled in the sub-box because that could have been could have been the first touch that they have down there and they give it away. That time it was the end of the set, so not too bad, but all the way back up on the halfway line, they've just lost 25, 30 metres.
Lost the ball, lost possession, just lost the count in the box, mate. So you've got to be communicating in the box. Who's the next couple on?
Now it is Wallsend with the attack, 15 metres out from the Sharks line. They set it in the middle, this interchange in the middle, just trying to move the defensive line around. It's almost like chess trying to...
Look at the hole there.
There it is. Can he get... Oh, nice shutdown from the winger. Who was that?
Hang on. That's a really good touch.
Adam Clark, I think it might have been, that shot in off the wing like a bullet.
Yeah, fantastic touch. Absolute try saver.
So now they're back in the middle. Come the long bomb again, the Harbour Bridge floater over the top, nothing doing there, shut down again.
Good defence there from Clark.
That was much easier that time. All they had to do was watch it float over the top.
That's exactly right.
And it was Matt Redmond who was looking to get his name back in the books again, but that time didn't quite come off.
Oh no, we've got the dummy half has stepped on the line when he's gone
on the line as he
picked
picked the ball up. Yeah, you're right.
It was right underneath the box where we are.
And that's the thing with the referees. They work as a team, even though the sideline referee, acting similar to a touch judge in that respect there, monitoring the sideline.
Yep, absolutely.
It's one of those interesting things that the guy rolling the ball can put his foot out and roll it. That's okay,
right.
But the acting half, once he puts his hands on...
It's one of the anomalies in our rules.
All games are over. So now it is Wallsend, another attacking opportunity. They're only down by the 1 try. Just moving the ball and try and draw both defenders up. Short again.
Oh, good defence.
Little dummy. And the half was caught, but referee said they didn't come all the way back to the line. have to have 2 feet on or behind the try line.
Yeah, he said that Maitland didn't get back on side there.
It's just very casual from Matt.
Oh,
it's how he is. It's how he plays the game.
Second phase there.
Big release. Need to go hands. They do. And it is Redmond. They just exploited. He said that second phase play crucial in the delivery of that pass straight off the ground.
Yeah, everyone knew their role. A nice dump in the middle of the field. We would get the replay here. A good strike dump and a good early release there from Phillips to our man Redmond in the corner.
The winger was right in, but he had to because the link had
absolutely
been sucked right into that touch.
Yeah, the poor winger from the Sharks had no choice there.
Tough gig to touch winger.
Oh, there is not a harder position in. It's a tough position, I'll say. I'm not going to exaggerate too much.
And a lot of the time too, in State Cup touch footy, a lot of the times the wingers stay on.
Yeah, they do.
You know.
Yeah.
And middles and links rotate through because
That's right.
Obviously it's a tough gig in there as well. There's a nice little slip ball. And Marshall King, he won't score any easier tries than that one.
No, that's a beauty. Really, really nicely. Yeah, they've gone the ML platform again.
And that's another ex-Australian representative, Dean Springfield.
Yeah, ML.
Here he is, out of the middle. Just look at that, just beautiful.
Link bites in.
But Springy, you can see here, ball held out in front, two-handed, eyes lock onto that defender, and then it's just, poetry in motion, Springy.
And the thing is, too, if the link goes out, he just runs through from half.
Absolutely. So it is the Sharks maintaining that lead. Wrap around, nice play here.
Great hole. Oh, I think he's dropped it.
He has. Slam dunk.
Great ball, though. Nice line there from the link, too.
They're there or thereabouts, aren't they?
Are.
They're asking questions. Yeah. Jinx.
Yes, no, they are. Absolutely.
So far, Sharks have had the answers, but if they keep doing that, they're going to find a chink in the armour.
Yeah, absolutely.
Again, the Sharks roll on. There's Marshall King, carries it forward. Geordie, over in the World Cup, I was lucky enough to be over there calling those games as well. He played that pretty much with a busted shoulder. They got him through the games, but he never shirked his duties. And it's great to see him back out here. As I said, different colours. A bit odd watching him jump around in the Sharks. Here he goes, off that right foot.
Oh, look at that.
Dive from 4 metres out there. Ball along the ground. Yeah, you can call the touch, mate. You might have got him, but the ball was well and truly over the line.
Absolutely, the ball was down.
There's the smiles on Jordan's face. He makes his way back to the sub box.
Just a little quickie there.
Springy, again.
And 15 didn't do too much wrong.
Nah.
If the link could have taken a step forward, he might have bought him a little bit of time, but he does that against, the world's best.
It's one of those things, we'll see it here, as the defender crashes in, he tries to make the touch on the line. And you've got to get in front of the line when the guys are diving.
Take that half a step, 1 step off that line.
Yeah.
Easier said than done from the commentary box, though.
Mate, yeah. I'm not going to say I could do it.
Oh, there we go again.
That's a nice pass. Got him behind the line, found space, and that winger did an outstanding job. He just held his rail like a train on the track. They only go straight. He did that beautifully, Redmond. Yeah. He's been some class out here on the edge for Wallsend.
He had some work to do here too.
Nice work in the middle there. That's a great step off the left foot. He engaged 2 defenders.
Yeah, from Matt Cole, and gets the ball down.
That's a great take.
Great hit back. Really good hit back.
Big fan here of Redmond. Matty, well done. Sharks again, another Matty, Maitland this time in the middle of the field. There's Springy. A little bit of interplay in the middle. Don't have the number 17's not on our run sheet.
No. Trouble.
Moylan. Oh, that was almost like a no look right to left, and it just hit the spot. And went right through the breadbasket of the winger.
Yeah, it wasn't the easiest pass to catch, but, it certainly goes down as a blown chance.
Skills on display from Moylan.
Oh, that's
now
a bad
we'll get
error.
another opportunity it is, isn't it? The coach killer.
That is the coach
and you
killer,
put
mate.
your coach's hat on. How many times?
Oh, God. Absolutely.
You grimace, the hat comes off the head, you pull your hair.
Absolutely, mate.
Yeah, all the frustrations.
I was going to say they do need to move forward. They were sort of, they're not really pressing forward, and the referee has awarded a penalty there.
And it's one of the things in our game now, isn't it? This standoff defence, little step. Again, quite sure who he is.
No, we don't have 56 on the team names. It was a good touch, though. They're in no hurry to come out, though.
No, they're just up there. There's Maitland off the left foot. Dives for the line. He's claiming it. Hat comes off in the contact. Big smile from Maitland.
It's a good touch from the link. That time the link did come off the line.
Here he is again in the middle. Sweeper goes around. Hayden Miller.
Oh, look at that.
Bomb. Left to right.
That's a 20-metre pass. And he just made it look so easy.
Chase Stanley says, thank you very much.
Oh, look at that.
Here it is.
Picks up. Bang. Hit him on the chest. Beautiful. Good to watch.
Have a look at our man, Matty Redmond there. Just look at his body language. As soon as that ball went over, he
knows I'm cooked.
Hands up. Too good.
Yeah.
So...
Another ex-NRL player there with Chase Stanley going over.
Plenty of talent out there, isn't there? Littered right throughout that lineup. And touch football talent as well. Has NRL history.
Whoops.
Little juggle. Keeps it outside, but Marshall King just numbers up. That's a nice little play back inside for Redmond. They turn it to the right again.
6 to go.
Marshall. He come in to shut it down. He thought he might have had a second chance at that one, but it cannoned away from him.
Yeah, you had to stop it too. Enterprising play, a little bit unorthodox. Unorthodox is the word we're looking for.
You found it.
Yeah, finally. Let's see what the Wolves have got here.
On the 7-metre line, full set of 6. They need to execute here. That's a nice little pass back on the inside. Touch was affected. Shut down. Came from the middle, pushing out. So this is where, this slower play, they need to just make sure they execute their skills.
Yeah, they do.
But make sure they're square. Make sure they roll the ball correctly. They don't step over it, because the referees will be right onto it if they do. Quick pass to you and me. Back on the inside. Matt Cole. He was looking for the line. Nice shutdown defence there from Greg Dillon.
Great touch. He's very fast.
Cole again, back on the inside, over the shoulder. No look pass. Quick roll ball here in transition.
Love the quick transition. He couldn't have been onside there quick.
I'm agreeing with you, Mitchie, but the referee has made the call.
We always abide by the referee's rules.
And, they're getting through a ton of work themselves, the refs. How quickly they're rotating, and conditions out there, they're probably refereeing sometimes, 7, 8 games a day.
Yeah. High speed, high intensity.
There's a siren going in the background. I think that's a little bit short. It's only been 15 minutes.
Yeah, the game has gone fast, but it hasn't gone that fast.
So that's my normal role in there.
Look at that. No.
He will rue that chance.
Yeah. Derek Duff.
Derek Duff. You could say he duffed that one.
Yes, he did. Again, link hole was on. Great ball. Just wasn't able to complete.
He did. Oh, off the ground pass. Extra metres. It's always good. Now they're in a little bit of confusion in the defensive line. Nice wrap out play.
Yeah, great flow.
Numbers to the right now. Overlap if they can. I just thought he might have needed to pop out there.
Yeah, and it was on the link too. You needed that touch needed to be on the middle.
It's difficult, isn't it, when you're sweeping on like that and your momentum's taking you across the field to get that straightened.
Yeah, it is, mate.
It can be crucial, as we saw there. It's also, we see a lot of penalties given away when you're running laterally and you don't square up to roll the ball.
Yeah, that's exactly right.
Those little...
1%ers, as we call them.
1%ers. Nice short ball.
We've got a no touch there, though.
Wow. That was a beautiful play. But again, that 1%er, you've got to make the touch first.
Yeah. I put my coaching hat on. I hate it when teams that I coach do the no touch with inside the 7.
7, yeah,
it's a low percentage play.
Yep.
If the ref says play on, didn't see it, you're standing there arguing, you're cooked.
Absolutely. I'm in agreement completely with that one. that we see now. The Wolves roll on, nice pick up. Just lost the handle on it, but got it away to Redmond. Redmond looking for the line, can't get there that time. Again, it was Adam Clark that came in.
Yeah, good defence from Clark. It's also hard. They're trying to attack over here where Geordie is. And he's an Australian player who's just doing it very easily. I'd like to see them try and attack the other side of the field.
A little stumble in the roll ball. The referee says play on. That's a good release as well. Extra metres through the middle of the field now. Options left and right. They come left, they have numbers, but they've been sent back. Hayden Murray-Miller. There's Moreland through the line, gets a short one away for Murray-Miller.
That's a very good touch there.
It was.
A really good touch from Roberts. Saved a certain try.
It certainly did. And his team might pay. Oh no, we're going to give away a penalty for over the mark.
Oh, that's a killer.
Coming off your own line. Again, it's that work into your sub box.
Yeah,
go forward, get the momentum
that's
first.
That's exactly right.
Too
Spot
many
on.
teams
go sideways.
Go sideways.
Yeah.
And they're the errors that we were touching on earlier, those 1%ers.
They'll do very well to keep them out here.
If you're sitting at home watching, get the message to your players. Get up the paddock first. Build momentum. Now we see Marshall King in the middle. Little step back. It was good shutdown coming in the shape of Kai Arbuckle, but too good.
Yeah, it was too good. It was a little bit late to shut. It was just a quickie, turn the ball back in, and unfortunately he was a little bit late to shut, and Geordie gets himself another try.
Nice play here from Dane Ryan. Little skip off the right foot, gets it. Nice hat to reach out in front, so he had a little bit of work to do.
Yeah, he did. Really good put down.
Here's Dane Ryan again, that right foot step. Good skills from Marshall King. 6-3 now. Starting to get away from the Wolves. They have to be the next to score here, I would imagine.
100%. They must be the next to score.
This State Cup, it's a funny tournament, the half-hour games. You've really got to make the most of your opportunities. Goes long here.
Good touch.
Redmond was unmarked on the wing. Can they get the ball to him now? They do, but look at the
good
defensive
effort.
Slide.
Chase Stanley. Really, really good.
Yep.
Second efforts.
He might have pulled up a little bit lame there too, Chase. He just seems to be carrying a leg injury there, but he's going to come off now. Nice
good
down the sideline again, millimetres from the sideline, the acting half. That's good, straighten up. Now they have an option to the left. There's Moylan. Floats onto the field.
That's a good dump too.
Good drive into the line from Mr. Unknown. Short
Look
ball.
at that. Oh, yes.
Right on the money from Moylan. And it's Derek Duff. He didn't duff that one.
No, he ran a really nice hole. But it started with Moylan's dump where he started to spread the middles out. Then he swept around. 3-on-2. Good put down. Our man Redman couldn't make the touch there. Couldn't do much to stop that.
We see it there. Link shot in. And Redman, he tried to. He threw his body.
Yeah, he did his best, but really, really structured try.
It's a hot-looking Sharks outfit.
They do look good.
Keep an eye on them, making their way through the playoffs. There's Wallsend now, 10 metres out. Matt Cole in the link position. He's the one to keep an eye on. He's been busy for the Wolves. The ball comes out this way. It does now for Duffy. Hits that line. No, sorry, Cole, he hits the line, but the shutdown.
Touch.
Is that Clark?
Yeah, it was Clark again.
Adam Clark. These two wingers out here, they've had a ding-dong battle.
There they have. They've scored tries. They've saved tries. They've been fantastic.
They're both knees, hands on knees.
Yeah, both playing nearly looks like a full game as well.
I think they're talking to each other about, oh, geez, I had this happen. And great camaraderie in the division.
Oh, there we are. Not playing it square. That's a killer on the new set of 6. Down by 4. 8 to go.
And not at pace. It was just a slow, lazy reset.
Yeah, it was.
They're the errors, as we say.
Yes.
Poor old Clark. He's earned a rest. He needs to come off. Couldn't even get the hands off the ground that time. He's tired.
Yeah, he is. He's done a lot of work.
I think that's what, 22 minutes without a change-up. Again, this slow play, it's
Yeah,
not
trying to
working for Wallsend.
They can't seem to get their players that they want in the right spots.
It's not moving forward against Marshall King. He was just having a casual stroll back on the line. Again, this slow play. Up comes Stanley for the touch. Is it Stanley? Or Dane Ryan, my apologies. Now they accelerate into the line this time, but no runners. Too static.
Yeah.
For Wallsend.
Let's see what they got here.
Off to the right. Short. Intercept taken Marshall King. They won't even chase, I don't think, and he'll just stroll up the sideline.
Yeah, he's almost walking.
And that's heads-up touch footy from Jordan. He
So
just
good.
read the play happening around him and knew he was in the right channel.
He still has to put the ball down and have a bit of a chat with the ref.
It's not rugby sevens, mate. Come on.
Ref gives him the hurry up. Just, again, good awareness. Gets in the channel, knocks the ball up, runs 70 metres.
Yeah, without pressure, there's a high five from our man Redmond.
Yep. Great to see. Yeah, look at that.
As casual as you like, because he just knew he was in control of his space.
He didn't even have to put any of the big ones in at all.
Nah,
just cruising.
The winger was on his outside as well. He knew they had that covered, so he just...
Yeah, that'll do me.
In the middle now. This is better. Nice pick up. They've got men in motion.
Bad luck.
Another intercept over the top. Wasn't sure what to do with it there.
No.
Takiri Takoto Smith. Little hold up. That's extra metres, but slows down. So they'll reset here. Kane McGregor switches it back out for Hayden Warrior-Miller. Ryan into the man we have no name for.
They better be careful and don't give away a penalty here.
It's a nice play the ball quick. Go left and then step right in behind the line. And it was just numbers. As soon as he got in behind the line, it becomes...
Yeah,
it becomes a raffle, really, doesn't it?
They've got themselves down quite nicely. No talk in the middle there. And a very easy try. It's the game's sort of got away from them, hasn't it?
Yeah.
The Wolves. They haven't completed their sets. I think Cronulla have scored nearly the last 3 times they've had the ball.
It's coming very easy for the Sharks.
It is.
But again, they can chance their hand at that, that lead. They can play those, magic balls or whatever you want to try. It was Kane McGregor that gets his name in the scorebook. As the Wolves just look to try and convert something here. That's a good pick up from Cole. The little dummy has to go long. Matty Redmond.
There we go, another try.
Thank you.
Chalk it up.
That's Cole again. He's been tireless for the Wolves.
He's been great. The middle link dump, picks up, shapes to bomb left to right, and then just goes straight through. No shut there from the middle. Misses the touch.
That's a nice pass too.
Yeah, it's a beauty.
Right on the money.
Tiptoed along the dead ball line.
Touch came in. Thought he had him.
Yeah.
Just millimetres away.
Let's see if they can get a stop.
4 minutes on the clock here for the Sharks. They'll want to add another one, I'm sure. There's Springy in the middle. Dean Springfield. Keep an eye on him. He's around that ruck, he's dangerous.
Deadly.
There's Half. Nice release off the ground. Cut out, touched in flight.
6 to go.
Dean Farah there too. Had tried to penetrate through the line. Another NRL player.
Yeah.
He hit that link hole, that channel in between the wing and the link. Now, this is good.
Much better.
Much better momentum. They took it forward and the numbers came on. Just broke down a little bit. Slow play the ball. The ball on the ground, that time needs to be snappy. It needs to be crisp. Little ball back on the inside.
Yeah.
Gary Baker it was. It stepped out at the right, flicked it back inside, and just set it up here for the Sharks to roll off their line. Springfield dawdles forward. There's Ryan. Little shove from the side there.
Ref said it's okay.
Yeah. Yeah, it was that sideways momentum, I think, from the settler. Just off balance when he was touched. Marshall King in the middle. He'll go from half here. Steps out to the right, gets the first player offside.
Thank you.
Had to give early there, I would have thought. 6 more.
I thought it was 6
I thought
to
it was
go.
touched in flight. Yeah, it was. Referee saw it now.
Spot on, mate. Yep.
Chris Skills again from the Sharks. A few tired bodies out there, you'd imagine.
I think so.
Late in the tournament, late in day 2. They've played a few games. Off the left foot, little hop, skip and a jump, the left knee there, heavily strapped of our unnamed man.
Good touch there from Baker, though.
Marshall King and Derek Duff there. Duff.
Oh. Could I have a new set of ankles, please?
It is. I mean,
we shouldn't laugh, should we?
We've talked about him enough. Obviously, a great touch footballing talent. No question, one of the best in the business at the moment. He's been around the game for so long. Both the middles, just they were beating all ends up there. You can see a little dummy. Wow.
Great try.
Yeah. Gary Baker just put his head down in defence.
Yeah.
Oh, how do I stop that?
Absolutely.
Athleticism at these guys' age. And Cole, he hasn't given up for the Wolves. Been tireless. Here he comes again on the sweeper. They look to go left. They come back to Cole, but it was too late.
Yes. I think if he runs instead of passes.
He's hurt his arm there too, Cole. That could be costly for Wallsend moving through the tournament, because he has been quite impressive. If they lose him...
No, if they want to compete tomorrow, I think he needs to make sure that elbow or the shoulder or whatever it is, mate, is okay.
Just got my eye on him there in the sub box. He seems okay. He's holding it, but trying to rotate. It looks like a shoulder.
Look at this.
A little no-look pass from Springfield back on the inside.
Just so easy. So good to watch, playing eyes up.
There's Moylan off the right foot, little bunny hop. Back to Marshall King. Marshall King holds it up and goes himself again. Quick hands to Moylan. Moylan gets it away over the top. Good shutdown defence. It was great defence from Nathan Hinton. But they just keep piling it on. Moylan comes back.
Late switch.
Oh, couldn't get his hands on it. And now the Hooter sounds in the background around the south. The Sharks take it out. 10 tries to 4. And it really was an impressive display. As we say, we're making our way into the business end of the competition now. The Sharks and the men's seniors certainly a team to keep an eye on.
Absolutely they are. Absolutely.
Well, we hope you've enjoyed that men's seniors game. And again, the action flies thick and fast here at the State Cup. It'll be men's opens coming your way shortly. Newcastle taking on Penrith. And enjoy all the action on KO Freebies and Bar TV Sports bring you the pictures. Sit back, relax, take a quick break. We'll be back with all the action from Port Macquarie.
It's just spare change, right? Well, what if you saved that spare change every time you made a purchase? Every coffee, every meal, every book you'll definitely read. And what if all that money was invested into the stock market, where it can potentially grow over time? And what if the Raise app did this for you, automatically in the background of life? Round up and start investing your everyday purchases. Download the Raise app today.
Move, get out the way, my feet wanna go dancing.
Please explain.
You beauty.
Just spare change, right? But what if you saved that spare change every time you bought a coffee? Or every time you bought something to eat? Or something to wear? And what if all that money was invested into the stock market, where it can potentially grow over time? And what if the Raise app did this for you automatically in the background of life? Round up and start investing your everyday purchases. Download the Raise app today.
Welcome back to Port Macquarie Regional Stadium as the action continues for the 2024 New South Wales Touch Football State Cup. James Preston and Mitch Walkerton to bring you all the action here between top of the table Newcastle and Penrith, who are sitting in at fourth, looking to solidify their claims for action on day 3. So it's been a very good start for Newcastle, their first match here on day 2. And that man in the centre of the screen, Jack Edwards, he certainly has been the talisman so far, Mitch.
Yeah, he's been fantastic. The whole team's been great, James. They're 3 from 3. They're playing very fast and direct. And it'll be a really good game here to see how Penrith counters that and then also puts their own spin on the moves that they like to run, mate.
Yeah, it's actually reasonably similar styles here, I feel, between Penrith and Newcastle. Very direct teams.
Yeah.
Maybe just that little bit of extra lateral movement with the likes of Jack and Connor Edwards for Newcastle, though.
Yeah, they do. And then on the other side, you know, Nick Good, he'll be involved in everything.
He will get us underway here. That's him with the ball at his feet. About to tap off. So 30 minutes on the clock, of course, if you're just joining us here on KO. Touch football with tries and then the two sides changing directions. No halftime breaks here for the State Cup as we are off and running. Good. Wrapping around, sends it out to this left-hand side. Little short pass here for the work of Angles Cork. Now for Good once more. Jimenez drops it down 7 away. Good at speed. Nice fast start here from Penrith.
Great
pass
defence.
Comes out, but yeah, good tracking there from Newcastle.
Really good defence there from Hugh Doherty over there on the wing. And here they go, playing straight, playing fast.
Well, he had an exceptional first day, Hugh Doherty. Both sides of the ball is now Botham. Brings it forward, up over halfway, they come Newcastle. Really good speed from them as well. Bouncing around, Mitchell waiting for it at acting half. Scoops it up now,
Passive.
Great release. Oh, Botham was there, but a really good read out wide from Tim Good.
Yeah, that's a really great read from Good.
So now Penrith working away. Under pressure here. It's always this really fast, high-pressing line that Newcastle offer. It's energy both sides of the ball. That's their fortes. Now Horatio Edwards brings it forward. Pops a little pass out to this right-hand side, and Cameron Chloe's got the new boots on today. He's got rid of the pink.
Yeah, he's got new boots and he's in a new position. He's playing link. We know him from State of Origins and where he's played previously. He's been an excellent winger. So, you know, potentially with injuries or other bits and pieces, he finds himself at link. Oh, he wasn't watching there.
No, it came right off the shoulder there of Reeve Howard, who was having a little look out to that left link position, but if you are the middle and it's floating there, you've got to try and take the ball first.
Eyes up.
As Chloe now pops it back on the inside for Edwards. Now on the charge here. They move forward through Angles Cork, and then Jimenez once more drops it down. Angles Cork again, looking to get the ball away. Was that played at there, though, from Floyd Ty? There was definitely a hand around.
It was good defence, though, from Ty. He got up, cut the time. Oh, he's called touch there.
Well, if he is going to call touch, I feel that Edwards released the ball, so that should be a touch pass if that's the case.
I would have thought so. It's sort of having a bet each way. Bit of pointing now.
Well, it's almost like looking at the Spider-Man meme with the 3 different Spider-Mans all pointing at one another.
Yeah, it was.
So now Edwards gets them going once more. Up over halfway they come. Howard with a short pass. Good roll on here for Newcastle. Oh, but the roll ball itself left plenty to be desired.
Yeah, it was a really good setup. Really good setup. Just didn't execute, unfortunately.
Angles Cork now shifting a little bit wider still. Meters on offer here for Penrith, but Botham and co. Popping up here for Newcastle just to try and shut it down. Peacock heads towards the middle. Now for Nick Good. Back to Peacock. Once more, floating through the middle. Short release here for Jack Dean. Dean drops it down. Last one now for Good, sending it wide early, looking for the bat on. Oh, they came up quickly. Doherty's come off worse for wear in that collision.
Yeah, I think there was a bit of a collision. He was coming in to save the bat on, and I think I'm not sure what part of the body he's injured. Is he winded?
I think it's the elbow here he's clutching. So it's either elbow or shoulder. He's holding onto that right arm. I believe we actually saw him in the wars yesterday too, Hugh Doherty.
Yeah, so I hope he's going to be okay because he's been fantastic and they certainly need him.
Well, Penrith still have the ball. When we get a chance, we'll take a closer look at that injury there for Doherty. As Good now picks it up. Swings it back towards the middle. Good, just floating here. Offering it for Robinson. Robinson now takes off, tries to split them and does exactly that. Good speed from Robinson and Penrith. Yep. Strike first against their more fancied opponent.
Yeah, a little two-step on the outside and Nick Good again. And then we love seeing that from Connor Edwards. Didn't make the touch, no ref, never made the touch. Nice and direct. That's a good try from Liam Robertson.
Yeah, and perhaps Edwards didn't think he'd be that direct. He was sort of crabbing a little bit closer out towards that link position, then a nice little cutback. It was only a faint step, but it was enough. So now Edwards drops it down. Atkins in an acting half. Back it comes to him now. Floating around through the middle. Mitchell is there. Drops it down now. Atkins,
good
first
touch.
receiver. It was Cameron Chloe who raced out of the line and made it. Last one here now for Newcastle. They'll take off here through Ritchie. Ritchie with good speed. Looking to link up. Squires was pushed before he had a chance to connect. I think they're lucky to get away with that one there, Penrith.
I think they were too. But anyway, that's how the referee saw it. They held on.
Well, even there, I'm not sure why he's trying to give himself away there. The winger's actually making that push motion. You just got to roll with the call if that's the case, as Chloe now sends it out wide. Peacock on the spot. Picked up here. Chance to move now for Cooper Angles Cork. Receives it back once more for Peacock. Feigns the touch, now drops it down. Good roll on once again as Nick Good gets involved. Looking for that strike dump. Gets it here. Angles Cork or threatened to link up with Jimenez. Couldn't release it though.
Really good touch there from Matty Atkins. Stood his ground, didn't fall for the dummy, didn't let him run through.
Nick Good claiming that there was a no touch there, if you will. He pulled out of the contact just in time.
Yeah.
Referees agree.
He was very verbal about that, so gets the ball.
We've had Nick up in the commentary booth, not for a while now, but a few years ago, and I remember certainly is very verbal no matter what context it is.
Absolutely.
So he would definitely be letting the referees know there as Jimenez brings it forward. Good now in an acting half. Pops a little pass here for Flynn Angles Cork. It's the two Angles Cork boys out there. This is Flynn. Flynn looking for an opening. The bat on once again. That looks to be all right.
I thought it was okay too.
Oh, they're going to call it back. It looked backwards out of the hand with a little tip on.
We'll have to go to the replay, but you know, the bat on. I thought it was okay, but referee didn't see it. Here comes the replay now. Big step off
Angles
the left.
Cork, popping
Nice
a little pass. Oh, maybe marginally for. I would be happy with that one to go either way.
Yeah, the referee was in probably a better spot than us. Here's Ellers.
Ellers with great footwork, all out for both of them. Well marked up though from Cooper Angles Cork, but another penalty here for Newcastle. So Ellers will restart things here in the middle. Good chance for the Knights to get their first points on the board. Ellers bouncing away. Nick Good was up to meet him though.
Another good touch.
And it doesn't seem to matter with age now for Nick Good. Of course, he's getting on a little bit here too, with all due respect, but he still bounces around like he's a teenager.
He does. He's still, and he's so smart. Puts himself in the right position.
So Jack Edwards out there now for Newcastle. Australian Men's Open World Cup winner. Takes off, finds a little pass for Botham. Decided he could release it early. Didn't need to go all the way to the dead ball line. Clever play from Edwards.
Yeah, it was. I actually thought he dropped the ball. So we'll have to go closer at the replay. But Edwards looked like he was going to bomb, then picks up. They go man on. Oh.
Might have to see that again. It definitely pops up. I think there might still just be fingertips on it. Might actually get blocked here by the square.
Oh, I don't know if I can give that one, James.
Yeah. And I think that was what the
look at
pushback
that.
here from Penrith was, but they won't need to worry about it because they'll go straight up Main Street through Ben Moylan.
Yeah, a lovely set of heels. There wasn't much doing. It was just a middle dump. Switch, step.
Oh, great footwork, though,
Look
from
at
Moylan.
that.
Beats two good defenders as well in the form of Fitzhenry and also Reeve Howard.
Absolutely. Knows he's beaten. Oh, and they just, yeah. Good try.
So 2-1 it is here to Penrith. And giving it to the heavyweights of the competition so far. Newcastle, of course, undefeated coming into this one. Penrith just the one win. But you wouldn't know it at the moment.
You wouldn't. No, absolutely not.
Here for Connor Edwards. Now Sam Mitchell. Atkins waiting at acting half. Scoops it up now. Atkins looking long. Bombing there. Popping a pass back for Edwards. One-handed take. Down he goes. They've called that one back as well.
Oh, Liam Squires cannot believe it. That was a great bat back. Wow.
Well, according to the referees, it's a bat forward, unfortunately. Here it is again on the replay. Atkins bombing long. Squires... Oh, yeah, I think he does kind of drag it with the right hand. The initial contact starts backwards, but there's that right hand that comes through.
Yeah,
That's a good call.
Yeah, once again, we're wrong and the referees are correct.
Edwards takes a lot to admit that in the booth, Mitch. I get another set here, Penrith, though. In a pretty good field position. It's really darkened here as well at Port Macquarie Regional Stadium. I don't believe we're forecast for any storms until tomorrow. Of course, it's right when the men's grand final is set to take place.
Yes.
But overall, been pretty good conditions so far at Port Macquarie. Hopefully it holds off. So they bounce around here. Newcastle holding that line just inside the 7. Atkins up to meet once more. Oh, Edwards finds a beautiful pass. I don't know if they were back on side. For mine, good should be allowed to be played through there.
Yeah, it was a very, very close call. Good's trying to get them to come out.
Edwards dropping it down, back to Good. Now
Oh,
Edwards
there you go.
finds a lovely pass over the top, and on the spot is Tim Good. That's not just good, that's great. No, it's not. I take
Hold
it
the
back.
phone.
There's another one that's gone by the wayside.
Hold the phone. They've called that forward as well. Okay, wow. We'd have to get it. I thought that was no problems, James. Gets the dump. Picks up.
He's about 2 metres away. Oh, again, it's marginal.
Yeah.
You can see it going either way. I'm not upset by it, if you will,
No,
as
no.
Ehlers now takes off, looking to squeeze through. For a moment, I thought we were going to have a good case there of the chip in the ball that's been discussed.
Yeah, absolutely. But no, it was marginally forward. There's a really good touch there from Horatio Edwards. Ran down Manarellas, who picked up from half.
So remains here at 2-1. There was a big fend there from Edwards,
It
and of
was.
course, if you initiate contact like that, it's going to go against you.
Yeah, that's really poor discipline. It wasn't necessary. Didn't need to do it.
Well, they had the whole running, the whole momentum as well. Just take the touch, roll it quickly, carry on.
Yeah.
It's now Ehlers here for Newcastle. Botham picks it up out of acting half. Ehlers bouncing around. Strong touch there through the middle from Penrith. They hold it up about 7 metres away. Short ball provided for Simmons. Ehlers nowhere to go. Good read from Moylan.
Yeah, great touch there from Moylan. Link.
Ehlers once more back on that 7 metre mark. Plays it down quickly. Edwards looking dangerous. Pops a little pass. Gets it inside the 7 now. Quick release for Ehlers. There's another turnover. This is uncharacteristic from Newcastle.
Yeah, Penrith are creating turnovers and errors, though, with the way that they're playing and not letting... Oh, no. Oh, God.
Well, Mitch, I hate to tell you, that is probably the biggest commentator's curse I've seen in a while.
Sorry, Penrith. That was dreadful.
Well, based off that, you can't say West is best at the moment.
No.
Newcastle certainly now with their foot on the throats. Can they level things up? Short pass here, bouncing around all over the place. It's Fitzhenry. Can't find a way through, though. Back to the 7 he goes. Howard, Fitzhenry once more. Now Edwards looking long, goes that way. Well read, though, once more from Penrith.
Really, really good defence. They're letting them hit the winger, and then they just slide out and work from the inside.
Well, you're right, they're inviting them to do so.
They are.
So a little pass here from Peacock as forward they march now with Robinson. He's already got to try himself. Easy meters here too for Robinson. All the way across field. Now they'll swing it back to this open side.
He called him off.
Good. Lovely little step there.
Must be numbers, Jack Dean.
Played on as they send it wide. Oh, the pass leaves a lot to be desired, though. Into the waiting arms. I think that might be... It's not Liam Squires. Is that Luke Simmons out there? 23, sorry, Nicholas Caruso it is.
Yeah, I think if he had his time again, Jack, he would have got his feet set a little bit better and it would have been a try, but they got the next best result, which is a penalty. Let's see what they've got here.
It's probably a fair call. They were really struggling to get back, Newcastle, with all the momentum Penrith had. Quick release now once more for Robinson. Touch is made there from Howard. Good. Picks it up and straight away launching at them in the defensive line. Once more was the work from Fitzhenry. They'll try and play through Howard.
Oh, that's close.
Yeah, Howard's made that touch just in time, so back they go once more. Jack Dean. Now for Good. Robinson. Good again. Taking off. Switches it out to this left-hand side.
Good defence from Botham.
Nowhere for them to go. Yeah, both of them got out very quickly and shut down the space that Jack Greach had. And we haven't really seen too much of Greach so far today.
No,
he was excellent yesterday.
Yeah, he has been very quiet. So here comes the Newcastle roll.
Mitchell, now Atkins, popping a little pass here, stepping off that right foot. Atkins picks it up again, finds a good ball, but an even better read from Nick Good.
Who else? Always in the right position.
And always remonstrating with the referee as well, you can see there on the screen. It's now Robinson, pops a little pass here for the run of Gretsch. Wider still they go. Dropped down now by Jack Dean, Peacock out of acting half, and then tipping on a little pass here as they pick up the meterage. Horatio Edwards scooping in now. Quick release back to Edwards. Trying to open up a little bit of space, but it's a little bit too lateral there.
Yeah, I think he wanted a late switch there. I think he wanted Angles Cork to late switch. Didn't get it. And here's Mitchell throwing a big dummy.
Nearly fooled the entire team with how big it was. They head out to that left-hand side, and there's a penalty in favour of Newcastle. So as we hit the halfway point, this is typically where we start to see the cream rise to the top, if you will.
Absolutely, it is. You know, from about the 15th to the sort of 22nd, 23rd minute, it's where the good teams roll over the top of the average teams, typically.
It's a good test now for Newcastle. Of course, undefeated coming into this one. Can they keep that alive? Edwards floats it long. Back here for Ehlers, and they were just a little bit lazy tracking through. It was Cameron Chloe who didn't get there in time. It was telegraphed, and they had to make the slide.
Yeah, it's very, very hard for the link there because he has to be in help saving, which you can see Chloe is. Then he's got to get on his bike and go out. A nice basketball, netball style from Squires back into Ehlers.
Yeah, in fairness to Chloe, I think you're right there, Mitch. It was just a well-disciplined move from Newcastle. They really conditioned the defence.
It's certainly what teams have to practice, the bat back in.
So all locked up now. 2 tries apiece, just under 15 to go. This is a really well-poised match. Been some good tries as well. Even better defence, though, it must be said. And quite a few, of course, that have been taken off both teams.
Absolutely.
So now Angles Cork scheming. Ehlers got to him in time. Last one here. But a static start to work with.
I think they'll kill it in the corner.
He's also not quite on the 7 there, Angles Cork, so he'll be called up now. Restarted here for Chloe. Jimenez sends it wide. And they'll simply walk it into touch.
See if they can get their defensive line set and create a turnover.
Angles Cork making that touch there. Jimenez also stepping up. Oh, good dummy. Away they went. Scooped up now from Ehlers. That's got them backpedaling here, Penrith. So a nice couple of plays from Newcastle, up over halfway. Subset is pretty smooth as well. They all start chiming into the action. Drop down now from Howard. Oh, that was a beautiful little pickup. Then the opportunity nearly emerging back through the middle there for Fitzhenry, but great work out of acting half from Fitzhenry.
Yeah, really good defence. Really good defence, really good attack. Playing nice and straight. Newcastle are trying to get into the game with the grind.
Peacock now, good drive up along the sideline. Hopping in at acting half on the follow-up as well. Robinson drops it down. Good's out there once more. Plays it quickly. Robinson wrapping around. They've got numbers in motion, but it doesn't quite find the target. Squires a good read.
And a very fast transition from Newcastle. They get the ball straight away. Touch number 2 up to the box. Getting fresh legs on if they can sort that out.
Yeah, I thought there was a little bobble into another teammate there. They tried to disguise it as good as they could.
They did, but little bobble forward.
Squires will now turn it over. And the rain has indeed started here at Port Macquarie. So you can probably see it on your screen. Unfortunately, we couldn't hold off. We had a clear day one, but goodbye to those beautiful skies at the moment. Edwards out there now for Penrith. And that'll certainly change the constitution of this game as well, as Good picks it up. Shows it to Edwards. What a pass from Good on the spot as Cameron Chloe. Well, he's not good. He is great.
Oh, no. He's called that forward. The mitter. They call that. The mitter. We have to see the replay.
I can't imagine this one being 4, though. Of all the ones that have been called, they've been pretty spot on, but this one
to
here...
go around dummy and hits the short hole in.
That's not forward.
That's no, I'm not going to say anything. I'm going to try and not say anything.
You can be Switzerland, whatever it is. I'm calling it. I think that one should have been let go. The other ones, I'm happy with.
Yeah, that's a fair call. That's a fair call. I think that's a tough one there for Penrith.
And they certainly have been on the receiving end of a lot of those 50-50 calls, unfortunately.
Yeah.
And especially with this rain now coming down, that could have been a crucial moment.
Absolutely. It makes the passing tries a lot harder. Everyone has to make sure they're concentrating. And look, there he goes. Look, Good showing them what they need to be doing.
He's been sensational in this match. This has been the best performance I've seen from Nick Good in a while now as Peacock takes off. Good speed. He's nearly able to put it around the corner for Robinson. I'll play it now. Moylan, last one here. Robinson takes off. Oh, still had an opportunity on that short side had he looked back to Moylan.
Yeah, he did, but he decided to run open, but really good touch there from Ellis.
Ellis now marching forward. Scooped up from Simmons. Once more here for Edwards. Ellis, nice big left foot step. Botham into the action, up over halfway. Quick roll on here. Edwards, popping little pass. Fitzhenry, great one-handed scoop from Jack Edwards. Finds a ripping pass for Botham, who tries to step on the inside. Good touch is made. Advantage there as the rain really starts to team down now at Port Macquarie, but they get an extra set.
Yeah, really good touch there from Fryer to defend the passive. But they've got a penalty here, Newcastle. Let's see what they've got.
Picked up again here from Fitzhenry. Oh, it's 2-on-1. Botham, little pirouette. Now good footwork off the right, off the left, trying to squeeze through.
Great scramble, though, there from Penrith.
Yeah, they didn't give up on the play. It's Fitzhenry, now at first receiver. We'll set things up here. Jack Edwards looming in support. Finds a ball for Howard. Plays it quickly. Wanted the little flick and scoop, but it went to ground. Yeah,
good defence, no panic. Unfortunately, was a little bit too close to the line. Was trying the second phase dump.
So now Robinson working it forward for Penrith. Approaching the final third of this game, and it is as tight as it can possibly get. I still feel like Penrith have had the better of the play overall.
I do too. Another little error there. Yeah, look, it's been very, very close, but I feel that Penrith have been better. But unfortunately, that doesn't count for much. You know, James, we've got another 9 minutes to go. Penalty's not going to help.
I think if they can get a result here, Penrith, though, that gives them a great tilt for day 3.
Absolutely, especially the fact that Newcastle have been 3 from 3. Gives them a lot of confidence.
So the Knights just shy of halfway now, crossing that threshold. Squires pops in at acting half. Atkins out once more. Wrapping around now is Mitchell. Big dummy back towards the middle. Well tracked, though, from Penrith. Ritchie. Once more, slowing things down with a strong, aggressive touch there from Penrith. Working hard through the middle. Connor Edwards now floating a sinker over the top. I'll tell you what, they're going to say this one's fine. I think Nick Good's pass is further behind than this one here from Connor Edwards.
Yeah, potentially.
And they have called it. Good, they've called it.
James,
I'm happy with that.
Look at you. That's probably a get square. That was a great... again, the sinker pass is so hard to execute.
Yeah, that's forward. That's forward.
Yeah,
because if they were going to let that one go, but Nick Goods gets pulled up, I'd have a real problem with that.
No, been consistent. That's great.
So Peacock marches forward, and this stalemate continues. I think we've seen maybe double the amount of disallowed tries as we have actually scored.
Yeah, we've seen 4 scored. I reckon there's been at least 6 to 7 or 8 not allowed.
Fortunately for Penrith, the bulk have been theirs. So now they drop it down. Good with a short pass here for Edwards, who figured out the right play, just couldn't quite get the pace generation out of the hands.
Again, it's hard. Look how hard the rain's coming down. You've got to grip that ball and then release with a good pass. potentially if it's drier, he gets the chance to execute a little bit better there.
So Newcastle restarting things now. I must say the ball handling's still been quite good since this rain has started, and it's often quite difficult when it happens mid-match as well.
Absolutely, yeah. You go from nice, dry, hot, sunny conditions to wet and slippery.
So now Ella's
good run,
marching forward, scooped up here, good movement, popping a little
good
pass.
touch.
Oh, the flick pass comes out as well. Ty was looking to wrap around.
Nick Good again. Big moments. Big
I actually
touch.
think these conditions as well, Mitch, I think this favours Penrith. They're a little bit more classical in their approach.
I agree. I think Newcastle would certainly not like the rain. Dry weather team.
So roll back now. Peacock looking for that quick touch. Oh, geez, I thought there was a little bit more extra pressure over the top there from Ty, who didn't quite clear away cleanly.
No, there was a little bit of extra pepper in that, so...
Nonetheless, Newcastle with a fresh set and less than 8 minutes remaining now as Edwards turns it here. Ellis now for Botham, caught about 20 metres away from the line. Before they drive through Reeve Howard. Fitzhenry. Now Howard just slowing things down a touch. We'll drop it here just shy of the 7. Botham at full tilt. Trying to use the wet grass to his advantage with a big slide.
Great touch from Liam Robertson. It's the saver middle. That's a really good touch.
Well, he and Nick Good have been outstanding here as Edwards fires a ripping pass, and they were looking for the flick as well.
Yeah.
That might have come off in the dry.
Another good touch there from Gretsch. Really, really good touch.
It's been a really good team performance here from Penrith. There's no one you can point at and say they haven't done their job.
Yeah, you're right.
And to keep a Newcastle side, which is probably one of the better attacking teams in the competition, to just 2 so far, I think that's a testament to their work.
Absolutely, it has been.
So Peacock now. Popping a little pass here for Flynn Angles-Cork. Jimenez takes off. A little bit of a staggered approach there. Moylan and Angles-Cork couldn't quite work out who was meant to pick it up.
No, a bit of a breakdown there. Interesting, Hugh Doherty hasn't returned for Newcastle, James. So
I'm just having a little look on the sideline there. I don't think I've seen him in a sling or anything, so it might just be a precaution.
Hope so.
So pop it a little wider now. Squires, however, is the other winger who's stayed out there for basically the bulk, and that's a real mix-up there between Simmons and Floyd Ty.
Yeah, they both look at each other. What are you doing? What are you doing?
It was almost like they watched Penrith last set and decided, well, if you guys are going to get confused in the play the ball, so will we.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, Penrith then another error. Slipped over playing the ball, wasn't square.
So now Ehlers bring it forward. Simmons is there. Drops it about 9 metres away. Back
Good
to Ehlers.
touch.
Good read again from Moylan. He's made quite a few important ones.
He has from that link, coming in, striking.
So only 5 minutes to go. Jesus, it's been a frantic pace.
Has.
Ehlers, Mitchell, wrapping around. Long pass over the top. Plenty of work to do here for Penrith. Great take. Oh, and evasive steals as well. No, they've made the touch, have they?
He stood out.
Oh, he stood out.
He stood out. That's a new one for the bingo card. We haven't seen that one yet.
No.
Wow.
We'll see if we can get a replay of that, because this is tiptoeing down a trapeze sideline, if you will. It would have only been the slightest little touch of that paint out there. Here it is again.
Oh.
Yeah, it's a good call.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if the ball was released before he puts his foot on the sideline, though.
And another error.
But look, overall, I think they've got most of these 50-50s right.
They have.
And there's been some tough ones to deal with in this game in particular.
There has been. Yeah, absolutely.
It's now really teeming down here at Port Macquarie. It's as if the weather gods know touch football is in town.
That's it.
As Atkins drops it down. Ritchie back here for Atkins. Even the crowd's gone up about this rain as well. Ritchie now floats it long. Couldn't do the spiral pass with the conditions. Didn't need to anyway. Right on the money for Caruso.
Hang
and
on.
Newcastle. Oh, yeah, it might
Hold
be
the
pulled back
phone.
yet again.
I think that they're saying that the winger, the referees want to have a conference. I think that the Penrith winger is implying that he was taken out unfairly and wasn't able to turn to chase and make the touch there. So,
yeah, there's the penalty.
That's what they've said. Yeah.
Well, let's see it again, because this is a bingo card game.
Yeah,
We're ticking off everything.
Yeah, we are. Penrith desperately need to hold the ball.
Oh, jeez. I'll tell you what, look, I know Penrith have not really had the rub of the green in this game so far, but he can't disappear.
No, he can't.
Where can Edwards go?
Yeah, so that's a big one.
I think that's overcommitment from the defence, and then, unfortunately, it probably needs to be a case of you reap what you sow.
Yeah, potentially. Didn't give the ball back. Fitzhenry wanted to get the ball and get going. They start with a penalty. There's 3 minutes to go.
This one is as tight as it can get. It's been that way from the very get-go. Penrith have turned up with their biggest assignment perhaps to date. Simmons drops it down, receives it once more, about 8 metres away. Playing it quickly now on the last big step here, and now they look to bomb long, popping it back on the inside. Edwards, one-hander, gets it down. Oh, that is sublime. There's a reason he's in the men's Australia side with a gold medal from the World Cup around his neck, and he's brought a gold medal piece of play to Port Macquarie.
He has. Massive long ball from Ty. We've got a bat back that didn't go forward. Well done from Squires. Great work from Jack Edwards.
Floyd Ty, it's a cracking pass. Squires, a lot of work to do here, one-handed, and then followed up with another one-hander from Edwards.
Wow, that's a beauty.
Well, he knew it was going to take something special to break these two teams apart. And we were talking about, Mitch, that these kind of conditions, they tend to favour a team that just does the fundamentals as well as Penrith does.
Absolutely.
But then we still see the X factor.
We do. Oh, there's a penalty there for a late pass.
So less than 2 to go. And Penrith, that will certainly not help the cause.
No, it won't.
They'll probably only get one, maybe 1.5 more sets here, Penrith.
Yeah, they should get the ball 2 times, whether it's a full second set.
So 90 seconds on the clock, midway through the count here for Newcastle. I won't be in any particular hurry to roll through this set, though. Back here for Howard. Drops it down now. Last one. Botham, nowhere to go. Fitzhenry. Nice little circle there just to eat up a few more seconds. So Penrith have to go the length. Wider still for Nick Good. The big question is, I know he's heading to the sideline. Would you keep him out there? I would have.
Yeah.
It's Peacock.
Here we go.
Maitland finds a pass for Horatio Edwards. It was a little trick play from Penrith.
Yes.
Edwards had just come on from the box.
They've
And they'll still get the ball here.
Yeah, the Redlands play. They're pulling out all the stops, Penrith, all the trick plays.
Now, there's also some lightning and thunder that started up here at Port Macquarie, so that'll be something to keep tabs on, of course, with player welfare moving forward. As now Edwards takes off again. Edwards caught here from Fitzhenry.
Newcastle won't want to move forward here. There's only 37 seconds.
Well, they'll be happy to give away all the penalties.
They will. They will.
Edwards drops it down now. Once more released here. Penrith with a chance on this right-hand side. Good read. Angles Cork, nowhere to go. Newcastle up very quickly. Moylan drops it. The pressure mounts, and that'll do it.
Yeah. Yeah. That's a hard one for Penrith to lose. They were really, really good. You could almost say that they were the better team.
Well, they'll look back at this and they'll look at the amount of disallowed tries. Probably most of them correct calls, but but still, they created the opportunities. It was maybe half a centimetre between try or not.
Yeah, no.
Mitch, thank you for your time. I know you got to run off. But a terrific match here between Newcastle and Penrith. It finishes with a slender victory for the Newcastle City Knights. 3-2 up next. Some more heavyweights in the men's open action. It's the Central Coast Dolphins, the reigning champions, taking on Manly at 3 o'clock.
It's just spare change, right? Well, what if you saved that spare change every time you made a purchase? Every coffee, every meal, every book you'll definitely read. And what if all that money was invested into the stock market, where it can potentially grow over time? And what if the Raise app did this for you, automatically in the background of life? Round up and start investing your everyday purchases. Download the Raise app today.
my feet wanna go dancing.
You won't believe it. It has been hot as all weekend, and then the rain. So we are in a short 5-minute break, and we'll hopefully be back shortly with more action to come.
Mufasa, you know we finally here, right?
Well,
It's Friday then, it's Saturday, Sunday, what? It's Friday then, it's Saturday, Sunday, what? It's Friday again, it's Saturday, Sunday.
While we are in this short weather break, we do... Oh, my dear Lord. The gods are angry today, David. I am with David Baggio, who's just retained his world #1 ranking from the World Cup that's just been played, and he also is the Australian #1. We've just dragged him off. He's a drowned rat, and he's probably not ready for this, but we thought we might grab him while we've got a few minutes. We talked about earlier about how many players having to be prepared for a state cup. Referees are in the same boat. So when we're looking at kilometres being ran, what are we looking at referee-wise per game?
Oh, probably per game, Kylie. Oh, first of all, thank you for the nice words. Yeah, that's greatly appreciated. But yeah, like us referees, we do like 3.8 to about 4.2 Ks a game. So yeah, there's a few Ks in the legs. We do about 4 games a day when your average player does about 2, I think.
So your preparation for a tournament, much like State Cup, would be very similar to that of a player?
Yeah, we do a lot of endurance work, you could say. Then when we get tapered to a tournament, it's more short stuff. But yeah, we actually train. We actually train to referee. We don't referee to get fit, basically. So, yeah.
So any referees that are watching, and we know that we've got a lot of young comers coming through. What's the best advice that you could pass to them to make sure that they are prepared when they're heading into a tournament, much like this weekend where it's been 30-degree heat, and making sure that they don't break down and have injuries?
Yeah, I think they really need to set themselves up like 6 weeks ahead pretty much to start their fitness, build a bit of endurance, and then, as I said, get into that short stuff so then when, those intercepts happen, they're right to go, basically.
Well, we're going to try and get some more cover because it is coming down cats and dogs here. And anyway, hopefully we're back to the action very soon.
It's just spare change, right? Well, what if you saved that spare change every time you made a purchase? Every coffee, every meal, every book you'll definitely read. And what if all that money was invested into the stock market, where it can potentially grow over time? And what if the Raise app did this for you, automatically in the background of life? Round up and start investing your everyday purchases. Download the Raise app today.
Move, get out the way, my feet wanna go dancing.
Mufasa, you know we finally here, right?
Well,
It's Friday then, it's Saturday, Sunday, what? It's Friday then, This Saturday, Sunday, what? It's Friday. This life comes. Let's go. I'm losing it.
Eagles. So Manly in the traditional maroon and white as we see Maitland go over for the first try. Just as we come back on air, perfect timing, and it's 1-0 the way of Maitland. We're going to see the replay there. It looked like it was Jack Allen that put the ball down. He was very happy with that try. Step off the right from Ellers and straight out to Jack Allen. Well done. Couldn't have timed it better here with our coverage on Bar TV and on KO Freebies, so it's great to have you all back. All right, Manly take the tap off now, working their way down the field. We've got Saxon Gore there. Now, he wears the different colour boots and he can back it up with the way he plays, Saxon Gore. We've seen him in action over the last few years. Working there with Sam Davies. That's Gore off the left, out the right, Lynn Cole. And we'll see what the referee's going to call here. They're having a bit of discussion. They're all coming in, all three, and it's no try there. Well saved there by Maitland after they've scored the first try. They've now backed it up with a good defensive set. They're coming right through the middle. See, they're heading across to their box now. They want a good complete set here as they come up the middle of the field. A few plays watch. That's a great run there by the number 10 in Riley Barnes. Fortunately, just went past the mark, so I had to come back to it. Working with Ashton Porter. Looks like they're going to come in for a strike dump here. We've got the number 22, Dylan Curry, and he's thrown a ball out to the wing, and he's got it down in quick succession. There's cheers from the crowd, but they've called 6 touch. They're looking very likely, and just as we start here, it's a top-of-the-table clash in the men's 20. We know that's always an exciting division. Manly are coming into this game first. Maitland second, but Maitland have the better for and against. So if Maitland get up for the win, they will indeed go to the top of the table. See Manly coming straight up the middle of the field, working it in. We've got the number 31 here for Manly in Jake Medved. And there's a couple of Medveds that play for Manly. We see them in some of the women's and women's 20s division. So a real family affair out here for Manly. We see a flat pass there by Maitland as they taking it back up the field, and it's a furious pace to start, as we always expect in men's 20, particularly with these top-of-the-table teams coming together. Driving his way through there, we've got the number... Oh, and they've drawn a penalty there. So they'll be happy with that. They came into the box quickly and got their fresh players on. And that was Harry Carlson. Of course, we've got Noah Carlson, his brother. They're working together. Number 22, we've got Dylan Curry. So we've got Carlson and Curry. Just playing it on the 7. Oh, and that's a great pinch touch there by the link from Manly. No need to panic, though. We've got Finn Carlson. So it's a Carlson affair here on the field at the moment. The 3 boys working together. They've gone for the dump play, looking long, and that has gone over the sideline. The wind took it. He managed to catch it, but it was outside the field of play. So Manly now, they're back with the ball. So it's 1-0 here at the moment, Maitland over Manly, but we're only about 4 minutes in. And usually in the under-20s division, the men's division, we see plenty of tries. It's always entertaining, so don't go anywhere on your KO freebies this afternoon. And looking down at the field, you would not even know that there's been a drop of rain over the last hour or two. We had lightning, we had thunder and some massive storms, but the conditions here now are perfect for some highly entertaining touch. We see Maitland taking the ball back up. We've got Cohen Hill working here. They've got a buddy because they've got no other players on the field. So now their troops have come on. They're working it out there. We've got Jack Allen, the original try scorer, is coming through the middle, and they've gone for the sinker play, but he's run off it and he's caught play on the referee, but they're going to be called back to the 7-metre line. So we got in the channel. There was Rio Porter-Sheen. Thought he was off down the field, but ref caught him back. But his team still got the ball, so Manly bring it up from right to left as we walk down the field. Coming up the middle, we see Gore there. He's going to acting half. Little step off the right. He's calling him back inside. He's dummied to everyone and taken the 6 touch there. That's a win for Maitland there. So they've got the ball probably about 15, 20 metres out from their own line as they bring it across to their box. Taking it up the field, and it's end to end at the moment. And besides that early try, it's been pretty much even Stevens between both teams. So we've got the 21 here. We've got Riley Rostron. He's going to take off from acting half, off the right, looking for his numbers. He's let it rip out, and there was a J-line out there. And he did well, Joseph Crouch, but he couldn't quite get to the ball. So we're just over 5 minutes in, 5.5 minutes in this clash. And as we said, it's very important in terms of the standings at the end of the pool phase here on the end of the Saturday afternoon, as we see Gore take it up, a no-look pass to his partner. Takes it straight up the field. It'll be play on there by the referee. Oh, he's actually caught ball down in the ruck. Didn't look like he touched it, and that's what the Manly players are claiming, but the ref's very confident, ball down. So it's going to be a changeover bang on halfway to Maitland. So they'll probably settle into their process. That might be a penalty there. Yeah, a two-handed touch. You can't do that in a game. It's a little bit too much force. Referee very clear in his instruction there. So they'll get a good look at the try line here, Maitland, as we see Finn Carlson working with Harry Carlson. They're coming back on the sweep play. Noah Carlson diving over. So the three boys working together really well here. 3 or 4 touches up their sleeve, but a discretion in the roll ball. So they're going to have to hand the ball over. Manly going to get the ball again. And we're about to be joined in commentary with Jason Stanton. Now, Jason, it's been a flurry of activity already in this game. We're 7 minutes in, and Maitland have taken an early lead, 1-0.
Maitland and Manly in the 20s, pretty fast one. How are they going recovering from all the lightning and the rain?
Well,
the track looks dry, actually.
It sure does. I just said that earlier. It looks, you wouldn't even know there's been a drop of rain, and the boots look pretty dry, and the fast feet are on this afternoon, Jason. I was just saying to the viewers, it's a top-of-the-table clash here. Manly in first, Maitland in second in the last game of the pool phase for these boys.
Well, the Maitland clubs have been interesting. We've been following them over the last few years as a lot of these boys have been coming through, 16s, 18s, and then in 20s. We saw some of them actually playing men's at the country champs. So there's a lot of talent there at Maitland. Let's see how they match up.
Yeah, well, they've started off very well. They've got an incomplete set there, but they're about 15 metres shy of the Manly line, and Manly is straight onto the ball here, and they're going really well here, Manly, taking it up the field, getting off the field as we see Saxon Gorey's coming on here. He's going to be first off the ruck, but they've had to go back and play it there. So 37, the man to watch in the different coloured boots. He's taking it up, looking to see where he's going to go. Peppering coming into the last touch. He's off the left, he's dummying right, he's flicked past behind. Couldn't find his partner there. So, Jace, I was saying earlier, the under-20s division in the men's is always just so much is going on. You can't take your eye off it, can you?
Yeah, it's pretty much end-to-end stuff. I was just having a quick look at the draw there. I think there's 19 or 20 teams in the 20s, so every try, the for and against, all these things become very important when you look at the crossovers for the quarterfinals. Yeah,
every single try counts and every save tries. We late switch back, and that's opened up, but the referee's called a late or forward pass. Let's see what a forward pass. So that was looking like another try there for Riley Roston, but not to be. The referee was right on the spot there. You see the replay, Jace? Yeah, it was a beautiful dump on the 7. There's a little pop pass. It was forward off the ruck. The second one was actually beautiful, but the lead-up pass was forward, so good spot from the referee. Unlucky for the Redbacks. And we can see there, that was defensive pressure there by Maitland, and they've, of course, scored to throw a 20-metre pass left to right behind his players, and they weren't able to find their support players. So that's a little defensive win there for Maitland. It's going to be a roll ball. They're 10 metres into the Manly side of the field. As we see there, we've got Darcy Campton. He's working with Luke Hedges, so it's Campton and Hedges working together, looking for a leader. Oh, a dummy, and he's come across score. No, referee's happy with the touch being called. So we've still got Campton working with Hedges, trying to get that dump on the 7. They've come through with the splitter play, and that's a beautiful pass left to right, and it's going to be ball down, I would say. What a beautiful pass there, and we've seen in the corner, the winger put it right down, right near the corner post, and that looks like Ashton Porter. 2-0, Maitland. Yeah, really good finish there for Maitland. Again, charging on it. That's not an easy pass to throw, and he threw it in front of the winger. I think you might have spoken about it in one of the earlier games, Gab. It's a tough skill. Throws it right out in front of the winger so the winger can charge onto it and put it down. So, classy finish. Yeah, Riley Rostron. That is a beautiful pass left to right, about 20 metres, and your team is now ahead 2-0. Maitland over Manly. We're about 10 minutes in this clash. We've already spoken about a very important clash for the final placing. So Manly have come for a splitter play there. He's managed to hold on to it. Play on, says the referee. And they've got a penalty there. So we've got number 4 is low with the ball. He's going to be working with Max King-Gibbons, the number 20. Oh, he's dummied and nearly gone straight through the number 30. And he has indeed. That is Sam Hill. So they've struck straight back here, Jace. Yeah, open them up. We've got a game now, haven't we? You mentioned top of the table clash. We're 10 minutes in. And the game seems to be opening up already 2-1. There wasn't a lot in that. It looked like he was trying to set up that, a quick release type static play. Redbacks hung off him a bit, probably a little bit ball watching, and he made him pay straight through. Yeah, and we've seen that a little bit this weekend. People going in to make the touch and pulling out a little bit, and they just step away and off they go. And they're so light on their feet, these young men, that you give them a second and they're gone straight past you. Yeah, such a fast game. Like we did mention, the
Maitland boys coming through. Manly the same. I think they featured in the final for the 18 State Cup. Might have been last year or the year before, or maybe both years. I remember watching them having a good tussle with Northern Beaches. So lots of these boys, these are the stars of tomorrow, aren't they?
Sure are.
On the stage here.
Yeah, they're definitely coming through the system. We just had a men's open Manly game, which you didn't see on the coverage due to the storms that we had here earlier in Port Macquarie. But yeah, many of these young men will feature in the Manly men's open program over the ensuing years. So we get back to the play here. We've got coming out about 7 metres from the line, and the Manly team's been told to get back to the line and then push up. A dump on the 7. He's gone for the long ball out wide. The referee's already caught it forward from the sideline, forward out of the hands. So that was Rico Ellis there. He set up the first try for Maitland, but ball floated forward out of his hands.
Yeah, I was just noticing, you mentioned top of the table clash. I think Maitland might have dropped one game, so I mean, they might be a little bit more hungry. This one might be more important to them, a chance maybe to leapfrog Manly to go top of the pool and give them an easier crossover to start tomorrow.
Yeah, so the men's 20 is going to quarterfinals in the morning. As we just get back to the action here, he's called play through the referee, so it's the number 11, Blake Long, and he's up in the air, and we'll see what the referee calls here. No, he's played 6 touch, so he shot out like a cannon there, Blake Long, so he'll be one to watch in the next 15 minutes as he races his way back into the defensive line. It's like 10-pin bowling there, Jace.
It's really end-to-end stuff, isn't it? So in this pool, there's Manly, Wollongong and Maitland are the top 3, and it's anyone can beat anyone on the day. Their results are quite mixed, so this is a really big one for Maitland. That's that same play they ran earlier, and he's got there too, I think.
No, is he calling the touch? No, he's not calling
Good
the
honesty.
touch. You caught it early, Jace. We did see that late switch back earlier, and it's the same young man in Riley Rostron. He's got across for the 3rd try for Maitland. This will look good on the replay, Jace.
It's a nice little trick play. I love seeing this in our game. He's come charging on it like he's going to do a drive, and then a nice little sneaky switch out the back. Was it Rostron, was it?
It sure was.
Wow, he's someone to watch. He's been in everything, hasn't he, in this first 10-15?
He sure has. So it's now 3-1, Maitland leading over Manly, and we're heading towards the halfway point of this match. So Manly, they've got a little split of play there, and there's Gore, and he's looking for that long ball out. But well defended by the winger there for Maitland, the number 13. We've got Cohen Hill. So they're doing a good job here, Maitland, but you cannot take your eyes off it, because here goes Gore. He's off his left, he's onto his right, and they're going to say ball down. And they're straight back into the game.
Saxon Gore. Now I'm getting flashback of the 18s. I remember Saxon. I think he might have been best on ground for that 18s final. Have a look how sharp this is, dumping right on the 7. Stepping away, got the quick release, and look how quick he gets that down. So the reason why we always talk about the 7, Gab, is that's when the referee's going to say everyone's got to hit the line.
Yeah.
So that's why they really like to set up the plays right on that dotted line.
Yeah, it's a reference point for the referee. So if you can get that dump on the 7, it means your defence has to get 2 feet behind that line. So we see Maitland straight back into the action. They're going to face play here. He's going to go for the long ball. And the referees are calling it. No, they've called it forward straight away. But again, that's Rico Ellis, and he loves that long pass right to left. So he's trying to get him down phase play and moving on, and he's having a good game as well, young Rico Ellis.
Yeah, it was interesting that you mentioned phase. I was about to jump in and say I wonder whether this Maitland outfit can do a bit of second phase, because if they can add that into their attack, really hard to stop. And right then, that second phase dump could have been a good option.
Here he goes again. It's Blake Long. We saw this a couple of minutes ago. This time he's throwing... He had to do that, the Maitland player. We'll see what the referee's calling here. They're going to have a little chat.
Good save.
It's going to be... I'd imagine it's going to be 6 to go to Manly. So again, Blake Long, when he sets up for that strike dump, he is hard to stop. We see the splitter play here off the right. Well defended there. They're shutting down well, aren't they? We get a good look here at the Maitland defence, Jace.
Yeah, let's see what they do. They're rushing up, which is good. They're trying to give an opportunity for the links and wingers to stay back a bit, get a bit of a cheat or an early start get him back to the line.
So he went for the sweep play there, Blake Long, and as we said, he's got a fair bit of speed, so the sweeper back looking for a lazy link, but it wasn't to be there. We see now we've got Indra Aidniano, and he's got the ball. They're stepping out. He's gone behind the line there. It's a sinker play, and I'm going to say that's ball down, Jace.
Yeah, you read it. It's down, and it's locked up. 3-all, nice little floater or sinker. That's where, we throw it over the top, almost like a little loop-in Harbour Bridge pass. You'll see that the Maitland defence here on the replay come in to snuff it out, get in the passing lane, but he looped it over the top, the number 20, I was about to say Carlson, wrong team. King, Gibbons, I think it was, looping it over the top. And we're all locked up, Gab.
We're all locked up just like that. And there was the 24, Adam Turner for Manly there. And you saw the Maitland defence actually retreated about a metre behind the line. And it just gave King Gibbons a little bit more time to work out which pass he's won. As we see Maitland there. Another try. We've got number 21. He's on the board again, Riley Rostron. He is never out of the play, Jace.
He's an amazing player. I'm not sure if we do contracts. If you've got a spot somewhere in Premier League, sign this young kid up. He's everywhere. A beautiful play out the back. You'll see on the replay they come charging on it with the middle dump, the link coming on, or the ML sometimes, and then straight out the back. But it was the finish. Not everyone scores it from there, Gab.
No, he's done a good job there. So it's a couple of meat pies for him so far, Rostron. We've still got 13 minutes to go here. And it's great to have everyone back on our KO Freebies coverage. Do not go anywhere because we've still got a couple of games after this as we see Gore with the ball, and they're going to run off a sweet play here. And here he is. He's going to be off the left. He's hoping to run at offside players. And they're containing him quite well. I mean, he's extremely hard to contain, Saxon's Gore. You said we've watched him over the last couple of years come through the junior ranks, and he's at acting half on that 7 that you spoke about before. He's nearly snuck through the middle of the field there, but they managed to get him. So that's a good defensive set by Maitland.
I think so. And the coming into tomorrow, the formula's pretty easy for Manly. If they win, they go through top of the pool. If Maitland can get the victory here, then we start looking at for and against and the crossovers. So Maitland, a little bit of mathematics. If they get the win, for Manly, it's easy. Win, you top the pool.
Yeah. They've still got a job to do here, though. They're down by 1, but there's plenty of time on the clock. In men's 20s with 12.5 minutes, you can still see another 8 to 10 tries potentially in this type of division, the way they throw the ball around and the ability and skill set we have. Then we see they dummy behind Saxon Gore, and here it looks like we're going to have the number 11 coming in through. We've seen him already, Blake Long. Take a strike dump off his right. He's snuck through there. I'm not sure how he got through, but he's through. He's tiptoeing along the sideline, looking for support, waiting very patiently. There's nearly a tackle. They've done well there, Maitland.
They've scrambled very well. The Maitland club, like they're actually, there's a few little things that they're doing here, which is a little bit, it's got a little bit of Premier League about it, and it's really good to see. Like that's a perfect example where the dummy halves got through, Gab, and then they were patient. They mirrored up and they saved it. And that's you don't always see that in 20. So there's some really good signs here for Maitland. Let's see whether Manly can go one level as well. Yeah, because it was Sam Hill there that he was kind of tiptoeing along the sideline, waiting to see if he could find a gap. But you're right, the Maitland team, they just did man on defence or netball defence and came up with the saving tries up that end. Now Manly have got the ball again. And they're going to have to start throwing a little bit of caution to the wind, try and get the ball down the other end, maybe throw some passes they normally wouldn't, as there we see Long working in. And I know what we're going to see here. He's going to go straight through the middle, and that's exactly what we see. But a good touch there. So I'd imagine that the Maitland coaching box, Jace, has told them to tighten up when they see Blake Long coming into I think so.
half.
Yeah, you've got to watch for him. He's flying there. And if I'm in the Manly camp, I wouldn't mind seeing Long be scooping on the 4th. So if he's not through, he can give it back and do another dump second phase. So let's see whether Manly can make that adjustment. But Long, he's hard to contain.
Here's Rostron again. Never far out of the action. He throws it out wide. And they won't be disappointed with the finish to that set in the corner, Jace.
Yeah, it's not bad. So the corner means it's a longer way for you to get to your interchange area. He's through.
Speaking of Long, we've got Tom Bridgewood. I don't think they're going to catch him. He's going to go over in the corner. And we're now even again. What a great run, just straight through the middle. There wasn't much doing there, but Tom Bridgewood.
Tom Bridgewood out of nothing. Lucky the scoreline come. I think he was going to end up in the Hastings River Gap. He was flying there.
Here he goes.
Let's have a look at the replay. Out of nothing, Gab. Look at this.
So we've seen Blake Long be the runner on a few occasions, but this time he just dished it off. He's got the arm action going.
Wow.
He'll be very happy with that, Tom Bridgewood. And we're back at 4-all.
He showed a clean set of heels there. We might be getting a call from Athletics Australia trying to sign him up. He was flying. Does that lock us up? 4-all, was it?
4-all.
Wow, all locked up.
And he's gone for the dive, but well touched there by the Manly defender in the link. We had Indra Adiana. So they've done the stop now, so Manly need now get it at the other end of the field. They've managed to claw their way back into this game. They've got a penalty now, so that'll be a piggyback up the field. The referee's just stopping play, explaining the decision. Two-handed touch. Maitland have just got to keep their composure here, Jace.
I think so. That was a little bit uncharacteristic. I was just rapping him saying that I was seeing some Premier League type traits there. Well, that's not one of them. just, when the opposition's driving off their line and you open up like that. So I'll be a little bit annoyed at that, but they've still got 9 minutes to correct it, Gab.
Yeah, and the crowd was calling for a forward pass there, and they'll be calling for another one there. We've seen him take an awkward fall there, Sam Davies, but he's up and about. He's working with Gore, and he's going to play the ball. Gore at acting half. He's taken off. He's looking long. He's gone short. But a really good touch there, Dylan Curry from the Maitland team. He's caught it forward, so Maitland will get a penalty here. We've got the Carlson brothers working together there, and they're taking it up the field, and you can see Manly are doing that push-style defence, Jace.
Yeah, very active in the midfield. So this is what I wanted to see from Manly, and it's excellent. In that last 5 minutes, they're starting to meet them now in defence, Gab. They've raised the bar. Maitland are going to have to match that, or Manly are going to finish on top, because you see their turnover on halfway. So a bit of a win there for Manly. It's starting to turn the screws.
Yeah, a few little errors creeping in, and as you said, I think there's been a little bit of a momentum shift in probably the last 3 or 4 minutes. We see a little offload there, an easy extra 5 or 10 metres, and he might be offside there or gone early, the Maitland number 1, Enrico Ellis. Coming in, that's Gore on again, working with Long. Directing traffic, which they're going to go. These are 2 of the danger men in this team. It's Gore. They've run the split of play through the middle. He's faked the split of play. He's gone out wide, and that's just too good. And we have a try for the number 27 in Cooper Wood. But put that down to Saxon Gore.
Saxon Gore, he's got the fluorescent lime left boot. He's got the fluorescent peach right boot. Don't worry about the boots. Look at that pass. Nice and flat. No chance to save that. And Manly in front. They're going to another level. Can Maitland respond?
Yeah, 5-4. So while Maitland had a bit of a hold on this game for the first probably 17, 18 minutes, there's about 7 minutes to go now, and Manly have hit the lead. And through a beautiful pass by Saxon Gore, but we'll see here what Maitland can manufacture. And we've got that man we've spoken about a lot, and he can create magic at any time. Riley Rostron. So he's at acting half here. He's working with Darcy Campton. That's Rostron at half. He's faking long. He's gone the sinker, and we've nearly gone over the top.
Yeah, he's trying to loop it over. Probably if he had that again, he would have put it in front of the winger to lock it up, but it wasn't to be. And Manly.
They've definitely picked up a gear, haven't they, Jace?
Manly
I like
in
the last 5 minutes, and that's impressive. What the good teams do. So here we see they're just taking it straight up the middle. Still a couple of touches up their sleeve there. We've got the number 20, Max King-Gibbons, and he's had a good game, and he's had a better than good attempt there, and he's set up another try. Number 27 in for a second in quick succession, Cooper Wood.
Yeah, Manly did well there. There's probably a little bit of contact in the lead-up, which was 50-50. Could have gone either way, and I think probably Maitland, it put him a bit off balance. You see a bit of contact there with the player going to ground, and then they didn't really know how to respond to that. And Manly, nice link passing through there to the winger. Now they're out by 2, and ominous signs now for the Redbacks.
Yeah, it sure is. It's the first time we've had a 2-try gap in the game as we see Carlson go through, dummy and through, and I said there was a gap of 2. Quick as you like, it's now only a gap of 1. We see a try to Dylan Curry, and it's 6-5, Manly over Maitland.
That's the hit back we wanted, Gav. That's what we wanted to see with Redbacks. Get a bit of fight, get back in this. There's 5 minutes to go. Again, we've seen that middle dump with dummying it to the link on that occasion. So the last couple tries have been from a dummy to the open side going the blind. So this is really clever play from both teams.
Yeah, both teams you can clearly see are well coached. They've got different options on the play. As Gore runs into the line, trying to find an offside player. Yeah, but he's got him on the boot there. So Sam Davies will have to take it back to the mark. He's got Gore working with Davies. And we've got Jake Medved out here. So Medved's going to run the splitter. He's gone for the long left to right, and it's going to look like it was going to be a great pass, but the touch shot, or the sideline ref just called it forward straight away.
Yeah, it's a really hard one to keep backwards, that one, because you're running onto it pretty much full speed. Your hips are sort of square to the line, so it's quite hard to rip it across your body to that distance and get it backwards. So maybe 1% off on that occasion, and Maitland still with a chance.
They sure are. There's just under 5 minutes to go in this men's 20s clash as they're taking it up the field here. And we've got Rico Ellis. He's in the thick of the action off the right. You're going to have to be fast to beat Saxon Gore, but he's caught him offside. There's arms going everywhere there, Jace. They're not happy with the referee's call, but you're not going to change it, young men, so get back in the line and start defending.
Yeah, there's a little bit of bark in there. They're going to have to focus on the footy because that's all everyone's worried about. Here's a number.
So that was Rico Ellis trying to manufacture something on the short side, but for me it's only second touch. There's still enough time on the clock. You don't need to panic. There's still a bit over 4 minutes to go, Jace.
Yeah, a little bit disappointing. They probably wish they had that set again because they had a full set 6-5. Manly were a little bit frustrated with some of the calls, and it was a good opportunity for Maitland to get back in and tie this one up, but they probably a little bit impatient, Gab.
Yeah, they'll still get a fair few more opportunities with the ball. We used to say it was 60 seconds, but it's now probably about 30 to 40 seconds, I'd say, a set of 6. So they'll probably get another 3 or 4 opportunities. As we see Long do what he does best. He's going straight through. He might try and get a penalty here. Nope, referee's called 6 touches. Long is pointing his finger, hands in the air. Oh, he's referee's going to speak to him. Yeah. So he's going to be subbed there, Blake Long, and there's cheers from the crowd.
Yeah, look, if I'm in either coach here, I don't mind this because these are all learnings. Both these teams can't be doing this in a championship game where they're losing focus a bit. So I don't mind it happening here if they can get the learning out of it, Gab.
Yep. No, I agree, and it's probably the third game of the day for these young men, and there was that rain delay, so things have been a little bit disjointed. As we see there, the play that's not disjointed, they're nearly through the middle. They love that play, don't they? The little late switch back with Rostron running a straight line.
Again, it was early in the touch count, as you mentioned before, Gab, where they need to be a little bit more patient, with the ball to get back in this. 2-3 minutes is a long time. You're going to get at least 3 cracks.
Yeah, they sure are, and Manly coming in. They're about 20 metres shy of the Maitland line, and we've got Sam Hill. He'll be working with Saxon Gore here. So Sam Hill plays the ball. He's come off the ground there. It was Jake Medved. His last touch, he's going to have to take him on one-on-one. He might give away a penalty there on the last touch. Forward pass or late pass, take your pick. So clock's becoming a little bit of a factor now, Jace. 1 try down, 2.5 minutes to go for Maitland.
Yeah, so the formula's pretty easy from the Manly side. Hopefully they don't give a repeat set or a penalty away, and they just got to complete their last 2 or 3 sets to get a victory. Maitland are the ones they've got to now start pressing. Here's a good opportunity here on the run. Nice
little dummy by Curry. He's working with Carlson. He's picked it up. He's off the left. He's going to hit the link hole. Well done there by the Manly defender. He got up what we call in the channel, Jace, didn't he?
That's right, yeah. In that channel of the passing lane, in between the 2 attackers, that makes it hard for the ball player to squeeze the pass through. So good defence there for Manly. They're probably 1 set away from claiming the victory and topping their pool, Gab.
And here comes Blake Long. They're driving it straight forward. He's going to go straight through defence off the left this time. The referee's called play through. Play on still. And we'll see what the call here. It's going to be very close. He's called 6 touch. It was a great touch there by the Maitland winger. Oh, no. 5th touch. So, yeah, off Blake Long. He's going to finish it in the corner, and that's not a bad finish to the set for Manly, Jason.
It's not bad. Last throw of the dice. What have they got? Can they get Roston on or what? Are they a chance?
Well, they're always a chance. They've got Cohen Hills coming back on now. They're going to have to do it from the tough end of the field. There's about a minute left to go. They're 1 behind on the scoreboard. Manly is still rushing up in defence. And they've been called for a no touch. So that was Blake Long again for Manly. He's got his team the ball back, and they'll be in no rush here, Jace, to take the ball.
He's had a big game, Long. I like his footy IQ. He's had a few little moments where he's done some little things that have really swung momentum. That's an example there where Maitland are setting up for their last throw of the dice, and he's been able to force the error, and now Manly should be able to go close to winding down the clock.
Yeah, so we've got Lowe there working with Gore and Jake Medved out the back, so the 3 of them are orchestrating here. We've got Lowe. They've gone behind the line. Lowe's looking for someone. He's looking for Saxon Gore. A little flick pass out the back, but couldn't take control there. But with 30 seconds on the clock, they won't be too disappointed where the ball's finished up, and they'll just be looking to defend this set out. But they'll be throwing everything in the kitchen sink at him here, Maitland.
Yeah, last set. It's pretty good performance. I think both teams will take some learnings away. They both are going to appear in the quarterfinals, I think, tomorrow morning. So, I think it'd be fair to say both would probably need this and a little bit more if they're going to go deep in the tournament.
Yeah, and they've got one last crack at it here, and we've got Rostron with the ball, the man that's looked likely all game, and there's a step off the left there. The Hooters about to go. And he's caught play through, but it's a last-ditch touch. Number 31, Jake Medved. You've managed to save the game for your team because we thought it was going to be, and that's the beauty of under-20 boys, isn't it? You see that more often than not. Referees are chatting. Touch has been called. They're shaking hands. I'm going to call it as a 6-5 victory to Manly over Maitland, Jace.
Yeah, so Manly will go through. They're nice and strong, undefeated through into the finals stage tomorrow. Maitland will probably get some learnings. They'll have probably more of a difficult matchup. They'll probably play a second or a first in one of the other pools, B or C. But both teams will be featuring tomorrow.
Yeah, so stay with us on KO Freebies. We've got some more action up with the Western Suburbs Club featuring on the stadium after the break.
Move, get out the way, my feet wanna go dancing.
Mufasa, you know we finally here, right? Well, it's Friday then, it's Saturday, Sunday, what? It's Friday then, it's Saturday, Sunday, what? It's Friday again, it's Saturday, Sunday.
Let's go. I'm losing it.
Please explain.
You beauty.
Welcome back to Port Macquarie Regional Stadium for the 2024 New South Wales Touch Football State Cup. Back to men's open action for the Raise Invest men's game of the day. If you want to make your money work harder, sign up with Raise, Australia's #1 investing app, and earn a $20 reward after your first investment. It's easy. Just download the app, link your account, and start investing today. Don't miss out. Join Raise and start building your wealth now. Investing with Raise carries normal investment risk. Be sure to read the PDS and TMD to understand these risks and determine if Raise is right for you. James Preston and Jason Stendon to take you through all the action here. One of the red-hot favourites in the men's open division, the Parramatta Eels, up against their Western Sydney rivals, Western Suburbs, who've had a bit of a mixed tournament so far. There's been some great moments, but it hasn't quite all come together yet, Jace.
Yeah, but they've been on the fringe there, James. This is where we get some questions answered, right? Parramatta underwhelmed last year. This year they're looking to be better. West have had some good results in their first 3 or 4 games. Are they the real deal, James? That's what we're going to find out in the next half an hour.
Yeah, it's a great test for them here against probably one of the top 3 sides, you'd have to say. Good meters already here for Western Suburbs. Catalano Jr. sending it wider still for Blackwood. Picked up on the 7. Junior receiving it once more here. JP out there as well. He's with ball in hand now. Little pass and then tipped on right at the death. It was a good idea. Blackwood just a little bit too deep though.
Yeah, good speed of play. I like the bit of the variety there from the Catalano brothers. And of course we had James Blackwood. So we'd be looking for Junior and Blackwood. They were quite dominant yesterday. Let's see how they go against this, probably the more fancied and the favourites in this Parramatta outfit.
Now Simbolan driving forward, followed up here from Harrington. Quick play the ball. Out the back they go. Good read from out wide though. James Shute shot in off the wing, made a very important touch.
Yeah, this is some good drive. So this will be the go-to for West. They're going to have to dominate this middle part of the field, James. They're going to have to drive well against Para. If it were to be a straight shootout, I'd probably lean towards Parramatta with Wynyard and Simbolan and whatnot. But West will be looking to dominate the middle part of the park.
Bishara caught here from acting half, so that'll be the turnover. He was really looking to put the foot down and just open up a bit of a passage out wide, but when you're running the gauntlet, you've got to time that to perfection. He was caught on that occasion, so now Parramatta up towards halfway as one of their players hits the deck. That's Finn Watkins. Up he gets to his feet now, heads to the sideline. Meters on offer here for Liam Simbolan. Short little pass for Osborne. Wider still, drop down now from Chatton. Quick release from Gray. Wide they go once more. Look to potentially be forward. I think they were going to say play on for the meanwhile, though, so that was a golden opportunity for Parramatta.
Yeah, pretty good positioning there from the winger. I think it was Setinari, was it? Pretty good positioning to snuff that one out. But I don't mind the West drive, James. I know we're only a couple minutes in, but I like what I'm seeing for the Magpies. I think we could have a bit of an upset on the cards here. I like how they've jumped out of the blocks here.
You've called it early. There has been a good first 2 minutes here for Western Suburbs, but a long way from home, of course. They'll send it wide early. Not a bad little idea, but JP Catalano came a little further infield, searching for a supporting run, but perhaps if he'd stayed with that width, it was a golden opportunity there.
I think so. The only problem was Luke Mansell was the defensive winger for Parramatta, and there's not too many scored on his half of the field, James.
No, for those who were tuning into the Touch World Cup, in particular that match against Australia, which was a hard-fought one, probably saved a good 5 or 6 tries himself, Osborne. Now, great pass here for Parramatta, out towards Harrington, but under pressure, ball comes free. They'll still get another crack here, though, Parramatta.
Yeah, this will be a good test for West, and probably a good time to do a shout-out for all those tuning into KO over in Lebanon. Lots of Lebanese players on both sides of the fence in this one.
Making good use of the VPN to get all the coverage. So now it's switched back to the middle here for Will Hickey. Hickey, of course, operating here as a middle at the moment. Started his career out on the wing. Pops a little pass here for Wynyard. Slow it down once more now, Parramatta. Magpies pushing up slowly but surely. Wynyard floats it long. Big pass here. Turned back on the inside. Hot potato stuff. Arrives eventually in the arms of Pulu, but really good scramble from the Magpies.
Yeah, probably a little bit unlucky. The referee's going back to the previous play there, and they've been penalised for not moving forward. But the Barakat twins were incredible in defence there, scrambling, but they're going to have to do it again because Parramatta with a fresh set of 6 here.
Harrington feeds it here for Simbolan. Picked up once more here from Finn Watkins. Oh, that was an awkward one to take. Harrington suffocated it like he was diving on a grenade.
Oh, I think that was the third penalty. So now we've got to play off to the side. So a little bit unfortunate for the Magpies. A good opportunity for Parramatta. 6v5. They've got to capitalise.
Simbolan sends it out wider here for Osborne. Just circling back towards the middle. Concerted approach from Parramatta. Certainly haven't worked for the strike dump on that occasion.
Yeah, they're setting up here. It's going to be hard work here. For Ryan Goss and the crew in the middle there.
Oh, Watkins got away from the first attempt. Did he dive under the second there? No, he'll go back to the mark now. He can't believe it, Finn Watkins. He's getting a little bit of a stir up here from the crowd as well. Simply got to play to the whistle. Watkins will come again now. Harrington scoops it up, sends it long. Now there's a real issue here. Oh, I think he's done enough.
Wow,
great work across from Setinari.
Setinari, can you believe it? 6-on-5. The Magpies have held him out.
We saw yesterday, Jace, just the speed that Setinari possesses. It was almost like watching an under-10s kind of try. He started in the middle of the field, simply sprinted toward the top end of the screen, and then it was good night, Irene.
Yeah, really good sign there again for the Magpies. Can you believe they held him out 6-5? Good shout out to the Barakat boys. Ryan Goss in the middle. They did a great job. Parramatta, they probably won't be too concerned about that, but definitely a lost opportunity for the Eels.
So Lagos driving forward on that last play before the switch over here in favour of Parramatta. 6 minutes down, just shy of that mark. Still no score on the board as Oscar Gray brings it forward. Good little momentum stopper there with a strong touch from Catalano Jr. as they try and drive all the way through. Nearly Will Hickey finding a bit of an opening there, but back onto that 7 they'll go. So It's been really good scramble thus far from West.
I think so. They're hanging in there. Will Hickey had a really good day one. Definitely one to watch there in Parramatta. But West, like I said, I like what I've seen so far. They've just got to probably get a bit more of an attack here on the back of the drive rather than slowing it up. Let's see if they can do it on this occasion. Good roll here. Here's a good chance.
Bemellum drops it down quickly. Now a chance for Bashara. Bashara linking up back towards the middle. It was Zach Bitter who was storming onto it. They closed it down very quickly there, Parramatta. Nice little squeeze as Hickey receives it. One off the play of the ball here. Yet to see too much, if anything, here from Kai Simbol, and I don't think he's been on the field.
No, it looks like Kai's sitting out this one. I'm not sure if he's injured or just unavailable, but definitely a little bit of a loss there for Parramatta. Kai not participating in this one. So maybe Caden Wynyard and some of the crew, Luke Osborne, Hickey, they're going to have a few of the boys step up to fill that gap that is missing from Kai.
Now they do still have the other two Simbolan boys there, Marley and Liam. Marley's out there at the moment. Liam just stalking along the touchline. As it comes out here for Barakat. Short ball for Blackwood, and then back once more to Nick Barakat. Blackwood takes off, running at Simbolan. Good read out wide there from Jordan Horrow, and he has come up with some really good reads across the first 2 days of competition.
I think so. Yeah, he's had some really good defence. I didn't actually have him as a noted winger. I think he was more of a link, but he's certainly doing a great job out wide. This is probably West's first chance at getting good ball. They've really just been hanging in there with Para for that first 7-8 minutes. Now they get a chance to stamp their authority in the game and maybe get the first try, but it's a really good contest. Both teams really up for this one. It's a semi-final come early.
And Blackwood once more on the march here. Eventually caught by Harrington, picked up. Blackwood has a dive. It's very close. And just close it down. Geez, Harrington worked overtime there to get back quickly and make the touch.
Yeah, really good defence there. Making the touch there on the 7. You've got to get all the way back to the line, running backwards, and then take that step forward to save the try. So great defence there from the Eels.
Lagos now, quick receipt here for Catalano, nearly getting through. Good touch again here from Parramatta. I think they're asking more questions than the Eels are so far, though.
Yeah, both the teams are actually, their D's really connected, James. Like one player's getting beat, but he's getting saved or help from the outside player. So this is both these teams are, got a lot to play for here. And like I said, this feels like a bit of a Sunday game 1 day early because of the whole standard of it. It's been great. So still hard to pick a winner, but I do feel like the upset is a chance here. The Magpies look okay. Good start.
Of course, coming into this one, if you're just joining us here on KO with all the coverage for the 2024 New South Wales State Cup, Parramatta coming off victory at the Vorden Cup Championships not too long ago. It's always a good little barometer in terms of how different teams are tracking. So it's scooped up once more here from West, trying to squeeze through. Good touches made in the end. So Parramatta certainly coming into this one, for most pundits, they're thinking potentially it's a grand final, at the very least, a semi-final appearance for Parramatta.
I think so. Well, Parramatta Vorden Cup champions 2 years in a row. Got a few injuries and probably weren't at their best for last year's State Cup. So I felt like coming into this event they had something to prove, and wanting to sort of be there with Doyleson and Central Coast come tomorrow. So that's why these games are really important. But
great footwork. Sorry, Standers, they head over the top. Simbola nearly caused some damage there, but yeah, you're right. It's been great form at Vorden Cup level, and let's not forget, not too long ago, 2022, they were in the grand final here at the State Cup up against Doyleson.
Yes, yeah, they've been there or thereabouts, and I think they're really looking to see if they can actually take that elusive crown. Of course, Central Coast, Doyleson, Newcastle have looked great on day 1, day 2. So it's a really even competition. And then you've got teams here like West, which are not really noted to be in the top 4 or 5, but if you're not on your game, they can steal it from you. On this occasion, 7 players on, probably too eager on that occasion.
So we're officially a third of the way through this one. 20 more minutes to go. No score as of yet as Horrow gets working again. I think we've seen a lot more of Horrow out wide because of that injury yesterday to Dylan Bissett. So maybe just a bit of management for him. He did, of course, come back on later in the piece, but I think they'll use him sparingly until they need to because he's such a great defensive winger, Dylan Bissett. It's now Gray, drops it down. Short pass here for Watkins, collapses very quickly. Good touch made there from Ryan Goss.
Yeah, great save there from Gossy. There's a bit of a coaching battle too there with Josh Phillips on the Parramatta side, Paul Sphere on the West side. Both great coaches in their own right. And they'd be looking at tactics here as well. And I'm sure Parramatta are thinking, no Kai Simbolan, can we get Caden Wynyard in the game more? How do we do that? That'll be one of the challenges for Josh.
So far he's had a few nice moments, Wynyard, without too much success in terms of scoring plays. As Catalano brings it forward. JP, that is. Up towards the halfway line. Goss with a nice charge now off the back of it. Bashara picks up easy meters here, about 15 of them. Blackwood also driving forward. Rolls it down now, nice and quick here for Junior. Catalano takes off. Oh, popped a very sneaky little pass there right at the end for Lagos, and it nearly worked.
Yeah, that's when West are at their best, James, when they get that drive through the midfield. Nathan Bashara there, superb set-up play for Catalano and Blackwood. That's when they're at their best. That's how they need to keep playing if they want to match it with Parramatta. On the other side here with Parramatta, they've got class everywhere. They just need to get their structures right.
Oh, beautiful pass from Hickey, loping over the top. Great cover, though, from West. That had no right to be stopped there by James Shute, but he got on his motorbike very quickly.
Yeah, James Shute is a bit of a battle within the battle, eh? James Shute versus Luke Mansell out there. They've both got their halves of the field that they're really proud about. They don't want to see any tries scored, so there's some challenges there. And this is unfortunate. This is where, it was a forward pass. West have got to complete their sets, James. Otherwise, Parramatta are going to make them pay, and they've got a big set coming up here.
Well, it's 2 errors in a very short span of time. Of course, we have the 7 on and now this forward pass out of the ruck, and they're just basic things that you can't afford to do against high-quality opposition like Parramatta.
No,
they have a good chance here.
Yeah, hard pressed to hold him out on this set, I think. Wouldn't be surprised if Parramatta get a try, because at this standard, you have to complete most of your sets. You know, you've got 30-minute game, you might have 30 sets. You can't afford to leave 5 or 10 out there. And West have not completed their last 2 in a row, as you mentioned.
Chatton now sends it wide once more for Watkins. Harrington receives it. Chatton dropping it down now. Wrapping around is Osborne. They won't go to Osborne. Instead, they'll head wide. That's a beautiful put down from Jordan Horro. Well, he's a bigger man, but geez, he can move. And a great finish in the corner.
Jordan Horro, what a finish. Most wingers don't score that. He's probably looking up saying, Stano, stop wrapping Luke Mansell. What about me? Great finish there, Jordan Horro. There wasn't a lot in it. It was a middle dump, and then it's just a ripped flat pass. It was a man-on-man. No one was really beat. Just Jordan Horro, too classy.
Well, it's this little bounce in the foot here, so he almost stutter steps mid-air, and the moment he comes back down on that left foot, it collapses immediately and allows him to get to ground very, very quickly. So it's beautiful wing play there from Jordan Horro. And he really has found a home out here this weekend.
Oh, he's done really well. I'm sure the West camp would be thinking, we need our winger to be scrambling and, leaving the ground, diving to save that try. But equally from the other side, it's just class from Horro. Superb wing play. And Parramatta 1-0, a little bit unexpected for me. I thought West might get out of the blocks first.
So Shute caught here, about 7 metres away. Junior Catalano sends it back for Blackwood. JP's waiting in that left link position. They'll send it that way now. Arriving at JP's hands. Blackwood once more, straightening out the attack. Feigns the touch. Continues to move forward. Now backtracking just a touch, trying to get Hickey interested. Catalano, short side raid. Good work back from the inside for Gray. I'll have a little confirmation here. I think he may have just snuck underneath. Gray did a good job, though.
He must have got help from the middle. Definitely the first defender was beat, but I think great connected defence from Parramatta. I think he got help from his inside player. And that's that connected defence we're talking about. It's really important in Premier League more than ever because it's hard to defend someone one-on-one and get back on side. So great help there from the inside.
Yeah, it's Hickey who was caught out. Gray making the touch right on the line, but of course the advantage there with Hickey impacting play means another set now for West. Or Catalano stepping off the left foot, trying to slam it down. A few discussions here from the West boys. That's a second penalty now, so Parramatta will have to be very, very careful.
Yeah, so this is where let's see whether Parramatta.
In fact, that's 3.
Yeah, I think it was 3. I think the referee's very good there. They had their communication to get the right call right. Communicated, said that's the 3rd. Now this is a bit of a reverse of what we saw 10 minutes ago now. 6 on 5. Can West take advantage of the opportunity?
So still just one try in it. Parramatta with that slender margin. At the halfway point in this match, Lagos drops it down, having a little look once more, and they've just panicked there. There was no need for it either. It's play number 2 with an extra man on the field. You've just got to work them over a bit more.
Yeah, that's a real coach killer. I know Coach Paul Sphere would just view that as a total lost opportunity. 6 on 5, great opportunity to get it back to 1-1, and unfortunately West have turned it over on the second touch. So if they don't end up getting the result, that might be a bit of, that little 1 minute period might be something they reflect back on.
Now Wynyard bouncing around through the middle. Now come back here for an indiscretion by Parramatta, so West with a chance to march upfield. 14 minutes to go. It's been tight from the very beginning. Hasn't been too many opportunities for either side as Costello now marches forward. Scored a great try yesterday against Newcastle. Haven't seen too much of him so far in this one. It's Barakat. It's caught in the middle of the field. Bashara just slowing it down a touch. Back to Barakat once more. Marley Simbolan out to meet him. They'll go out the back here for Costello. And once more, it's a play that didn't need to be even attempted there from Costello. He could have simply taken the ball with two hands.
It's a little bit bizarre, actually, because I actually think West have been playing quite well. That's now the second time in a row that they've just gone for a flick tap on a bit of a low percentage play. And I do think they've got Parramatta's measure, but I think because Parramatta have been so consistent, James, and they've just stayed in the game, it's starting to play on West's mind a bit, I think, where, they're starting to panic a little bit. So, shout out to Parramatta. They've just been nice and calm, doing their work, and they're up 1-0 with 10 to go.
That 50-50 going the way of Parramatta. West thought they did enough to pull out of the contact, and as a result, we're thinking that was simply a case of a loose carry for the Eels. As now a good touch is made here from Bishara. Back to the 7 they go. Chadden at first receiver on this left-hand side. Rolls it back now. Osborne right at the advantage line. Tries to pop a pass. Oh, it's deflected from Bishara into the waiting arms of Parramatta. They'll dive on it. I think they're going to say you got a touch just in time. Geez, that's clutch out wide from West.
Yeah, they saved it somehow, but they're not out of the woods just yet, James. Here come the Eels.
Well, Setoneri that made it. Now Chadden twisting off the left foot. Back out for Gray. Osborne, had he kept going that way, would have pulled their pants down. Instead, he zipped it back up and went to the middle. Once more here for Gray. Cut out this time. They'll pop it over the top. Great opportunity. Setoneri again comes up with a try saver.
Setoneri, somehow he's Houdini. He keeps getting out of the bad situation. Setoneri, he's kept West in the game. They're only down by 1, but I'd like to have a bit of a shout out to the 9 and the 99 for Parramatta. Oscar Gray and Matt Chatton, they're really stepping up in the absence of Kai Simbolan and playing senior roles. And not just the line attack, James, but I think the drive, the defence, they're showing really good footy IQ. So Chatton and Gray having great games here.
Cashier now out of acting half for West. Blackwood driving forward, last one, it's a static start too. So not much doing here for the Magpies. Big dummy comes out from Bumelum, but unfortunately that will still be the turnover here as they were looking a little bit more likely. Gray now brings it forward for Parramatta. Hickey on the follow-up towards halfway. Finally caught here. Off the mark too is Hickey, so back onto the right spot he goes. That burnt a play there for the Eels too, but now they get the ship back in the right direction. Pulu bouncing around, caught here on the last. Watkins picks it up off the left foot. Good acceleration. Flick pass comes out. That was dangerous there for Watkins because they'd all stepped up, West, and the intercept was on.
Yeah, very much so. So Parramatta still, I like what I'm seeing there. I would like to see Caden Wynyard, maybe get a little bit more into the game. West, we already know what they need to do. They've got to get some attack on the back of the drive, and they've got to start completing their sets. Here's another turnover around halfway. So I think it's pretty clear cut that those little things that they need to improve if they want to be matching a Parramatta, a Dawson, a Central Coast. Let's see whether Parramatta can make them pay.
Well, that's 3 now they've had, of course. The 7 on, 2 different forward passes, pretty much bang on the halfway mark, and all in the same situation, driving out from their own end. Once more, it allows Parramatta a good opportunity here. Marley Simbolan, he wanted that quick strike dump from Harrington. Harrington pulled out of it, though. Back to the 7 they go. 10 minutes on the clock here at Port Macquarie Regional Stadium, and speak of unnecessary, well, there's Finn Watkins coming up with a flick pass that no one asked for.
Yeah, and sometimes they can be momentum, sort of changes when you give away cheap ball. We've been a little bit critical of West. Let's see whether they can turn it around with this set. This is what we want to see, attack on the back of the drive. This is when they're at their best, James.
Blackwood now marching on field. There's an issue here for Catalano, so that's why they're playing a man down at the moment, the Magpies, and he hasn't got off the field, so they can't replace him. And I tell you now, I know he's injured. It might not matter in the end because they've still gone through. Yes, it is Bishara who somehow scores, even though there was a 6-on-5 defensive situation for Parramatta.
Was that West have scored with 5 against 6, if you can believe it. And that could be a bit of a statement there by Nathan Bashara. He wasn't even playing Premier League last year, James. Let's have a look here. Junior looks like he's been clipped in the back of the head. We might see a replay on that. But the West team, to their credit, just kept playing to the whistle. We see Ryan Goss here holding up, trying to get Nathan Bashara. And you'll see him here, Nathan Bashara around the back. 5 against 6. He's got no right to score this, James. And look at the finish. Write that name down. He's a new young man coming through at the Magpies, Nathan Bashara.
Oh, nearly an intercept there for Shoot as well. Hickey got a little glance on it though, so that's why the knock-on's been called against Parramatta. And for Junior Catalano, I was almost a little bit critical that he didn't simply roll off the side of the field, so he got a little bit of a clip on the head.
I actually missed it. Was it foul play or an injury?
No,
I hope he's okay.
As he fell, there was a boot leaving the ruck, and that sort of just clipped the back of the head. You'll see it again here. So he sort of falls. There's a little boot that flicks up there behind the square.
A bit innocuous, yeah. So I hope he's okay down there, Junior. He's important for the Magpies. He's been one of their best throughout the whole tournament. He's back out there now with his brother. And the Magpies, just like that, 1-1 out of nothing. We're talking about Paul Sphere maybe being frustrated. How about Josh Phillips? 6 defenders, 5 attackers. Gave up a try.
Oh, here comes Junior now. Flicked it back towards Parramatta. It was played out there from Gray. Now, had he taken that, and you might have to give me a little insight here, I believe that would then negate the dummy half effect and Catalano could have scored.
Yeah, very much so. Once the ball was passed, if it would have been 6 again, and Catalano would have got the try. And now we've got Lagos out there, we've got JP, we've got Blackwood. This is West starting 6. They're going to throw everything at Para here. Let's see whether Parramatta can match them. 1-1. This is set for a big last 5 or so.
Here's JP having a little look at the line. Squeezing, diving like Neo from the Matrix for a moment. He stopped time. Now roll it back on the 7.
Yeah, great save there, Luke Osborne, the number 3 for Parramatta.
Excellent work
and
out
they're
of the
rewarded.
Position.
Well done.
And again, I think that's a point of frustration there for West.
Yeah, they've got to complete their sets. There's a no-touch call here. It should be a penalty for West. Junior Catalano jumped out of that. So if you dump the ball without being touched, you don't see it that often, James. But if that happens, that's an infringement. And that's what happened on that occasion. Junior went in, pretended to make the touch, pulled back. The ball was dumped without being touched.
Junior now for Blackwood with a good chance again, diving from distance once more. It's a great touch here from Parramatta. So back to the 7 they'll go now. They've come close a couple of times here, the Magpies, in the last few minutes. Junior sends it out for JP. JP now floating it back towards that right-hand side for Blackwood. Caught here eventually.
Yeah, good defence there from Watkins, getting up, putting the pressure on the Magpie attack. Here's JP Catalano, hits the leg. Oh, probably a bit impatient again. I think this has been I think there'll be some learnings here for the Magpies because they've definitely showed they can compete with the top teams and they still have some improvement in their game. And I think on the other side, Parramatta have shown what they can do even without Kai Simbolan. But now we've seen some errors on that side. So is this West's chance to take the game by the scruff of the neck?
It's a golden opportunity, and as a result, they'll send out Junior Catalano again, and that man that has already busted through the defensive line, Bashara. So nice little change up here. No JP Catalano. He's got a little rest, but still plenty of firepower on deck. And Hickey jamming in there. Made a good read on Blackwood. Back to the 7 now. Lagos. Certainly seen him come up with a few miracles. Can he produce one now? Blackwood diving from distance, and I think they're offside here, Parramatta. They'll play through. Watkins can't believe it, but Blackwood is on the money, and it's a second here for West. They lead with just over 5 remaining.
Yeah, West are going back to their main plays of running direct. You'll see here the dumps on the 7. It's got to be 2 feet on the line. I think the number, Palu, might have been beat. It's just whether or not the other middle gets there. You'll see the 12.
Oh, Harrington, geez, that is so close.
Yeah, 50-50. Probably a bit unlucky there, I think, for Parramatta. A bit unlucky. Could have gone either way. Let's see if they can get one back.
Well, it's almost like where that little mud patch is right near the line. That was what his undoing was. It just sort of slipped the turf instead of the actual line.
That's probably down as well. So that's the same thing where you're looking for the second foot. And again, unlucky for Parramatta. So probably 2 50-50s, James, to be fair. That the try to Blackwood could have gone either way, and that one could have gone either way, whether the referee says play through try or comes back for the penalty. So Parramatta got to be patient. They haven't got the rub of the green on those two. but they've still got 6 touches here to level this one up if they're good enough.
Marley Simbolan once more out of acting half, floating it over the top, or at least trying to. Once more, Costello comes up with a brilliant grab mid-air. We saw him yesterday with the one-armed NFL take like a wide receiver. That was a bit more AFL style.
Yeah, great save there by Costello, or that would have definitely been a Parramatta try. And now West with a bit of momentum coming into the last few minutes. If they can steal one more try, that could be the nail in the coffin.
So here comes Junior Catalano, and there's another penalty here against Parramatta. I'll tell you what, I'd love for a little bit of extra footage. Let's head down there and try and get a look at the size of Costello's hands. They must be enormous, like baseball mitts.
Oh, he gets a lot of saves in defence. He gets a lot of tries by plucking the footy out of the air. So Justin Costello, he's been a great link for a long period of time in our game.
I'm just watching him hold the water bottle there. It's almost disappeared in the process of being in the palm. So they're pretty big.
Yeah. What'd you say? He plays baseball without a mitt. Oh, Justin Costello, you can take it up with Presto after the game, mate.
As now they work back to the middle. Oh, beautifully worked. Bashara finds a pass. Shoot was flat-footed, though. Had he been on his toes, he scores. That's probably another one that's gone to waste there for Western. Certainly saw a few of that yesterday against Newcastle.
Yeah, a bit of a lost opportunity there. So let's have a look at Para now marching down the field. There's still a good chance here, Para. I do like what I've seen. They've probably just, a few errors have sort of crept in and West took advantage of that. And, of course, there was the 5-on-6 try. That's one that'll be right at the front of mind if Para can't get the leveller in this last 2 minutes.
Not to mention, of course, Parramatta failed to score and they were 6-on-5 with the advantage themselves. So Junior Catalano now driving forward up over halfway. Good metres here. Bitar follows in like kind. So too Lagos. Really good rolling set. JP takes off. Played out from Wynyard. It's gone backwards into the hands of Watkins. Oh, they've said that one's forward off the hand, though. I'm not so sure.
Yeah, again, a bit unlucky for Para. I think the deflection did go backwards, but it's another probably 50-50. And West now, if they use the whole set, let's see if they learnt their lesson from earlier in the game. Be patient, use the whole set, and they're going to be one step closer to getting a very big upset here on the stadium field.
And they're just under 2 minutes away from it. JP Catalano got up very quick there, did Watkins. I wouldn't be surprised if a penalty's called. Great take, though, from Setaniri, who set sail for the line, and with that electric speed that he possesses, gets there, and the Magpies will cause the upset.
The upset looks like it's coming to fruition. Sensational. Setaniri, he'd have to be the best on ground because he's saved 2 or 3 tries, James, and somehow got his hands under this one. We're going to need a replay. Live to you on KO. Let's see if we can get a slow-mo. I'll let you, James, call it. What do you think?
Is there separation between grass and fingertips? Oh, I don't know. It's one of those ones where if it was cricket, we'd slow it down to the nth degree, frame by frame, as Parramatta look to hit back here. I'll have a little conference, the referees. I think they're going to point to the spot, though. Oh, no, Costello's clapping, which means this is likely going to be a West ball.
Yeah, I thought that might have been okay. I was about to call 3-2. I thought they'd probably done enough to get one back in this one, Parramatta. Let's see what the call is for offside. So there wasn't a try there. So Setaniri, best on ground. Nathan Bashara, the Barakat twins, the Catalano twins. The Magpies pulling off the big upset here on the stadium.
Absolutely, as Hickey now looks to come up with a consolation try. 25 seconds left. They can't possibly lose from here. They also can't get a draw, you'd imagine, Parramatta. Short pass provided from Pulu. Clock continues to tick down, and well and truly, there is no sort of miracle that can save them here. West will indeed claim that upset.
Do I get any brownie points? Do I get any brownie points for calling it, or what?
Well, no? I mean, you went off very early. 2 minutes in, you said it's going to happen. Setaniri again stops a potential try. So I think you're right in that department too in terms of best on ground. But what an outstanding performance in our Raise Invest Men's Premier League game of the day. It's the upset of the day and perhaps the tournament as well. Yes, Parramatta rested Kai Simbolan, but otherwise the full complement was on deck. And the reigning 2-time Vorden Cup champions and, of course, the 2022 grand finalists. They've been upset by their Western Sydney rivals, the Magpies.
And we've got Wallsend, Newcastle. They've been the talk of the tournament. Parramatta not far off that. Maybe West come into that as well, and Central Coast have rebounded today as well. So it doesn't seem to be any rest. It just keeps heating up, James.
Certainly does. And we'll take a quick break. And that was your Raise Invest Men's Premier League game of the day. All the action just around the corner for Doyleson up against Hornsby.
Get out the way, my feet wanna go dancing.
Mufasa, you know we finally here, right? Well, it's Friday then, it's Saturday, Sunday, what? It's Friday then, it's Saturday, Sunday, what? It's Friday again, it's life come back. Hey, lives again, hey, lives again, go, let's go. I'm losing it.
Please explain.
You beauty.
My feet wanna go dancing.
Great to have your company here on KO Sports as the action continues for the 2024 New South Wales Touch Football State Cup live from Port Macquarie Regional Sporting Stadium. Men's Open action here, the reigning runners-up and of course the country championships for 2024, the victors, the Doyleson Dragons. They'll take on Hornsby, and of course Hornsby probably underperformed last year. They've always been thereabouts. They do have some world-class players in the form of Dylan Hennessy, for example, Josh Rosero, so a lot of long-term talent. Probably one of the more veteran outfits, though, this Hornsby team, Jason.
Look, they've got lots of experience, and if they're anywhere close to being in the mix for tomorrow, you don't really want to match up against them because of how much class they got against the field. But ultimately, so far for day one, day two, we haven't seen enough of them dominate the midfield and defence enough to get themselves in the game. So that'll be their challenge here with Doyleson. They've got to try and match them through the midfield. Doyleson will be looking to outdrive them, and to control possession would be the key to victory for the Dragons. Let's see whether Hornsby can upset the favourites in this one.
Now, unfortunately for Hornsby, results have favoured them a little more on day two, so they're up in third at the moment. Doyleson, of course, undefeated so far. 3 wins and the 1 draw with Manly has them sitting on 14 points in the top of Pool B. Their biggest competitors in terms of ladder positioning so far are Newcastle over in Pool A, who are heading up that one. But Doyleson, with first use of the ball here, Sun pops a little short pass here for Thompson, taking off. Just trying to find an opening was Eagleton, but they'll be called back here. And I think for Hornsby, of course, they're probably the most creative team in the men's open division. They like to throw it around a fair bit, so we'll see if they decide to stick with that method or if they try and go head-to-head with probably the best fundamentals team in the form of the Dawson Dragons.
I think so. There's lots of talking points here. You see Josh Rosero there with the ball. He's been another solid player. You've got Heath Cooper's on the top of your screen. He's been the stalwart, been one of our better wingers for a good 20 years in touch. There's talking points everywhere. And how about Dylan Hennessy, who I consider to be the greatest player of all time, and we get the pleasure of watching him as well.
And of course, Dylan Hennessy, part of that Australian Emus Championship World Cup winning team over in Nottingham a little earlier this year, and then announcing his international retirement. So what a storied career it's been at the top flight. Great chance to add some more silverware here in this prestigious tournament as well.
Does he have to retire, James?
Look, hopefully not.
I reckon I can get him to go again. What do you reckon? One more.
There's a sneaky little rumour doing the rounds that he might actually appear for another nation on the international stage. So we'll see how that goes. But you might see there on that left leg, he is heavily strapped, and the report was yesterday he's not quite, and you can see there, up to the sprinting standard, if you will, but they're still using his smarts and his guile as Toner tries to turn Hennessy back underneath. It's almost like the line in waiting, if you will, Hennessy.
I think so. If you give him a sniff, he'll make you pay. But yeah, I just wanted to highlight Dawson obviously setting the standard, and they're our some of our better players in the game. But it's certainly a treat to see the Kennedy twins, Rosero out there, Hennessy, Cooper, Langey's out there as well. There's lots of this Hornsby team a while back were the number one in the state, so it's good to see them out there strutting their stuff. And they're not going to hand it over to Dawson. They're going to make the Dragons earn it here today.
So Thompson now restarting things. Speaking of terrific veterans in the game, he's one of them. Jones, though, is part of that up-and-coming class. Oh, a little bobble there from Jones, and it was picked up from the officials, but the earlier indiscretion was offside. So they'll go again here, Doyleson. They've got to be careful now, Hornsby.
Yeah, well, this will be a big test for the Hornsby defence here. Probably their first real test. You've got Dylan Thompson there. He's going to be getting them all organised, along with Rodimer.
So Hennessy defending in at that link position. Rosero a little bit tighter in. Straight away, they try and exploit the lack of mobility here for Hennessy with that left calf and ankle heavily strapped. They do exactly that. Harry Cash bags the cash. First try here for Doyleson.
Yeah, a little bit unlucky there for Hornsby because Rosero was calling no touch inside the 7. You can see him there waving his hand saying no touch called. He wasn't able to get the call from the referee on that occasion, and probably put Hornsby's outside players in two minds when that occurred. And the Dragons, you don't need to give them much of a chance and they'll make you pay.
They've done exactly that inside the first 4 minutes here. They bridge that little gap out to the wing of Cash, and now Hennessy at first receiver. Lovely release out the back for Kennedy, finding a pass wider still. Chance to finish. They just get there in time, Doyleson, but that's the class of Hennessy. It's the way that he just rips the ball without any backswing.
I think so. He's got the ability to wrist pass, which is sort of a really advanced technique. We normally don't teach the kids to do that on day number 1. We want them to get a good backswing and rip through the ball, but Hennessy over his career, he's always had that ability to wrist pass and nice flat ball without too much effort. It's a handful for the defence.
Now Toner finds a little pass here for Nichols. Nichols bouncing around. Roberts, quick release back for Toner. Toner off the left foot. Now starting to go wider still. Pop back on the inside here for Nichols. Well tracked from Doyleson. When he's landed on that side post there, it's a little bit awkward for Nichols. And he's hobbling a fair bit off the back of it.
Yeah, end up being a good read there from Dawson. They tracked really well with the long ball. And Hornsby thrown a little bit at Dawson, but Dawson have enough to match them so far.
Wonderful subset here too from Dawson. The momentum continues. Thompson now picks it up, bouncing off the left foot. Well watched through the centre of the field though. Good touch made. And now Roberts marching forward for Hornsby. So I don't think we've quite seen Doyleson click into gear as of yet. Hornsby certainly haven't either. As now they march through Dylan Hennessy, who's looking a little bit freer in that previous run. Rosero on the last they go now. Kennedy bouncing around. Sefuiva there as well. Rosero was an option through the middle, couldn't quite find him as Thompson heads out towards the Doyleson box.
Yeah, I think where's there the number 10 for Hornsby? He's got some strap in there on the left thigh as well, so they've probably got a few nigglies coming into game 5 here, Hornsby. They're going to have a really big effort. Dawson definitely out of the blocks a little bit better.
Rosero on the charge once more. Hennessy picking up good meters. Caught by Lincoln Little. Now the dummy coming out for Hornsby once more. Scooped up here. Then offered away for Nichols yet again. Good meters on offer now for Hornsby. Brought forward by Hassan. Nichols taking off. All comes up with a flick pass. Tap on here for Roberts, who is looking to do so once more. And that's that creativity that Hornsby possess.
I don't mind playing a bit off the cuff, James. I think they're probably looking for that switch or the late switch a little bit too early. I'd like to see them hold their width a little bit better and make the Dawson defender earn it. But let's have a look what they got here. Thompson, isn't he looking good?
Yeah, massive meters there from Thompson too. Now Ardita with the speed. Oh, just had to find the hands. He's a little bit too far out in front of Cash. He'd done the work with his feet. Couldn't quite finish it off with the pass though.
It was just straight speed. And Dawson, I think we mentioned it a couple of years ago when they were state champions, when they were able to substitute on like that, James, and attack as part of the drive. They're near unstoppable.
Now floating back towards the centre here for Hornsby. Toner pops a little pass for Hennessy. Quick release. Toner ushering supporters back underneath. That's Simon Lane. Now Hennessy, the late switch there. There wasn't really too much doing because it was a very high press from Daniel Langbridge, so good luck getting around him.
Yeah, I think they just need to go a little bit direct. I think Dawson, for our viewers that have been following all the coverage, Dawson got opened up in game 1 yesterday with a few late switches, and maybe Hornsby picked up on that. But for mine, there's just too many late switches too early in the game. You've got to be a bit more direct and really keep the defenders honest, then look to do the late switch. So I'm sure Terry Cooper's across that down there in the box, and he'll be guiding the troops to make some adjustments. They're still in this one. It's not over yet.
No, you're right. I think Bankstown showed the blueprint. It was digging in deep to the line and then that little late angle change. Hornsby probably a little bit guilty of going too early and telegraphing that switch. As Rosero now pops it back towards this left-hand side. Hennessy in at acting half. The one-handed scoop up for Rosero once more. Threatens to link up with Hennessy. Nichols with the flick pass. And Rosero trying to bat it on out towards the wing. It'll go well and truly over the sideline. And they're sticking to their guns here in terms of that off-the-cuff style.
Yeah, they're moving around a bit. I think that's their DNA, so you can't go too far off that. I think you just got to, I suppose, temper that a bit with a little bit of structure, because Dawson, super structured, very well coached, very well put together team. They're setting the benchmark, so you're going to have to do something pretty special to upset the Dragons.
Little now, crabbing across field. Plenty of speed in this display right here between the likes of Little, Ardita, and also Riley Jones. Rodimer will send it long, though, once more for Cash, who bags it up, gets a second. Well, there was so much firepower at their disposal just then. It was almost a case of you needed to mark everybody twice over.
Yeah, very good play there. It probably didn't come through on the replay, but Rodimer did something really sneaky there. He was actually on the right side of the ruck as the play was about to unfold, and then he sort of sneakily ducked to the left side of the ruck towards the top of the screen. Hornsby didn't quite pick up or make the adjustment in their D, and then he was able to rip that beautiful long ball, and just like that in a blink, it's 2-0 to the Dragons.
So around about 10 minutes gone, still a long way to go. Hornsby would like to score next, though, as they head out towards this right-hand side. Diving effort there from Simon Lane, but he's caught. This will be the last now for Hornsby. A static start to work with. They roll it back. Hennessy at first receiver. Threatening to go long instead. Finds short there for Kieran Toner, but not much doing on that occasion. And Lachlan Peel has that one hit the deck. So Doyleson now will work it upfield, and not a great deal to contend with in that previous set.
Yeah, I think the Hornsby could be a little bit frustrated. Again, we're seeing the outside players not holding width and switching a little bit too early. They've just got to hold their width and be a little bit honest. They're not far off Dawson here, but at the moment they're probably not throwing the right sorts of plays at him, I don't think.
Toner Once more turns it back towards that open side of the field. John Kennedy waiting for it. Now hovering there and then hopping into acting half. Toner, quick dummy. Now releasing once more. Not the play though from Toner. Just trying to force the issue a bit too much here, Hornsby.
I think so, yeah. A little bit impatient, and Dawson are just too well drilled to fall for that. Look, one of the things when you're playing Doyle is you need to be able to get up and down, and you've got to match them with the drive and the defence. Look at this drive from Dawson. They're sweeping on. They're full of running. You've got to match that to get in the game. Hornsby so far haven't matched that. So probably the 2-0 scoreline's probably a good reflection of how this first 10 minutes has unfolded.
I think they're a little unlucky there, Hornsby. Lang was called for foot dragging through the ruck, but it was a real mess from both sides. I would have been happy to see mutual infringement and play on. But what it does mean is a fresh set here for Doyleson, and Ardita just way too quick, like the road runner. Scorches the turf, pushes his way through and gets a third try for the Doyleson Dragons.
Sensational play from the Dragons. Look at Thompson here, just one step out and just ripping the ball. That's such a difficult thing to do without even a run up there, James. Look at it in the slow-mo. It doesn't get any better than this. Putting the ball outside there, the number 15, Ardita. And look at that finish, and just in a blink, it's 3-0 to the Dragons. Can anybody stop them?
As it stands, Hornsby certainly don't have the answers in this one. I need to make a few on-the-run recalculations. It's sent out to Hennessy now. It has been a little bit quiet so far in this one. Hennessy, quick release though for Rosero. Now sends it wider still. Probably needed to go through the hands though. Back to the 7 once more. Toner. Rosero. Drops it down. Hennessy, here he comes. Watch out. Toner just leaves it behind, though. And now a chance for a quick counter-attack here, too, for Doyleson. They'll head up through the middle through Zach's son. Little heads towards the sideline. And this beautiful subset that Doyleson have just perfected under Carly Banks continues to roll forward. Great meters now for the Dragons. Only 3 plays down. They've hit this 7-metre line already. I'll pop it over here for Daniel Langbridge, sweeping around now. Wilton on his left, goes back to the right to brother Alex. Oh, it touches the arms there of Hennessy and into the waiting arms of Ardita, who goes back to back.
Ardita there, a beautiful reward for just playing eyes up footy. There wasn't a lot in this one. It looked like Hornsby had their measure. Off hands, on the spot. Good players make their own luck, James. 4-0 to the Dragons.
Got a few question marks over that pass out of acting half. That's the big one for mine. Otherwise, a little unlucky there for Hornsby with the deflection falling right into the path of Ardita. And now there is a mountain of work to do. 4-0, they find themselves down here. Coming into this one, of course, it's 1v3 in Pool B. Hennessy looking to pull the trigger. Finds a little pass there for Nichols. Can't squeeze through. Worked hard, closed the gap. Roll it back now. Last one here. Peel waiting in acting half. Hennessy. Static start. In fact, there's the last one now. Hennessy finds a great pass. The attempted flick on from Hornsby misguided, but that was probably the most likely opportunity they've had.
Yeah, it was pretty good there from Hennessy. Obviously, he's running on one leg there carrying injuries, but he's still able, with all his class, to ask questions, and that was pretty impressive defence there from the Dragons. This is another step forward to what we saw yesterday. So ominous signs for this men's division, because Doyleson are looking very good here, James.
The big question, Stanto, coming into this game here, knowing that Doyleson is such a hot commodity, if you will, and Dylan Hennessy is on one leg, would you have been tempted to rest him ahead of the final day?
Dylan Thompson?
No, Dylan Hennessy.
Oh, well, they have to get through, James, so I'm not sure. Haven't checked like with the for and against, who they cross over against. If they are going through to the quarters irrespective of this result, then definitely I agree it would have been worth resting. So I think Coach Terry Cooper would have just had a look at what was required in this game, and he might have had to roll the dice depending on how things work, because I think it's Bankstown, Manly, Central Coast, I think, are all in this pool, so it's hard to get through.
Well, look, it's Doyleson at the top at the moment, Central Coast just in front. Those two have pretty much already bookmarked their place in the finals. In fact, I think they have bookmarked it, so they can't miss out. Hornsby, in theory, still could. So maybe that's why they've gone with this approach. But Wilton looks to have squeezed through for another try here.
I think it might have been forward at the ruck there, which is similar to what you had picked up earlier, James, those forward at the ruck ones. But if Bankstown, I'm not too sure of the draw. I was just thinking, I thought if Bankstown won both their games today against Manly and Northern Beaches, they potentially would jump Hornsby. So maybe that might have been on the cards. We'll have to have a look at the for and against and the different matchups. But I dare say Hornsby could have been in a bit of trouble coming into this one. And that's why Terry Cooper's chosen to play Hennessy and the Kennedys, even though there looks to be some injuries there.
I believe that they should still be safe here, though, Hornsby, because Manly will take on Bankstown. They're in 4th and 5th, respectively. So Hornsby, either way, should be safe. So they're on 8 points, just behind them. Manly on 6, and then Bankstown on 4, which is a little bit surprising based on some of the games we've seen from Bankstown. As now Eagleton drives it forward. Quick release. Langbridge wrapping around, a chance to keep moving forward here. Well, Eagleton's not happy about something. He was well and truly opposed to that call, and I dare say he'll be marched here for a bit of back chat too.
Yeah, again, we had an indiscretion there in the lead-up. But, I mean, when we look at those crossovers, James, just to take the viewers through it, Hornsby go through to the quarterfinals. If they're in the 4th position, that'll likely mean a matchup against Newcastle. So that's not probably high on your list of wants to match up against the Knights. They've looked great on day 1 and 2.
Certainly have, as now they take off once more here. Good speed shown from Hassan. Hassan finding a little bit of an opening. Toner bats it forward volleyball style. Will get the penalty here, Hornsby. So with about 13 minutes to go, they're still 4-0 down. If they can score here, it is game back on. Still a long way to go in terms of trying to claw back a result, but there is enough time.
Yeah, Hornsby, they're not out of it just yet, but they're going to have to try and maybe make their move pretty soon. Let's see how they go on this occasion.
And they seem much in the vein of Thompson there with that quick catch and release. Out to Toner. Drops it down now. First receiver again for Hennessy. Floating a pass over the top, and he does really seem to be hampered by that left leg. Usually we're seeing him bounce around like a kangaroo out there, but he's having to purely rely on that sleight of hand, which in fairness is better than any other player in the game. But when you remove half of the threat that he does possess, that running game, it makes it a little bit predictable for the defence.
Yeah, he's, like I said, he's out there on one leg. He's still, we're going to have a try out here, Langy maybe. We'll see whether the touch was made. I don't think it was. Langy's got a really good drive on him. Yeah. All right, so they're back into it. They're just 4-1. But, I mean, just on Dylan, the reason I say the greatest player we've had of all time is just the longevity. You know, playing for Australia. I think this year was his 15th year playing men's open for Australia. Australian captain, multiple World Cups. You know, no one's been able to match him for longevity at all. And if you look at that period, say late 2000, say 10 through to 20, this Hornsby team you see out there were the dominant team in New South Wales on the back of someone like Hennessy, the Kennedys, Jonathan Parlew. So I think, you know, he's obviously not at his best here with the injury, but a lot of respect for this Hornsby lineup, James.
Jones, great stutter stepping there. Thompson now picks it up, bouncing around on the 7. Up they step. Roberts and Lang up to meet him along with Kennedy. Chance now once more for Thompson, looking to float a pass just on that point of longevity, consistency. I think the only person you're discrediting there might be yourself. Once more appearing at a World Cup, getting a bronze medal. I think that's playing at the highest level, Jace.
Well, maybe I've got the Lebanon Hall of Fame covered, but Dylan's got me covered for everything else. So a lot of respect for these Hornsby guys. And Dawson, no disrespect to them, but I think they're still in the middle of their reign. Like, they've got plenty of footy left in them. Dylan Thompson's been amazing. You know, Carly Banks with the crew up there has done a great job. You know, players like Rodimer, you know, Langbridge, there's sort of class everywhere right through there, Lincoln Little. So Dylan, I think Dawson has still got plenty of footy in him, whereas I think this is looking like probably the tail end of Hornsby, if they don't mind me saying that.
Rosero, Hennessy, big right foot step, still scheming, still trying to find a way through. Peel, Hennessy at first receiver, quick release. Rosero was there in support. Ortona went away from him though. You can just see there from Kieran Toner, he's very aware of how close that was to coming off for him. There's now Maury Kennedy. He's awaiting here for a restart. They've taken a heck of a long time to get on with things. Now inside the final 10 minutes here. Rosero out to Hennessy. keep it alive, cycling the footy. Hennessy, big right foot step, he can still move, don't you worry. Rosero, wonderful jink and dive. That's a great try out of absolutely nothing for Hornsby.
Well, Hornsby, I'm talking about the end of their reign, and they've just sort of said, well, maybe not, Stanton. 2 tries. Great work there, Hennessy, put down the right foot steps. How many times have we seen that since his debut for Australia in 2009? A beautiful right foot step, and look at Rosero, what a finish. He's been a good player for a long time as well, so...
Oh, and Ardita right up through the middle. There's a hat-trick for him, and once more it's just pure, blinding speed. He doesn't belong on a touch football pitch, he belongs on an F1 track.
Okay, to Ardita, it's so effortless. He's sort of been a player that you've sort of noticed and said, well, he's good, but he's sort of really dominating this game. Could the good become great? Look at Ardita, look at that. Straight through, off the right, off the left. I think you said third try?
Third try, hat-trick here.
Not bad. So what's that? Pushes it out to 5-2, I think.
And for Ardita as well, he's still very young. That's the big thing here. Not too long ago, we saw him in the under-20s playing for the Central Coast Dolphins. So he's made the shift across to the nearby rivals. Great work here from Hornsby to work the numbers nice and quick. And they'll get their third try on the board now, so it's still not quite done with yet. 5-3, 8 minutes to go. They are making a real fist of things here.
Yeah, Hornsby not going away, and this is where we're saying, because they're so classy, James, they have the ability to put tries on, but over the course of the 30 minutes, they've probably just been a little bit sort of, haven't driven as well or, maintained control of the midfield. That's what Dawson Dragons have been able to do. So they've sort of, in a way, they've stifled Hornsby a bit out of this, but Hornsby with so much class, even with all their injuries, they're only 2 down to the Dawson Dragons.
Thompson out the back now. Oh, nearly the intercept. I think he might have hurt himself in the process there. As a Kieran Toner jamming in from that link position. In fact, now it's a little bit wider still. It's their winger who's popped in. Toner's on the bench. But an extra set here for Dawson. Eagleton will restart things. Ardita once more looking dangerous. Pops a pass here for Thompson. You typically expect that to be the other way around.
Yeah, definitely. Thompson's been doing a lot of damage off the deck with those rip-in passes. Dawson probably need one more to put Hornsby to bed here. They need one more. They're looking for the killer blow.
Rod him up. A little pass there for Fitzpatrick. Now Thompson. Just shy of that 7-metre mark. Thompson again. Fitzpatrick, big dummy, fools the ball. Well, Sefu Iva, he's headed off to another suburb. He really snapped the neck away once that pass, which never actually released from the hands, was thrown.
Yeah, and look at what Dylan Thompson's here. Something that, again, is a very difficult skill that he's made look easy. He's running towards the bottom of the screen, almost like he's going to rip his big right to left, and then all of a sudden, nice little deft pass there to the top of the screen to his right. And Fitzpatrick, you only got to show him a half gap, and he'll make you pay. And Dawson out by 3 now. That's probably going to be enough, unless Hornsby can conjure up a bit of a miracle here. Let's have a look.
Well, needs to start pretty much this set. Hennessy threatening to go long. Passes it short, good speed, popping through. Now he's adamant there was no touch made. The referees agree, and once more, Hennessy has his fingertips all over it. Toner right up through the middle.
Yeah, good honesty there by, I think it was it Wilton there? Good honesty there. We'll see Hennessy again done the big pump, and then the short ball, and the link there. Got himself a little bit tangled up there, the number 66, Zach Sun. He probably wish he had that one again, because he just had to reach in to make the touch. And Hornsby are just showing every half chance they get. And Dylan Hennessy, he's putting on tries, James, with one leg.
Just imagine him with the 2 as Little brings it forward. Thompson popping a little pass once more. Now they'd have to hold out here, Hornsby, if they're a chance to pull this one out of the fire. Little having a look at them, turned away here from Nichols. Back to the 7 they go. Last one now. Dummy comes in from Cash, and he'll simply kill it away from the sideline, but I think Cash has lost his bearings there, because that's the Hornsby box side.
Yeah, wrong sideline. I think if he had that one again, he probably would have tried to go top of the screen to make it a little bit harder for Hornsby to substitute off. Here we go, Jonathan Wiebe here with a big drive. He's been quite good through the middle, but looks like he got a bit tangled up on that occasion, and it's going to be an opportunity for Dawson. 6-4, maybe not just over yet.
I thought there was a couple of touches heading up towards that 10-metre mark from the halfway line, which were potentially veering on forceful contact, two-hand touch, for example. So that could have nearly been a turnover. Maybe a little bit unlucky there, Hornsby, but they'll play to the whistle. And once more an opportunity now for Doyleson. Eagleton brings it forward. Flat pass there for Langbridge. Fitzpatrick. He just copped it around the chin momentarily. He's having a little laugh with the man that got him as well. Langbridge, now Rodimer, bouncing off that left foot. Last one here, Langbridge, out the back. Fitzpatrick, good hands. I think they're going to call touch pass there, it looks like.
Yeah, they created the opportunity there. I'd love the setup there from Rodimer. I think maybe if they'd hit him on the pass, he might have been over, but Rodimer's shown a lot of class and skill over the first 2 days of the tournament. He'd be looking to be big tomorrow, and if he's at his best, that's one piece of the puzzle that Dragons will need if they're going to be the state champions this year.
Little drop down on Hennessy. That was clever. Caught it in one motion with a little flick up. Great step back on the inside. And it looks like try time here for Lachlan Peel. No, they've called the touch. Jeez, I'd like to see that again. That was tight.
Super defence. And now it's an uncharacteristic mistake from Dawson. Hornsby have probably got one last chance.
Here it is again.
Yeah,
just brushing the backside there. It was a good read in the end from Bailey Hodges.
Yeah, if Hornsby can get one here, we're going to have a big finish. He's offside. Oh.
Well, then surely the playthrough, because he still ends up on the line. That's an interesting one for mine.
Look, there has been a couple of them that I think Hornsby could definitely count themselves as being unlucky. There's been some of them that have just been playthrough try. I'm not sure why that one wasn't, but Hornsby may be a little bit unlucky.
Oh, Lane, great footwork and then trying to bounce through. The ball came free. Fortunately for him, he was caught before that point in time. So that's now 4 down. No Hennessy out there at the moment, so they'll call upon the likes of Rosero, who certainly can rip a long ball when required. We're used to seeing him get down low, but he does have a good little pass in his weaponry as well. Popping a short pass now for the run of Sefuaiva, who's claiming they were never back on site. Looks like there might be an issue here as well for Daniel Langbridge.
Yeah,
he's back to his feet now.
Yeah, a little bit of confusion there, not sure. And another mistake from Dawson Dragons. So I think that's the 3rd set in a row. They haven't been able to get off their line. They're doing everything they can to invite the Lions back in this one. Let's see whether Lang, Rosero and Hennessy can make them pay.
It was Rosero again too. He tried it a little earlier in this match, pulling out of the touch and waving the arms. He didn't get the call on that occasion, but they certainly gave it to him this time round. Now, Wilton leaving back through the play the ball. That'll be another penalty.
That's 2. 2 penalties in a row. As we know, the 3rd one means it'll be 6 on 5. We're inside the last 2 minutes, so Hornsby are going to have to score probably in this next 20 seconds to be any chance. Dawson will try and wind the clock down and probably just do enough to get the victory by the looks of it.
Rosero, dummy, now bombs it over the top. Great covering, though, from Hodges. Hornsby back to the 7. Rosero looking to link up with Hennessy. Sends it out for Lang. Hennessy says, let's get straight ahead. Hennessy now, ball in 2 hands. Finds a ripping ball. What a pass from Hennessy. Nichols is on the spot. And don't go anywhere. The grandstand finish is on.
Vintage Hennessy. I expected Dawson to go man on with him because of the injury, but a nice little skip off his right foot. And look at the bullet. If you're watching at home, you could do worse than copy this. Dylan Hennessy, the great man, with a ripping pass to the link and a great finish. And now it's 6-5. If Dawson can complete their set, it might be enough to get him the win, but if they don't, Hornsby might have one more throw of the dice.
It almost seems unfathomable that it's in this position. It was 4-0 to Hornsby and then jamming in is Sefuaiva. Big contact there. Fortunately, no penalty for Hornsby. Last one now for Dawson. They'll simply throw it long and they will have a chance here. They've got to go quickly though. 25 seconds on the clock. Can they snag a draw from this game and pick up 2 points? That could be crucial in the hunt to ensure they stay up inside the top 4. It should be fine anyway, as now Roberts brings it forward. Nice drive here from Lang. Ball comes free. They've got the penalty.
Probably
Siren's gone a little bit early.
Yeah, probably not enough time here with coming into the last few seconds.
Last one now for Hennessy. Needs to get it very quickly off of the dummy half. Toner can't get it away. There's the touch pass. They'll turn this one over. Well, they had one shot there and they didn't quite get it right. The communication was a little lacking. And that'll do it. We'll have one final play. They'll simply walk it into the defensive line. Ardita, it's fitting that he should finish with it. In fact, sorry, it's Harry Cash who got a double himself regardless. But Ardita really rising to the occasion. 6-5 the final score. And a good comeback there from Hornsby.
I think so. Very entertaining game. Hornsby showed their class, and Dawson Dragons showed that that they're consistent. They can handle all the trick plays and the flicks and the switches and whatnot. So I think Coach Banks and the team out there at the Dragons would be happy with what they've seen to get through to tomorrow. And it's really exciting, eh? What's everyone doing tomorrow? 8 teams in the men's. Anyone can win it. Who's going to be standing with the cup this time tomorrow night?
Absolutely, and it starts nice and early, 8 a.m. But one more match for you here today. It's a very special match too. We move to our All Abilities fixture. That's up next.
Move, get out the way, my feet wanna go dancing.
Mufasa, you know we finally here, right? Well, it's Friday then, it's Saturday, Sunday, what? It's Friday then, it's Saturday, Sunday, what?
We are just about to watch our All Abilities play this afternoon, and with me is one of our All Abilities referee, Roderick Darcy from Maxville. This is his very first tournament. Roderick, you're on the stadium tonight, aren't you? Are you excited?
Oh, yes,
Yeah, very excited. Now, who do you want to say hello to back home watching?
Back home family, boys. We're life with family. What a home. What a back is my brother, family. Bro.
What about Mum? You want to say hello to Mum?
Hi, Mum. What a support you made.
Nan and Pop?
Nan and Pop.
Yeah. Love them?
Love them.
Yeah, and tell them stay tuned. I'm about to go on.
Stay tuned. Want to wait on.
We'll be back shortly.
Back shortly.
You know we finally here, right? Well, it's Friday then, it's Saturday, Sunday, what? It's Friday then, it's Saturday, Sunday, what? It's Friday, it's Saturday, Sunday.
And here we go. Welcome back to the 2024 State Cup at Port Macquarie. And what a scene we're seeing here on the stadium field. We've got the All Abilities game to round out an amazing second day here at Port Macquarie. We've had everything. We've had the weather. We've had some close games. And now we've got an All Abilities game to finish it off. My name's Gab Rose, and I'm really looking forward to calling this clash between Newcastle and Wallsend. And you can see there the spirit of our game and why we love the sport of touch footy. We've got a tunnel being made for both teams and the referee. And they're getting ready now. They're going to take the toss, and we're probably about 30 seconds shy of tap-off. And this should be an exciting clash. We're going to have Mitch Walkerton join us in a couple of minutes. He's racing over from another field, having coached or has helped in the coaching box for the Northern Beaches Men's Open. So we'll see this game. It's about to start. They're just working out which direction they're going. And as we spoke of a little early, we had a rain delay or a storm delay where parts of Port Macquarie were all without power. But the team at Bar TV have been able to get us back on board, and we've seen some excellent action at the back end of this afternoon. Day 2, State Cup, Port Macquarie. And it'll all start again tomorrow morning with the quarter-final action as we go through all the way through to tomorrow afternoon with the Men's Open and Women's Open Grand Finals. So here we see we've got Newcastle on our left. They've got the ball, players and referee ready. It's the last game of day 2. Yep, we're ready on stadium. Hands up, they're ready to go. Here we see we've got a tap there by Newcastle, and he's charging it forward there, Liam Kiss. He's not just charging it forward, he's going right round. He's going a one-up for a try and a beautiful dive there. Liam Kiss and a post-try celebration to boot. Well, that's a start to a game if ever I saw one. Liam Kiss, well done. Take a bow. He's run round 2 or 3 players, striding out down the left-hand wing. Beautiful dive to finish. And then a bit of a dance. More moves than a TikTok play, I would say, there by Liam Kiss. Well done. So as we see, they change ends here. It's a 30-minute turnaround format. They're just making sure their teams are on the right side of the field. So we'll see Wallsend here. They're taking the ball straight up. We have Quade Sands there, passing the ball across. That was to Alex Brown. The referee's playing on there, taking the touch. That's touch 2. And they want to get the ball down to the other end of the field here. Here we have Ryan Archer, and he's going to go straight round him as well. It looks like there's plenty of real estate. Oh, they've called a touch there, the Newcastle. Sophie Tompkins, I think it was. They're going to have to play the ball, and I can see Mitch Walkerton striding up through the stand to get here for this fixture. And you'll be pleased to note it's already 1-0. We've only been going for about 90 seconds, and Newcastle scored without a touch being made. So we are to run Mitch through that as he joins the action, and not even blowing, Mitch. Your fitness is amazing.
I am blowing, Gav. It's awful.
Well, you've made it here, and you did miss one amazing play there by Liam Kiss from the Newcastle team, number 33. Took the tap, ran around 3 and did a post-try celebration after his dive.
Unreal. How good's that?
So good. So they've managed to defend the set of 6 Newcastle, so we'll come out to the 7-metre line. We're going to have a roll ball there. Newcastle got the ball. And looks like they're just going to take it straight up. And what a finish to this day it's going to be, Mitch.
Absolutely. They're the all abilities. It's so good to watch.
Here he is, the man that we spoke about before, Liam Kiss. 2 touches, 2 tries. He's going to be straight down the middle. Another dive and a roll. Has he got another post-try celebration in him? I'd say the forward roll is it. That's 2 touches for 2 tries, Mitch.
Fantastic. Just he's fast. Very, very fast.
Doesn't get better than that. So 2-0, 3 minutes in. Watch it on the replay.
Yeah, just look at that. Through the gap. Well done. Well done. So good to see.
Yeah, he has got speed to burn. Liam Kiss from the Newcastle Knights. So Wallsend, they've had to change ends again. They'll get another tap off and a second opportunity for them to get down to the Newcastle line. They completed their set before, so that's always a good start to a game. We see here Ryan Archer playing the ball back to Dakota Brown. A little hop, skip and a jump there out on the wing. Look like Connor Dixon. Back to Brown. Brown left to play, and they're just settling themselves, see what they're going to come up with at the back end of this set. We've got Adlington Brown. Oh, she's got round the first one. Yeah, but touch there on the wing by Isaac Tompkins. And how good is it, our game? We've got the all abilities on the main stadium. Last game of day 2, Mitch.
Yeah, it's so good. I was fortunate enough to participate in our first all abilities at the Central Coast Dolphins.
Yep.
And I have to say, it was the most, I've been in touch for most of my life, and I'm 47, but it was just so enjoyable.
Yeah, that's good to see. We'll see what the refs call there. He might have... No, he's caught a... Yep. Oh, no, a changeover. So Newcastle have got the ball there. So their line defence has been good so far, Newcastle. They've had 2 sets down on their line. They've defended both very well, as we see an early shift out here. We've got Jordan Pias Yeah, and the touch has been made, and there's high fives all round. Great touch, Alex Brown. Here we go, going for that. They're running this outside channel, isn't they?
That's a good touch.
That was Noah Fraser there taking the ball up the field, and now we have Hayden Perrott, and nobody's going to catch Hayden Perrott. And a nice little slide, and a fist pump.
Yeah.
As you should, young man. Hayden Perrott takes the score out to 3-0, and a high five there from the Wallsend coach, which we love to see.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, Hayden's actually the captain of this Newcastle team, and I've been told that he's a great talker and he has speed to burn, which was just on show there.
It sure was. He just went straight up the middle, and yeah, all good captains are good communicators, so that's good to hear as well.
I spoke to the people involved with both teams, and they do participate for the Hunter Hornets at NTLs. So the two teams actually know each other quite well and come together for the championships, as it's now known.
Yeah, well, you're right. It's a bit of a local derby here to finish off the day, round 2, and we've seen a few of those today throughout proceedings, and no doubt there'll be some more tomorrow. So Wallsend have got the ball again, and we've got Jesse Newton just taking it up the middle, working out here with Connor Dixon. Little skip off the right. Connor's got a really good skip off the right foot there. Yeah, straightforward. Doing a really good job. We've got Tim Peace. He nearly sliced straight through there.
He did, yes.
So we're coming up to the last touch, and as we can see, Newcastle so far, they've been very solid in their line defence, and we're working here with Jesse Newton.
Ooh, very close, but not there.
No, really good touch by the female player from Newcastle. So Newcastle will bring it out to the 7, and we're about 7 minutes into this game. 3-0 currently to Newcastle over Wallsend in a local derby. But they're doing a really good job. What I'm really pleased is with the completion of sets.
Yeah,
Mitch.
absolutely. Yeah, the team actually plays together in the Newcastle mixed social comp.
Okay, excellent.
So they do get a fair bit of practice playing together, working together.
Yeah, we see Isaac Tompkins there. There's plenty of prime real estate down either sideline here, as we've got a great latch or driving run. Stepped off the right. Nearly got through there, Jordan Place. Taking it up. They're going forward. No, the referee's called a change over there. We couldn't let that one go there for Fitzhenry. We'll see a play ball here. Passing it out. Wallsend will get first crack at it. He's going to go straight up the middle. Nearly went through there, Ryan Archer. And I think Ryan Archer in space would be hard to catch as well, Mitch.
I think so too. He looks very, very quick.
So we see another good run there. Straight up the middle, making excellent metres for his team, Jesse Newton. He only knows one way, Jesse Newton.
Yeah, forward.
Yep, and they've offloaded here. We've got Lachlan Archer. Their completion is excellent, Wallsend. And if they keep this up, no doubt they'll find some gaps through the middle of the field at the back end of this game. As we see another good run by Tim Peace. Passing it out. We're looking to see who's there. They're going to get it out wide to the left. We've got Lyndon Johns. Working here with Dixon. I thought they were going to see a little flick pass there out the back there by Dixon. We've seen Dixon's right foot step, so if we can grab the flick pass in, well, it could be danger signs for Newcastle.
Absolutely.
And while we're on that, Mitch, how did your team, I know you've just come straight from a men's open game, how did your team go this afternoon?
Yes, the Renegades were beaten by the Central Coast Dolphins.
Yep.
And he's away.
Yeah, we're returning to the action. We have here Newcastle Knight. We don't have his number on our list, but he's nearly gone all the way. But some great covering defence there by two of the Wallsend players.
Look at that.
So apologies, number 40. We don't have you on our team list at this stage. We'll see if we can rectify that through the course of the coverage, but there's going straight through there. It's going to be a beautiful put down by, we've got Jordan Place. He placed it over the line perfectly there.
He did. Well done, Gab. Love that. He's new to the All Abilities program. He's only just started playing with the Newcastle, and he's growing in confidence every week, is what I've been told. And
you can see that. He just went straight up. He spotted a gap and he thought, that's mine, I'm going for it. Nobody's going to stop me.
Yeah.
And a beautiful put down, a safe put down there by Place.
Yep.
So we've got 4-0 at the minute. We'll get back to the action. Sorry, I interrupted you. There was a great break in the middle of the field there we were talking about. So you got narrowly beaten by Central Coast, was it, this afternoon?
Oh, they beat us by 3 or 4, I think. So, yeah, just too classy.
Yep, so where does that place you going into finals day tomorrow?
It places us as spectators.
Oh, okay, sorry. Sorry, everybody from Renegades. Mitch, you should have been giving me the chop it, change subject.
No, it's fine.
Oh, that whack on the back.
It's all good. It's all good.
Oh, they've probably had a good weekend in terms of sometimes it's learning for teams, and it's a very tough division, the Men's Open, as we know. And I won't mention that again, Mitch.
No, it's all good. It's good. Let's see if we can get a try here for the Wolves.
Yeah, I actually watched Central Coast Dolphins earlier today in the Men's Open. They are red hot at the moment.
Yeah, well, they had a bit of an off game yesterday where Doilo sort of... Are they going to say try hit? No, they're not.
No, they're going to call it
Bad
touch.
luck. Bad luck. Referee was just explaining.
Yeah, the touch hadn't been called. So now Newcastle, they're taking great pride in their line at this stage. We're 10 minutes into this all-abilities game. Look at that run. Straight up the middle. Don't need to pass. Keep running. Keep running, keep running. That's the captain again, the one we spoke about earlier in Hayden Perrott. And a flick pass out the back and Liam Kiss.
Yeah, how good's that?
That's a hat-trick already for Liam Kiss, and I'm not surprised with the speed that he shows. And he also had to back up, though,
Yeah,
Mitch.
he did. And I believe he's another one who's really new to the program. He's just so confident. He's always messaging the groups and wondering when they're playing and what they're doing. It's just so good to see more and more, athletes participating in our great sport.
And I just want to note here another 2 chases from Wallsend,
Yeah,
Mitch. They
excellent
chased all the
effort.
way, forced the pass, and made Liam Kiss. He had to put the skates on still to get there.
Absolutely.
And we love seeing those efforts by all our teams.
We do.
So about 11 minutes into this final fixture of the game here at Port Macquarie, and it's shaping up as Newcastle have got a lot of ability here, as we see straight down the middle Wallsend off the tap. Oh, Quade Sands, and he nearly got away from them there.
Yeah, it was a good touch.
We're working here. We've got Adlington Brown. They're rushing up in defence, the Newcastle team. They're well drilled. And we see there Ryan Archer skipping off the right, going straight round. It's going to take a good touch to get him, and there it was. And the man that scored earlier, Jordan Place from Newcastle. Well done.
Very good touch there, Gab.
Yeah, he showed him the sideline and knew he had the confidence to get there.
Yep.
Just having a little chat with the referees as we've got here Lyndon John
He's gonna
straight
score.
through the middle.
Yes.
Yes. Well done, Lyndon. Give yourself a clap because that looked excellent. High fives by your coaches.
High fives all round. That's fantastic.
And they're on the board through Lyndon Johns.
Fantastic. Saw a nice gap and said, oh, fantastic. Good put down too there, Gab.
Sure
right
was.
on the try line.
Like a thief in the night, wasn't he?
Yeah.
Through he goes. Nah, I'm looking at you and I'm going straight through to score the try. Well done, Lyndon John. So we're 5-1 now on the scoreboards. 13 minutes into this clash, and this local derby, it's not going to be all one way, I would say, Mitch.
Yeah, it's fantastic. It's good to see, both teams scoring tries, having fun.
Yeah, and it's great given the conditions we had earlier that we're still able to get these final fixtures
Absolutely.
on this afternoon after the power outage. And
Big thunderstorms and lightning and all sorts of shenanigans.
I know. As here we see, we've gone straight through there. We've got Isaac Tompkins in for a second try. I know they've ruled the touch to referee.
Isaac's nickname is actually Ponga because he's a huge Newcastle Knights fan, and Kalen Ponga is his favourite player.
I love all these little tips and side stories you're getting for us, Mitch. And Kalen Ponga, I bet there's many a person where that he's their favourite player.
Absolutely.
As we see Ponga, it was Ponga-like there, off the left and straight down the corner.
It was. That goes on the highlight reel for sure.
Sure does.
Well done.
Kalen Ponga, if you're watching,
big shout
look
out.
and learn.
Absolutely.
How good.
Fantastic.
This will look good on replay, Mitch.
It will. He gets the ball. Nope. Bang. Big sidestep. Round you go.
Beautiful.
Nice put down too.
Excellent. So we're 6-1 on the scoreboard. We're heading towards halfway moment of this match, and you wouldn't even know that there were storms today, Mitch, would you? Look at the field. It's in perfect condition now.
Yeah, really, really good conditions. Not as hot either.
No.
Bit of surface water on the backfields, but the conditions and the fields up here are fantastic.
Yeah, they sure are. Hopefully we don't get any rain overnight. I know there is some predicted, but you never know in Port Macquarie what we're going to get. But the fields are in excellent nick here on the stadium, and it's auguring well for some great games tomorrow.
Absolutely.
Championship day. It doesn't get any better than that, does it?
It doesn't. It doesn't. They say that it starts on Sundays.
Except except for your team.
Yeah, that's right.
I'm sure they'll be out here supporting the other Renegades team and all the other divisions as well, Mitch. And that's another beauty, big advantage of our sport. Everyone gets around, and finals day is fun for everybody.
Yeah, even if you're not still in, it's always good to go and support, family, friends, teams from your club.
So we see Adlington Brown play the ball there for Wallsend. Taking it up the sideline is Lachlan Archer. Spotted a little gap, but it's going to be hard to get round there. Jordan Place.
He's a very good defender, Jordan.
Yeah, he sure is. He uses the sideline well to his advantage. They're going straight up, and that's 6 touches, but they've managed to get it down to the other end of the field, so they'll be happy with that finish.
Yeah, absolutely.
All right, so let's see what Newcastle got here. Wallsend will be looking to get a good defensive stop there. Big run there. We've got Noah Fraser. Oh, but a beautiful touch there. That might be our try scorer there from the Wallsend Wolves.
Yeah, I think it was.
Doing it in attack and defence, Lyndon Johns.
Here we
go. Straight up the middle. Hat's going to stay on. We've got the Newcastle Knights. We've got number 28. Again, we don't have number 28 on our team sheet, but you've done an amazing job there. Straight up the middle. Takes the score out to 7-1.
I believe that might be Sophie, who's their captain.
Okay.
Yeah, she's been doing the program for about 4 or 5 years. She actually plays in the Newcastle women's competition.
Okay. Excellent. Well, she showed all her skills there. So she went straight through the middle, ran all the way down, and again, a nice put down. So, Sophie, well done. I'll pop that name down because I dare say we might see it again in the back end of this coverage.
Absolutely.
So the score skipped out to 7-1 from Newcastle over Wallsend, but Wallsend, they're not giving up there.
No, they're still going to keep trying.
And that's Connor Dixon there, and as I've said earlier, Connor's got excellent hands there, Mitch. Taking it straight up the middle, that's Jessie Newton, and not just straight up the middle. Hang on, we're going to get a try. Yes, we are. Jessie Newton.
Well done.
Off the back end of a beautiful catch there, Mitch.
Yes, it was. Very, very low down, below the knees. Oh, look how happy he is. Fantastic. That's what it's about. That's what this is about.
Have a look at this catch.
Oh, I've seen lots of those get dropped.
Yeah.
All weekend.
A little bit off the left. No, I'm going further off the left, and I'm going to go straight down that channel. And a very good put down straight over the line. Excellent work, Jessie Newton. Just look at this catch again, Mitch.
That's a beauty.
Could watch that all day.
Yes, absolutely.
All right, so back live to the action. We've got Newcastle 7 in front of Wallsend 2 in the local derby to round out day 2 of the New South Wales State Cup here at Port Macquarie. We're getting a few little trick plays here, and we've got the captain of Newcastle, as we spoke about earlier, Hayden Perrott.
Nice
off
pass.
To Liam Kiss, and we know the speed that but an excellent pinch touch from the winger there in Lachlan Archer. He's a really good defender out there, Archer.
He is. Not going to get around him.
No, we see it again.
There he is. Look at that.
Yeah, the crowd's appreciating the work he's putting in out there, and there's Kiss onto Perrott. And Perrott stepped off the right again.
Oh,
and
there he is again.
3 in a row.
Wow.
Well done, Lachlan
What a
Archer.
good
It's
touch.
coming your way again, young man. Take it back. Give yourself some space. Let's see if Archer can make 4 in a row, Mitch. You backing him in?
Oh, I think he will.
Yeah, here he goes. There he goes.
Look at him. Wow. How good's that?
Yeah, 6 touches. Yeah, high fives for Lachlan Archer. We're giving you a high five from up in the commentary box as well.
Absolutely. Nice sportsmanship there too.
Yeah, well done by Liam Kiss there. So he saved a couple of tries there, Archer, and now he's giving his team the ball back. They're going to take it up the other end.
It's a good start, good run.
Yeah, really good run there. And they've got a roll ball there.
Oh, bad luck.
Bad luck.
That was a tough one.
Yeah, they're going to pick it up. And there we go. We've got Connor Dixon. Up he goes.
Oh, he's away.
He's away. There he goes. Oh, he's just got
touched.
tagged by
Well
Isaac
done.
Tompkins. He's waving to the crowd as well. Tompkins, it was a good touch, but
Well
an
done.
excellent run there by Connor Dixon. Oh, looks like there's a little bit of speed coming
Here's
here.
trouble.
We've got Ryan Archer straight around. Oh, nobody's going to catch Ryan Archer.
Oh, look at the dive.
And a dive. Hands on head. Look like Latrell Mitchell
It
there.
was the Latrell Mitchell. Yep.
Ryan Archer. They're all mimicking all these NRL stars out
Yeah,
here.
it's fantastic.
Well done, Ryan Archer. Watch this,
Look at
Mitch.
this. Absolutely. Gets the ball. Only knows one way, and Yeah.
Speed to burn.
Absolutely. And as we come to the try line, great dive.
We'll see it to see if it doesn't get cut off.
Yeah, we'll see.
There he is. Knew where he had to go. Used every centimetre of space he could on the field, Mitch.
Yeah, absolutely. Very well. And then gets over.
Yeah.
Latrell. Yeah, how good's that?
So good. All right, so I didn't even write the score down there, but 7-3 by my reckoning for Newcastle over Wallsend. And they're not letting him get too far away, are they?
No, they're not.
And just like that, we're already 2/3 of the way through the game, Mitch. There's only 10 minutes to go, 7-3. Got a little bit of a hold up here. Just waiting to get the full complement of players on for Wallsend. He's gone off to get a drink after some amazing work done in attack and defence by the Wallsend Wolves, as we see the captain here, Perrott. Nice
Good
little
pass.
dish off. And who else to make the touch?
Absolutely, Gab. Absolutely. Great touch.
He's as safe as a bank out there.
Isn't he, White?
They're moving up there. Looked right. Looked left. Coming back right. Another beautiful hands by the captain. And that's Archer again.
They're going to have to go out the other way, Gab.
Yeah, they're just not going to get anything down this side. They're peppering him, but they just cannot get around him.
Don't they pass the ball well?
Beautiful. That's gone from side to side there. We've seen Sophie there, step off the left. She's still going. Working here. Archer,
well done.
4 on 1. That was a task that was a little bit too hard.
Wasn't able to save that one. Well done. Great try. Very enterprising play.
Sure, and you're right, Mitch. They went from one side to the other and then came back and found a gap out here.
Yeah, and the Wallsend crew just weren't able to slide across. So
no, he did well there. Dummy. Where's the gap?
Yep. And then over we go. Well done.
So we've got about 8.5 minutes left in this all-abilities clash between Newcastle and Wallsend, and they've been playing a round-robin style of games over the last 2 days, Mitch. All about participation.
Yeah, I believe it's a 5-round competition, so this is round 5, I believe.
Yep. And I would dare say that they've improved as the tournament goes on.
I would say absolutely they would have.
Yep. And you can see it on show here this afternoon. Like they're just, you said it earlier, they're passing the ball around. The hands have been good. There's a few little trick plays happening, and as we've spoken about a few times, the defensive efforts by some of these players is outstanding.
Yeah, the fundamentals of our sport are still there. Oh, here we go.
Oh, Coda, Brown, get that ball down.
No.
Put it down. Yeah, Coda.
Just awarded.
Yeah, are they giving it?
Yeah.
They are giving it.
Well done.
Well done, Coda.
Referee Marnia Masters, I think that is.
Yeah, we'll see that on replay. Giving a high five. Brown did well there. Running through.
Yep. Spotted the gap.
Yeah,
well done.
It is. You know what? It is hard to see the line sometimes. Where's the 7? Where's the try?
Again,
Put it down.
Absolutely.
And great sportsmanship by both teams.
Very good sportsmanship.
So we're 8-4. And back end of a day in a tournament, it's hard to get yourself moving, but straight through the gap there, a beautiful run and resulted in a try for the team.
Yeah, no, look, it has been a big weekend for the All Abilities. I'm just, looking.
Oh, beautiful pass. Speaking of great skills,
look at that.
That was Perrott. Pass the ball to Noah Fraser, and you wouldn't see a better pass than this. Have a look at this. The pass from Perrott to Fraser to give the try for the Newcastle Knights. Draw and pass.
Great ball. Look at that.
And there was nothing Archer could do there.
No, there wasn't.
Had to go in.
Their core skills of catch and pass and ball grips, and it's really, really impressive.
Yep, and hats off to the coaches of all the All Abilities teams, because they're doing a really good job. And as we said, the skills are improving, and we're seeing a really good quality touch out there.
Yeah, apologies, I didn't get the chance to speak to the Wallsend coaches, but I did speak to Beck Jackson from Newcastle, and Daniel Fitzhenry, the ex-NRL player who's involved in the club, is also involved in this program.
Yeah, I can see Daniel down on the sideline here. Still looking as fit as ever.
Doesn't he what?
And he's got, a lot of family involved, and wife Sloane's been, obviously a mainstay in the touch football fields for the last, I won't give her age away, I'll say maybe the last decade or so. Still looking amazing, Sloane. I'm sure she's watching in on the KO Freebies coverage this afternoon. To return to live action. Yeah, they're going to play the ball there. They're just setting up. They're seeing where the gaps are. And we've got here, that's Lyndon Johns, and we saw Lyndon earlier on.
So close. So close.
Good touch out there by Newcastle. And we've got Adlington Brown, and she's going to go straight for the sideline, I would say.
Well done. Yes. Fantastic.
Have they awarded? Yes, they have awarded the try, Mitch. So 9-5 here.
Yeah, good awareness.
Just saw the space as you run us through the replay.
Absolutely. Yeah. Head for the corner. Just was too fast.
Yep.
That's great. Well done. Got the ball in. Just in.
Yeah, and it's 1 point. Doesn't matter in our game. Wherever you score them, they're all worth the same amount of points. You
That's
get one
exactly
every
right.
time you score, and she's gone straight for the corner. Quickest way to the line.
Absolutely.
Place the ball down. Inch perfect.
Well done.
So the score here's 9-5. We've got 5 minutes to go, and it's our final match of the day. But make sure you're tuning in tomorrow because we've got a bevy of matches, and there's going to be the current and future stars of our game on show all day here on KO Freebies.
Can't wait.
Here's the captain. Had a really good game there, Parrott, just taking it forward. And we've seen his skills earlier. He can run and he can pass. Working here with Fraser. But you've got, got Mr. Archer out there, mate.
You're not going to get past him.
Nope. So they're taking the ball out wide. Here again, we're seeing the skills on show.
Yeah, great passing.
And there's the
Good
captain, Parrott,
defence.
but really good defence by Wallsend. They've got a couple of touches up their sleeve, and I wouldn't be surprised if they go out left here. There looks like a little bit of space, Mitch.
Good touch.
Great touch.
Well done.
Excellent touch by Ryan Archer. Here he is, place. He's dived over for a try. No touch has been called, and they're going to give the try.
Well done. Well done.
Jordan Place, second try for you in this game.
Yeah.
10-5, but he just runs hard, Mitch.
He does. Very hard and fast. Trying to get his hat on properly.
There, he's got a good head of hair.
Yeah. And there, look at this.
Taking it in,
just
off
takes
little
the
jink
gap,
off
and then
the
a little,
right.
yeah. Just a jink off the left, off the right. Just to evade the touch.
Did an
Score the
excellent
try.
job.
Well done.
So 3.5 minutes left in this clash, and as we said, tomorrow you'll see from women's 20s through to mixed open, women's open, men's open. There's just so much talent on show, and I can't wait for Championship Day at Port Macquarie, one of my favourite days of the year, Mitch.
It is. It's like Christmas Day for the touch heads, Gab.
It sure is. There'll be plenty of support from locals and all the teams as the day progresses, as you said, as they come out of the tournament themselves. They sit round the side. They are sitting in the sun and cheer for their team. Oh, great hands again.
Cold beverage or two.
Yeah, potentially. So we got Quaid Sands playing the ball. And we're working here. They don't know sure if they're going to go left or right. They've decided that left's going to be their best
good
option.
touch.
That was Place again. Down the sideline, we've got Ryan Clark. Well defended out there, the Newcastle winger. He's having a little sneaky crack down the sideline. Been touched there.
No, it's a changeover. That's 6. That's good defence again from the Newcastle team.
Yeah, really good defence. But again, Wallsend will be happy. They've kept him down in that corner. Coming back live to the action. They've got a couple more sets here each. There's 2 minutes to go.
Good touch.
Yeah, quick play the ball as well by Newcastle. Now they're going to let him go back and play it. So he's going to play on here. We've got Noah Fraser, and we know he can run. He's scored a couple of tries. Oh!
What a good touch that is.
Alex Brown.
Yeah, that's a really good touch.
Oh, and we've seen Sophie run before.
She's going to be hard to stop.
There we go, a little left foot step. She's going, they're chasing, they're coming from everywhere. Wallsend, she's not going to give up.
Oh, good touch.
Excellent touch. And Wallsend, that's been a sign of their game the whole 30 minutes, Mitch. We see beautiful cut-out pass.
Oh, bad luck.
That would have been an excellent try. Beautiful cut-out pass. Cut-out Fitzhenry was going all the way to Place.
Yeah. No, as you mentioned, Gab, they have not stopped trying, and the effort areas.
Yep.
If Newcastle make a break, they're getting back to try and, stop.
Yeah. They've definitely saved a few tries just through that effort you speak of. All right, here we go, Wallsend. You're going to get one last chance. Dummy straight up.
Here we go.
We've got Ryan Clark. He's seen some space down there, but another great touch from the Newcastle Knights winger. We're just shy of a minute left, and we're hoping that Wallsend can get the ball down this end of the field and manufacture a try to finish the day.
Yeah, let's finish with a big try for the Wolves.
Okay, we see Tim Peace there working here with Newton, and we've seen Newton score a try already. There he goes, off the left, off the right. He is going to go strong.
Oh.
Another great wing defence. Both wingers on both sides doing an amazing job, Mitch.
Yeah, they've been fantastic.
Let's see what we've got here. A sneaky little spot up the try, and we're going to see a try to Ryan Clark to round out the day.
Well done. Well done.
Yeah, some sneaky little space up that left-hand side. Watch us on the replay, Mitch.
Yeah, he just got the ball, and they just weren't able to get a great put down too.
Yeah, you see the way he contorted his body.
Made sure he stayed in bounds, tiptoed down the sidelines.
Beautiful try.
Well done.
And what a great way to end the second day of action.
Ideal. So good, Gab. It's just the smiles to see the parents, the families, the other supporters here supporting them.
Yep.
It's just so good. It's what's so good about our sport.
Yeah, you're right. It's one of the many benefits of our sport, and big congratulations to everybody involved in the All Abilities divisions, players, coaches, officials, referees, and all the family and friends that are here in the stands to cheer them on. And it's played in the spirit that we knew it would be coming into this game in the local derby between Newcastle and Wallsend. And that takes us to the end of our Day 2 coverage, Port Macquarie, with Bar TV and KO Freebies. But remember to tune in tomorrow. We've got a full day of action for Championship Day at the New South Wales State Cup.
It's just spare change, right? Well, what if you saved that spare change every time you made a purchase? Every coffee, every meal, every book you'll definitely read. And what if all that money was invested into the stock market, where it can potentially grow over time? And what if the Raise app did this for you, automatically in the background of life? Round up and start investing your everyday purchases. Download the Raise app today.
Move, get out the way, my feet wanna go dancing.
You know we finally here, right?
Well,
it's Friday then, it's Saturday, Sunday, what? It's Friday then, it's Saturday, Sunday, what? It's Friday again, it's Saturday, Sunday.
Let's go. I'm losing it.
Please explain.
You beauty.
But what if you saved that spare change every time you bought a coffee? Or every time you bought something to eat? Or something to wear? And what if all that money was invested into the stock market, where it can potentially grow over time? And what if the Raise app did this for you automatically in the background of life? Round up and start investing your everyday purchases. Download the Raise app today.